You are watching the Vodka stream.
Oh, we're here. Oh, it's been a long week. Sorry if I hurt your ears right there when I jumped on right now. What's happening, everybody? Welcome to Vodka Stream. Yeah, it has been a long week. It is August 23rd. It actually cooled down just a little bit today, slightly. It was actually, I woke up and there was clouds and there was a breeze. It was even when I got home from the movie last night, there was a little bit of a breeze. I was like, oh, it's summer finally ending. I don't know. Probably not. Probably won't end till October. But anyways, vodka poured. Good to see you guys. Lots to talk about tonight. As always, we'll be bringing on the panel and have some discussions. And yeah, should be good times. Then, of course, I'll give my full-on drinking review of The Crow. That's right. I'm not going to be eating crow tonight. The movie's eating crow right now, and that's for damn sure. But hopefully you guys checked out my first reaction review when it came to the Crow, and you could kind of see where I stand when it comes to the movie right there. Very much a disappointment. Was kind of went in with low expectations, and we'll get to it. Anyways, what's going on, Game City Savior? Hashtag Michael Rosenbaum for Metron. Interesting. So I'm assuming that he's talked about it on. Assuming that he's talked about it on his podcast or something. I don't know. Ryan, what's happening? What's going on? We got Taladia Plays. What's happening, sir? Good to see you. We got Miss Lisa Jackson. Hello. We got Andrew Hughes Raider. Happy Friday. Ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Yeah, hopefully you're doing good too, sir. Always great to see ya. We got Phil right here. What is happening, Phil? And Phil will be, of course, joining the panel. We got Geki TV. What is happening? Good to see you. All right, we got Jose. Good to see you. Well, and we got kids screaming outside. They are at the pool. Pool is open tonight. That's for damn sure. About Fantastic Four. If I look better than Johnny Storm, that's a problem. Whoa. Yeah. So let's see. Salud, Mr. Trevino. What's happening? Good to see you. It was the weather was a little better in Vegas. It was only 90 today. It didn't exceed 80 degrees, like 80 like something degrees. It actually stayed in the 80s today. But yet it was still wasn't the best. Still wasn't the best for sure. So but what can you do? Summer's almost over. We'll get there. What's going on, Eleanor? So the Crow movie was shit. So Eleanor knows. Yeah. It's definitely not going to be for some people right there. What's going on, Mr. Axel? Good to see you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I got my Film Junkie Jurassic Park style shirts, which, of course, if you want one, it is down below in the Film Junkie closet, but I appreciate that. We got Mr. Venom right here as well. Just saw Alien Romulus. It was pure horror and awesome. Cool. Let's see. Okay. Just looking at some things. Okay. All right. So thank you guys, of course, for joining in. And like I said, if you guys have any questions before we start inviting in the panel, go ahead and ask some questions. I'm going to go ahead and just give my full-on drinking review of The Crow. So yeah, if you have any questions about, anything that's happened, can be about anything, it is the Vodka stream first and foremost. So go ahead and ask anything or mention anything or whatever the hell. And I'm just going to go off right now. And I'm not going to I'll try to keep it as tame as possible. That's for sure, But yeah, anyway, so cheers. Here we go. The Crow. Might need another one. All right. So after sitting on this movie for about 24 hours now, a little less than 24 hours because, yeah, it's about 23 hours. But yeah, so saw The Crow last night, and I mean, obviously when we got our first look of what Bill Skarsgård was looking like as the Crow, didn't really dig the look, but I went, okay, but it's supposed to be modern day, fine. And then when the trailer came out, I went, yep, this is still not selling me either. And then I was like, okay, well, I'm still going to give it a chance because you just never know. You never know. Most likely it's not going to be good. And it doesn't look like it's good. And I've said many times how the 94 version with Brandon Lee, love that movie. Really dug the aesthetic, the tone. I know it's not a true adaptation of The Crow. Like if you actually dive into, I've never really went diving into The Crow source material. But I know that they took some liberties when it came to the 94 version. But what Alex Proyas did, I thought he really captured a really cool gothic aesthetic and a tone. And Brandon Lee was charming. And he was just, I just really dug the character, dug the metal of the character too, which is big time missing in this one. I mean, that's one thing that again, what I said in my first reaction review, if you want to talk about a reimagine, they were just like, well, just imagine if it was basically nothing like that 94 version. And that's what it seems like what happened here. Or like the writer or whoever, the people involved of creating this really just thought, you know what, there's a pretty cool idea that this Crow graphic novel has a pretty cool concept. Let's take that idea. Let's put it in Chat GPT and see what happens. I mean, sometimes, it kind of feels like maybe that it was written by AI. I don't know. And it's kind of funny too, because I saw that recently pulled Megalopolis trailer that had the fake quotes from the critic quotes from past Oliver Stone movies. And we found out today that apparently those were created by AI. And I had to make the joke. I like, wow. So I saw it before my screening of The Crow. And well, The Crow feels like it was written by AI, man. I tell you, I don't know, man. It's just, I was like all right, I'm going in with low expectations. Let me come out with going, hey, it wasn't that bad. But no, it was bad. It was bad. It was boring. It was very boring. The first half hour, 45 minutes, especially, were very boring when they're trying to establish the romance, which it's like, all right, I get that, but I didn't feel the chemistry between the two leads. It just obviously there's some the whole thing about how they meet in like a recovery center, like a rehab recovery center. It's like how she ends up in there is really stupid. It's really dumb how she ends up in this place. You have no idea why Eric Draven, if that's even his name in here, he might just be Eric, and it's just who knows what his last name is. He's not the musician that he's supposed to be. He's not that, but we have no idea. We have an opening scene where you get him as a kid and he has like a meth mom or something like that. So you get the fact that he's had a rough child, he had a rough upbringing, but you don't know any real backstory at all about like why he's in rehab, why anything. And then of course they meet, they start falling for each other, they escape, and then they start just doing drugs and alcohol. And there was no real rehab that needed to be happening. Obviously they just were like, hey, my really rich musician friend lets me stay at this place, so we could stay here. We could stay here for as long as we want, and then if we have to leave, we just leave. I'm like, with what money? Okay, but that's just semantics right there. Whatever. And so we get a bunch of a montage, which feels like it's a very short time, but apparently maybe it wasn't a short time. So then you feel like, oh yeah, they're so in love. They're so in love. And then you get these side characters that are just kind of peppered in there that you have no idea who the fuck they are. But, one of them at least comes back for a convenient thing in the movie. Again, this movie probably got chopped up by the studio. They probably had a longer cut that fleshed out some of these scenes. But of course, naturally, we live in the age where the studios just go, green light that. What? It's too long. Cut it down. And now these scenes don't make sense. So now the pacing really sucks because there is a lot of pacing issues where I'm going, how the fuck did he get there? All right. So he's there now. And then, okay, I don't know. It's pretty terrible. And when you watch the original Crow movie, it's just like, okay, it starts off dead. He comes back. It's gothic. It's crazy. And within like 15 minutes, he's already putting on the Crow makeup and he's seeking revenge. Yeah. We're like already like an hour. It takes a long time for him to finally get into the Crow stuff, which, okay, cool. You're going to build up the origin story, but the origin story is not that great when the character, you just don't feel anything for him. He just doesn't, you don't know his backstory. You can't relate to him. He just kind of feels very emo and just kind of sometimes. Unlike, when it came to the Brandon Lee version, he was like, there's a little charm with him. You knew what he was going out for. You knew the fact that it's like, okay, I want to help people as well. This Eric Draven, if that's even his last name, doesn't care about anything else but that. I mean, like the original Crow version, it was like, hey, I'm only out for these guys and I do want to help. And there's these other side characters that he kind of knows. There's, Ernie Hudson, the cop. There's a girl. And it's just like a whole thing. This version, definitely not that. He doesn't give a shit about anybody else. So then of course we get a bunch of weird scenes. They even try to do this attempt to make him funny for one scene, and it's so bad. It's so bad. I went, wow, was that the attempt to actually inject humor into this? That was a nice attempt, but it was really bad. And again, when it came to Danny Houston as the villain, he's a great villain presence. He's he's been around. Anytime he shows up, he usually, he'll work with what he works with, but I really don't understand what the purpose of the villain was actually supposed to do. I mean, the whole thing is he just wants to get this cell phone video that Shelley has. That's all he wants. He wants a cell phone video. He wants to make sure that that's deleted. That's his whole thing in this movie. It's like cell phone video. Get the cell phone video. I'm like, that's it? That's what we're doing here. That's just cell phone video. Okay. And you whisper things into people's ears to cause them to do weird shit. Okay. That's cool. That's fine. And then like the only like good parts I would say that happen in this movie is like when he decides to finally get into the final act, he gets into the full on crow like makeup and everything, and he starts effing dudes up with a sword, and he starts really taking in like, okay, I could do this. So it all takes place at an opera house, which was weird. And I'm like, all right, some cool kills, some cool little like moments when it came to that. That's about it. Other than that, there's like other people involved that he has to kill too. No idea why he needs to kill them. I just know that there is like some kind of secret thing that's happening that's led by Danny Houston. And I don't exactly know what their whole goal in the story actually is, but to end up getting, I guess, killed by the Crow. And then, of course, there's like this middle thing where between, dying and stuff, there's like this middle place that looks like an abandoned like train station type of warehouse thing. And there's water everywhere and there's crows everywhere. And then there's this dude that has almost as bad ADR as Ezekiel in Madam Web. Sometimes it's like, oh, wow, that ADR is really sticking out right there. That's not good. And I'm like, who the fuck is this character? Okay. Again, there's a lot of I think ideas in here that got chopped up and got removed that maybe could have been cool, and the studio just kind of fucked it up again. And then the way that the movie ends, I was going, wow, that's stupid. That's stupid. I don't like how that ends. I guess are you are you setting up something, or is that it's just a one and done? This is gonna not go anywhere. I don't know what's going on. Credits roll. All right. That's what happened. Cool. Then you just walk out and go, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's about it. That's about all I got right there. It's almost as bad as Madam Web. Morbius is better. There's your hot take right there. Morbius is better than The Crow. If I had to choose to watch Morbius or The Crow, I would choose Morbius. That's right, guys. But if I had to choose between The Crow and Madam Web, I'd choose The Crow. So at least there's that. So there's that at least, right? It's just, man. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what exactly they're going for. It's almost going to get to a point where some of this stuff just needs to be a series, and they just need to flesh things out. I don't know. It's pretty interesting when you see something like this. But yeah, it's all good. Like I said, it might work for some people. Maybe like people who didn't like, and I'm kind of curious if anybody who did on the panel who ended up seeing it, I'm kind of curious of what they have to say about it, because you know we'll have some people that have seen it on here, but yeah, we'll get people like hopefully some people, because I would love for somebody to be like, hey, I really enjoyed it, and be like, all right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's see what else. But I'm like, and from what I gathered, I think the budget was $80 million. $80 million for The Crow, and I'm not sure when it comes to like marketing stuff and everything. I don't know. There's certain things where I'm kind of wondering, like, all right, when it comes to promotion, but I heard the budget was like up to like $80 million, and it's not going to make that money back. It's definitely not going to make that money back. But Alien Romulus will be the winner again, it looks like. So, anyways. All right, here we go. Let's see, what do we got here? Let me go through some of this right here. Hey, Chris Balgo's right here. Disney batting 1,000 this week. Nice to see Alien Romulus win. Yeah, I know, right? And then, of course, thank you, Miss Lisa Jackson, for gifting 5 more memberships. You're a doll. You're a doll. I haven't seen it yet, but do I even need one? You could, if you're hesitant by it, I mean, by all means, go check it out. Like, I'm always one of those people that I'm like, hey, if you want to go see it, go see it. I'm not gonna say don't go see it, because we all have different opinions, obviously, But yeah. you heard what I had to say. I've been drawing a Lego Batman 2 lately. That's cool. And yeah, if you're looking forward to The Crow, by all means, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, ugh. Hey, Dave, what up? I'm doing good. I just saw the new Crow. My thoughts on it. What the fuck did I just watch? And see, a lot of people saying that. Howdy, Dave. Hopefully Beetlejuice 2 would be good. Yeah, I have high hopes for Beetlejuice 2. It looks like there's no real, like, movies next week. So I'm not going to be seeing a movie next week, because I already have dinner planned for next Thursday. So, so I definitely won't be seeing a movie next week. But then the week after, of course, there's Beetlejuice. What's going on, Venomwire? Good to see you. We got Carrie right here. What's happening, sir? Yeah, it's pretty bad. I would say, I mean, but it's up to you. Like I said, it's you. Tony, movie, Chappie, D9, Neil Blomkamp fan. Good to see you. I got back from watching the Crow remake, and I like it and appreciate the new and unique take and style. There you go. Nothing wrong with that. Dave, it looks like you need to rewatch Deadpool and Wolverine again. Just clench your... No, I need to watch the original Crow again, which I probably will sometime this weekend. Because, I really dug that. I know the Crow puts on makeup. What? Let's hope Skarsgård gets to do a passion project. He'll be all right. Like I said, I mean, he wasn't terrible. There were some times where I was going, oh man, I'm just not feeling this version of the character. I'm just not feeling it. So I was just looking at IMDb reviews, and through all one star reviews, you see some 10s in there. And after clicking on their account, it's only movie they reviewed. Suspicious. There's always that little suspicion right there. So you'd watch Thor: Love and Thunder over The Crow? Ooh, man. Gun to my head. Probably would, just for Natalie Portman. Just for Natalie Portman. She's a selling point. She would be the only, like, real selling point. Because, yeah. Yeah. Budgeting was t-shirts and posters, not that much. Well, I'm just going by what I was told about the budget, that it got inflated. I sent some people to seeing it's been split down the middle so far. There you go. What did you think of the? Oh, yeah. Well, Willie will probably be joining later, so get his take on it too. Get his take, but yeah. Whoops, forgot my bottle. Anyways, all right. Sunglasses off. Sunglasses off. All right, I think that's pretty much it. Make a Film Junkie shirt in the crow font. Yeah, I could do that. I did that for the Matrix. I had some ideas. I was like, it'd be cool just to have the logo and various different awesome movies. But yeah, I could have one in the I could have something. Could do something like that. Maybe, just maybe, but we'll see. All right, let's go ahead and start inviting some peeps in here. Let's put the background. All right, let's first we got Scott. What's up, Scott? Drinking a Guinness tonight?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
I've never really been big on Guinness. I'm not gonna lie.
And that is a character flaw that I forgive you for, only because I love our friendship too much. I look past certain things.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't drink it. I'm just saying I prefer, something else. It's just, it took me a little bit. I mean, you ever had what are they? There's like, you ever mixed it with, I think it's like Newcastle or there's something.
Black and tan.
Black and tan, yeah. Where you have like the half and half kind of thing.
Yeah, because one's an English beer, one's an Irish beer.
Already hitting you there, Scott.
I know. What can I say? That's what I love. Because I even have like a drop of Guinness from when I went to Dublin.
Yeah.
So this is when you've had it from the holy source.
So, that's what I hear. I hear that it's like, I've seen like beer tours and stuff like that, and everybody goes, "Oh my god, it's so much better!" Like, and I'm like,
no, I hate to sound like a cliche. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, when you're literally getting it from the Guinness nipple. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Because trust me, when I was in Dublin, I think I did it in the same day. I hit the Guinness factory and I hit the Jameson distillery. Oh. I went home a happy man that night.
Oh, I'm sure you were. Yeah, you were nice and happy. And man, you're already pixelating. Jeez, of course. It's because you're drinking that Guinness. But go ahead and pop in. Yeah. Hopefully it won't be too bad this day. But we got Phil and we got Chris joining in right now.
Howdy.
Hey. How you guys doing today?
I'm glad it's Friday.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
See, you come back, Scott, and everybody, the gang's here.
All right, Phil. Let me. I saw The Crow today too. By the way,
I didn't see it.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
But I saw your comments and your and I want to have a discussion here because I'm here to offer a different perspective from Dave. Apparently, I missed his drinking review because I was getting the kids in bed. I caught the tail end enough to know how Dave feels about it. So I can clearly say I'm going to have a different reaction from Dave.
There you go. Chris, did you see it?
No.
Okay.
No. So you can spoil away. It's I'll eventually
see really to spoil, to be honest.
Oh, okay,
really,
good.
Yeah, they're really now that I will agree with Dave on 100%. I mean,
so I saw everything I needed in the trailer.
Essentially.
Well, I mean, it's a Crow movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the first one.
I like Salvation.
Which one's
Salvation wasn't bad.
It's the third one.
That was the second. I thought Salvation. Okay, City of Angels, right? Was the second one.
So it's
okay.
Crow, City of Angels, Salvation.
Salvation was that the one?
Not the Nicolas Cage City of Angels.
No. Oh God. That's where that's why we'll never get rid of that Goo Goo Doll song. Anyways, it's a good song though. It was actually in Deadpool and Wolverine. Anyway,
yes, it was in Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yes, it was.
Not a bad song. It was just kind of funny how it's always funny when a song from like a popular band, like a song blows up that's part of a movie soundtrack. It's just, I don't know. I love that though.
I always think about one of the ones I always think about is effervescence being on Daredevil.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's it called? Dun, dun, dun.
Bring me to life.
Up
Bring me.
inside. Yeah, it's a good song. But yeah, it was funny because you heard it on the radio, and then of course it was part of Daredevil, and I was like, oh yeah, and then it gets boosted a little bit. It's pretty cool. But what were we talking about? Yeah, when it comes to so you had it was like City of Angels and Salvation. That's not the Edward Furlong one, right? Edward
Furlong did Wicked Prayer with Eric Boyanez and Tara Reid.
And there was one with Kirsten Dunst in it, right? Was that the one?
Salvation.
That is Salvation. Oh. Who was the crow in that?
That was a young gentleman by the name. The character's name was Alex Corvus. Okay. And the actor escapes me at the moment. Hold on.
Like he escaped death?
Yes.
Zing. It is kind of interesting because those, the sequels that came out, it was like, because I think the second one, the City of Angels one, was supposed to still be Eric Draven, right?
No, that was something Ash.
Okay, so that was somebody else. He just looked like him because the other ones didn't look like Brandon Lee, but I don't know why. I mean, I barely watched I remember I think it was recently actually. I think it was the Salvation one. I think it was on like something. I just had it on in the background. It's very B-roll, but it's just whatever.
Yes, it is.
Very, very B-roll, but
I think actually, speaking of that, Dave, I think that's why we Dave and I talked a little Crow after Fanimated stream because we were like going to see it, and Dave thought he remembered correctly that when we hit the Crow and Squadcast movies back when we had our Patreon, I don't have this nostalgic love for the original Crow film. I actually didn't even see the Crow until watching it for that Squadcast movies episode.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I don't have an attachment, and I don't really like. It was one of those I watched that one time, and I was good. It's like I didn't need to. I'm good for not having to watch it again. So I was going into this Crow movie going, okay, I'm going to watch this one, and I'm not going to be one of these nostalgic fanboys pining after the 90s version. I'm really just going to watch this movie for what this movie is. And so, I mean, my expectations weren't terribly high. It's a Lionsgate movie.
I know had a fucking bad year.
Huh?
Lionsgate has had a fucking bad year.
They have.
Yeah, they've struck out a lot.
Yeah. Because I mean, funny enough, a lot of Bill Skarsgård, because Boy Kills World was another one.
I want to see that.
That's good. Okay, that is good. I will defend the fuck out of that movie. That movie is awesome.
That looks like that to me. When I saw the trailer, and I didn't catch it in theater, sadly. To me, it felt like it was like a Crank type of movie or a Shoot 'em Up type of movie, where it's just like.
It's its own flavor. I mean, dude, you're gonna have a fun time watching.
Yeah, that's what I think. I'm like, this just seems like there's a little bit of a story, and it's just crazy fucking action.
It's like, I think the way I described it the last time we talked about it was basically like Deadpool and John Wick had a child in a trailer park.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I would say that's fairly accurate.
That is very accurate.
And the voice in his head is fucking Bob's Burgers. It's Bill Skarsgård as a mute character voiced by Bob from Bob's Burgers.
Oh, yeah, the narration.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The narration sells that movie.
Oh, God.
And then, that kind of voice to
the
language.
Even when I said I like The Crow, like I enjoyed the comic. I liked the movie for what it was, the first one.
Yeah.
But I don't feel the need to see any more. Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of where I'm at.
And Chris, I feel like after watching this movie, I think where I land is I've never read the comic. I've only seen that first movie, and now I've seen this movie. It's just not a character that I'm drawn to. Sure. I mean, because even watching this movie, I ended up landing on about 3 stars. Like it does what it needs to do to be a Crow movie, but and just as a movie, it's fine. It's fine. I enjoyed parts. The action, especially when you get to the opera house scene, is crazy. But the character and the concept just isn't something that speaks to me. Like, I'm not grungy. I'm not 90s grunge kind of. I mean, even this movie that takes place in modern day, you still have kind of that 90s grunge. Like,
it's more 2000s emo to me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
but still,
right.
that whole scene is not my scene. I mean, come on, I'm basic white boy. Yeah. So you
you cornflake.
I am vanilla.
Vanilla.
I am vanilla as Bluebell ice cream. What can I say? but so that's the part that doesn't appeal to me, only because it's like, but that's going to happen to any Crow movie. It's just that me realizing this is not a character for me. This is not a franchise for me. So watching the movie, it was entertaining. There were some really cool shots in it, and it wasn't edited. It wasn't edited to fuck. Like, that's what I was afraid was going to happen, was that it was going to feel like Morbius, or like some of these Sony Marvel movies where you just go, dear God, can someone just take some Ritalin when they're in the editing room? And
I can only turn off my brain for so long.
I know, right? Well, no, or it's like snap, snap, snap. This movie, actually, I'll be honest, there were parts of the movie where it actually had a pace where I started to get a little sleepy while watching it. But
a theme with this one.
But I say that because I also was expecting to be like ADHD during the movie, and it didn't do that. And so while I got a little sleepy, I was pleased that it wasn't, attacking my senses. And
interesting.
And it's funny too, because like, when it comes to that opera house scene, and like that's probably the best part of the movie. And there's some really cool,
the big action moment.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool, like it's like, all right, so he's just gonna go there and start effing guys up with his sword, and they're shooting at him and doing all the stuff, and he's taking shots, like, getting stabbed, getting shot, getting all the stuff. And it's like, there's some cool kills that he has and cool things. But yeah, I mean, like, I'll say, like, when it comes to that scene, cool. And I wish there was like a little bit more of that, but there is a lot. I mean, it's final act, and that's him just finally going, all right, I am who I am. I got to do this thing. And now I'm full on. I'm just going to like just walk over and just start fucking guys up. Okay. But at the same time, it takes a lot to get there.
Well, but okay, in defense of that though,
okay,
at least the movie spent time trying to build up.
Trying.
Shit. And at least an attempt was made versus a movie that didn't even give two shits.
True.
I mean,
true that.
I mean, that, once again, coming from my perspective, I was like, well, it was like someone was making the effort to make a real movie here, instead of just slapping some shit together and calling it
The Crow.
A day.
Yeah.
There was some attention paid to some parts of this movie, not to all of the movie, but it never looked like shit. That's the thing. It never looks bad.
No, it's shot pretty well.
It was shot very well.
Yeah, I wanted more of that dark, rainy, I guess, aesthetic, like the original a little bit. And there was moments that it had that, and I was like, oh, okay, But yeah, you're right. It's not shaky cam and not like crazy. It's actually is shot pretty.
The action scenes are allowed to play out. They're not cut all to hell.
Yeah.
So I mean, exactly. The most cutting you get in the scene is, in my opinion, some kind of cool back and forth between the opera that's being performed and the fight scene.
Okay.
Like,
they try to do a little R2 thing, and I was like,
it was a little, once again, while it wasn't 100% successful, I appreciated an attempt.
Yeah, it was an attempt. My whole thought was like, nobody in the opera hears the gunshots. Okay.
They're singing really loud.
I know, I get it. I was really like, that's a little too nitpicky. I get it. But that was just that's where my brain went a little bit. I was like, but that's a little too
But
nitpicky.
Phil, you also have to understand that, once again, I'm coming from the perspective of someone that, because I have the AMC A-list,
Doesn't cost you anything.
It doesn't cost me anything. Yeah. I will. So going to see an 11 a.m. matinee today because I actually had the Friday off from work. Yeah. It was like,
well, dude, I mean, that's the thing. I love going to movies on Thursdays. And yeah, I mean, I had the choice. I could have went and saw the Pussy Island movie that Zoe Kravitz
Blink Twice.
Yeah, it was originally called like the running title. But
I could have did that. That's the title.
That was a running title for a bit, but I could have did that, but I was like, nah, that seems like something I'll put on when it's on streaming. It was like even though I was like, I had low expectations. I'm like, man, this is probably gonna suck. I still enjoyed watching it and just being like, yep, this is, and just kind of doing the whole what, even sitting in my chair by myself, just what, like
So, I think my big thing is just that I want what I would say to some of these people who are just review bombing it right now is it because you love the 94 version?
It's going to be partially that.
It's funny. Yeah. It's funny because like when I did my show, not even 3 hours ago, I looked at, God forbid, the Devil Fruit site just to see what critics were saying. More often than not, they were comparing it to the 94 movie. Of course,
which is an apples to oranges kind of thing. It's you can't do that without having some people just going, really? How?
Yeah, and I guess for me, when it comes to my perspective on like the whole Crow franchise, is like I think I'm probably the odd man out in that I've seen. I think Dave probably has too, but like I've seen all of the other ones. So I've seen Crow, City of Angels, Salvation, Wicked Prayer. And there's a decrease in quality with each movie, but like when it came to this one, I wanted to like try and get out to see it. We had some family stuff we had to take care of this week regarding my grandmother and her health. But yeah, I wanted to. I'll probably try and get to it this weekend. But I don't know. Like I want to see it, but I don't have like the highest expectations for it. Because I saw the first movie when I was like 6 years old. There are a couple movies that informed my childhood: Batman Forever, Terminator 2. No, actually, Terminator and Terminator 2, Scream, and The Crow. Like at 6 years old, those movies might either do you good or fuck you up. A little bit of both for me. And
I've got those movies, Phil. I understand. I'm with you. Just go 10 years prior, and I got that. I'm with you on this one.
Yeah, and like when it came to this one, I was kind of hot on the trailer, but after time waned, and you just get a real good look at things. I was like, yeah, I don't know. The whole bit of him having tattoos, I was like, that's a choice. That's very much a choice. But at the same time, like going through all those reviews on RT, I was just like, well, okay, are you watching the fucking movie to compare it to the 94 movie, or are you watching the movie to fucking give the movie the merit on its own merits? Like, what are we really doing here?
It's not
the latter. It's the former. No. And I'm just like, then what the fuck did you even bother seeing the movie for?
It was almost like they went into saying it's never going to live up to it, so it's automatically going to be bad.
Bingo. Right. And then alternatively at the same time, though, is like that 94 movie is very seminal because of the things that transpired while making that movie. So it's like,
which really is hard to separate it from it.
Bingo. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. I honestly, like, I kind of go back to what, William and I kind of talk about when it comes to Crow. They shouldn't have made it Eric Draven and Shelley again. They should have done like somebody else and just made it another.
That's part of the character, the fact that it does that. We're going to bring some other peeps in here. We got William and we got Rhea that are
speaking of which.
Hey.
How's
my mic, by the way? I've been having some
You're good.
hit or miss.
Yeah, good.
You're good.
Awesome. Thank you.
Outside of the 80 mil, I don't think they spent more on the budget because we got these things.
I need it.
I got plenty for you.
I'm still waiting on that Monkey Man shirt, William.
I got plenty.
I'll give you 5.
You have a couple other T-shirts I'm going to be sending you. I don't want to send one T-shirt at a time because the post.
I'm going to pick it up when I come.
Yeah,
out there.
I have yours over here.
Oh, by the way, William, I'm representing your town right now.
Oh, Vegas. Then we got these.
Oh, because of 9 Fine Irishmen.
It's in New York.
Oh, that's in New York. Nice.
Yeah, I dig the font on the shirt. It reminds me of the Cure, low key.
This wasn't expensive, but they did it.
You can send me one.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I got a pile of.
Oh, it's long sleeve. That's cool.
Yeah, they're all long sleeve, and then there's tattoos, and then there's this.
I'll finally have tattoos.
Ooh, that will help me with a potential femme Eric Draven cosplay.
There you go.
That being said, listen, I say this a lot. Some movies just shouldn't be made, and I always get pushback. Well, you shouldn't say that. Shut up with that. All right, some movies just.
It is your opinion, William. So no, you have your right.
Yeah.
Here's
the
it's
problem.
just confusing when you say like, "Oh, I love this movie," but it shouldn't have been made. I'm just like,
here's the thing.
Pick a lane.
No.
Wait, did you actually love this movie, William?
No, I didn't see it, and I'm not going to comment on the content. But here's the problem: whether
you
I
guys
love
just
a
had
movie or not.
You guys just had a watch party for the '94 film.
Yeah, we just did the actual. Whether I love a movie or not, some movies I love still shouldn't be made. There's my passion. No, because here's the thing.
Make it make sense.
You have to have an appeal. It's business. My passions in a company's business aren't the same thing. So when you conceive of something like this right here was dead on conception. This Crow movie was dead on conception.
They've been trying to get this made for a while, I've heard.
Yeah, and that should have been their first clue. I have some people who like the movie, that I've seen that like the movie. That doesn't mean it should be made. So there's a difference between liking something and understanding that overall it was a poor decision to even.
I think in the right hands it could have been. I don't know.
Here's the thing.
I mean, I know you. I mean, out of all of us, you probably have more knowledge of the actual character. Yeah. Because I think you've talked about it on here before. Mm-hmm. Like you've read the books. You even have some books.
Yeah, we got them here. I got some. I mean, but here's the thing, though. Where it died were 2 words. Eric Draven.
Okay, so it shouldn't have been him. But the thing is, though, this is not even Eric Draven, to be honest. It's just like if you even go on IMDb, they don't even list the last name. It just says Eric.
Well, they marketed with us as Eric.
I know.
Draven,
I mean, I get that, but I mean, he's not the musician, dude. I mean, there's a part where he does briefly play like.
So they're named Eric and Shelley, but it's not explicitly made known that it's Eric.
So
they never say his last name, nor is his last name listed in the credits.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, and then of course you have like zero backstory. You just when you see him for the first time, he's just in this recovery center. You have no idea why.
Zero backstory. You get like
not
a
zero.
flash. Yeah, that's a little hyperbolic, Dave.
No. Okay, so what exactly was that opening scene?
No, it was impressionistic without actually telling me anything. That's for damn sure. I'm not gonna lie there. But
yeah, it was
zero though.
Do you need the movie to spoon feed you the plot?
Here's the thing.
No, I just need a little bit of backstory.
I'm just joking.
Character. I know, no, that's the thing. It's like, but I'm like, why was he in recovery? That's the thing. We know why she goes in there, which was a very stupid reason, but I understand the reason. Let me bump into a cop and some drugs fall out. Now I'm in recovery. What? Okay, sorry.
Yeah. There's a handful of movies where the atmosphere and there's just too many things that you cannot create to have the premise matter. And when you have to change so much, you just might as well start making a new movie. Don't even call it The Crow. Call it something else. Call it whatever you want it to be for 2024. But there's too many things that made The Crow successful that you will never, ever be able to replicate. So they should have stopped with 1994. If you were going to revisit The Bird, which is what the only thing that you should ever see again is The Crow. You should never hear of Eric Draven again. If you're doing The Crow right, you hear of Eric Draven for one night, that's it. And The Bird picks someone else throughout its thousands of years of mythology.
Well, and that's to Will's point, that's also how, going back to what Dave has talked about, that's how you bring the mask back. Because it's not Stanley Ipkiss, it's the mask. Because the mask can take over
big head
anybody.
Yeah.
I know. See, now I remember when Deadpool came out, I'm like, all right, so where's the actual source, like the actual authentic mask movie? Where's that? Because I'm thinking, I was like, R-rated, breaking the fourth wall. I mean, that's the mask. But obviously it's like, he jumps around. I mean, whoever puts on the mask basically turns into their version of Big Head, as they call him. And I'm like, where's that at? And then it's just been so long, and now that I've seen this, I'm going, oh shit, maybe not. Like if it gets in the wrong hands, oh no. But who knows? I mean, I don't know. It's just like one of those things where I think in the right hands there could have been something here. I mean, to me, it's just like it just seemed like the people who were making it went, all right, here's the mythology of the crow. Let's just base everything off that. We're not gonna like go deep into the actual source material. We're just gonna take the actual what the crow is about, and then we're just gonna make our movie on that. Like it not necessarily needs to be anything. I don't know. That's just what
then you're just making another movie. You just wasted the label, because that makeup, and that's where the Crow movies afterwards just really kind of made me that makeup. If you watch the Crow, and we were discussing that the other night, the reason why that makeup looks that way, in both in the books and in the original movies, it's the first thing he sees when he realizes what he is. That mask that's hanging on the mirror, and he emulates his mask. That is exclusive to Eric Draven. Period. You should never see that again. You should never see anything that looks like that again. But it shouldn't. Similar. You read the kitchen sink press books and those things. There are different circumstances that befell the people that he visits, and they look like the circumstances they are in. And they just never did that. You could do a Crow movie and probably have it be real successful, but you got to let go of that safe place of, even though they didn't want to call it Eric Draven, the stuff that they gave me to read on the air was clearly Eric fucking Draven, because that's what it said. So they're in that safe spot. But once again, and I hate to say this, I said it last night, if Brandon Lee doesn't die during the making of that movie loses money and it ends up in Blockbuster sooner than later. It doesn't hurt Brandon Lee. No, I will bet you everything.
What about like the cult classic recouping its losses
years later? Yes, years and years later. But that summer of 1994, no. I'm seeing that sitting next to something else at Blockbuster. And I hate to say that, because Crow's one of my all-time favorite movies. It doesn't deserve that fate, but you got to separate fanboy bullshit and actual reality. I love the movie, but no one knew what that character had been around for 6 years. No one knew what the Crow was. One knew it.
But to Will's point, back in 1994, I only know about that movie because people were talking about the death.
Exactly. Most people did. That movie bombs, unfortunately. It bombs. And I'm not saying that as somebody who hates the movie, but nobody knew what the Crow was. Brandon Lee was known because he was the son of Bruce Lee. Even that's not fair, because he had roles. He had movies, but that was it. It wasn't the internet age that most people found out about the Crow, that the movie was even in existence the day Brandon Lee died. So now you're trying to replicate things that you can never and probably never want to.
Oh, they weren't trying to replicate.
Oh, no, I mean what you mean. But why even do, if you're going to do the Crow, the bird, start with the Crow and leave everything else behind. Start with the Crow and what that bird, the magic that bird has, leave everything else behind. I think they'd be better off, and I think there's still a chance somewhere down the line that somebody does it. Maybe
the movie had a budget of $23 million, and the box office for the original Crow in 1994 was $94 million. I'm not sure that's a bomb, buddy.
No.
He's saying it would have bombed if Brandon Lee hadn't died.
Yeah, so it was before we already heard it. We already heard about it. So yeah, okay.
I guess just to William's point, I guess I'll use myself for an example. When I was watching The Crow as a kid, an adolescent, I hadn't even realized that the main actor Brandon Lee had passed away until I got online and started reading more about the character and the lore and stuff. I mean, I might have been one of few, but yeah, I'm just sort of using myself as a case study for the cult classic sort of legacy, I guess, of that IP, apart from just Brandon Lee passing away.
Right. But I think Will's point, Rhea, and I kind of agree, and where I'm agreeing with him is just that, but he's talking about the immediate box office in 94. It made, like Phil was saying, it made bank in 94.
Yep.
But it made bank, what Will is saying, and I would probably agree, primarily because it had the macabre factor of people going to the theater to see it because they heard that the lead died while filming because of a tragic accident. That's what drew people to the box office in 94.
Oh no, I hear what you're saying. I guess it, hypothetically speaking, I'm saying if that tragedy hadn't have happened, I do think that there might have been, some like, residual sort of like long-term cult classicness, like, there,
Absolutely. And one of my favorite movies is Blade Runner, and that's definitely what happened to Blade Runner.
Yeah, we've definitely gone over that. Yeah. Blade Runner, like I said, that both of those movies bombed, but you know what? But when it comes to The Crow, the soundtrack would have probably carried it a lot more. But that budget was inflated too, because it wasn't the original budget. The original budget got ballooned because of the effects they had to do to superimpose Brandon Lee at that time, which was very hard to do, his face on there. So like I said, it was a risk, but it was something, like I said, that's literally goes right into the bin and maybe is revered because of the soundtrack, because The Big Empty is in the fucking movie for 4 seconds and they use that song to market that entire campaign back in 90. And also here in Vegas, there were theaters that were not planning on carrying The Crow. It was one of those movies that would get like a small whatever. The theaters after that, they added theaters to here. I remember I saw it in a theater that was not originally going to be carrying it, but because of the hype, because of the macabre, they added screenings and they added theaters to it. So I hate to say it, because like I said, I think The Crow is one of the most accurate comic book movies ever made, even though they changed 2 major factors in it. Yeah. But once again, me loving it and it being successful, if he doesn't die, are 2 different things, unfortunately.
It captures the spirit of the book well enough, I think. Yeah. Like I think that would be the best way to say it personally.
Like the death scene is completely different.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, and like even the look of Eric is slightly different too, because in the comic his hair's a little more spikier, all over the place, like frizzier. Yeah. And even like the real tragedy of the fact, like the fact that Brandon Lee unfortunately fucking died making the movie, and like Eric Draven, the main character, that's the theme of the fucking book and the entire story, is like the main character always dies. Honestly, when I think of like the sequels, I think the closest one that kind of comes close enough to stand apart but still follows a similar path in certain respects is probably Salvation. That's probably the closest and truest sequel of them all, because it's not tied to Draven by any means by any means whatsoever. It takes on a different person. It's not the same Crow, but it's the same idea that a Crow carries someone to the afterlife, but they're stuck in limbo, so they have to do this thing to carry their soul to the afterlife, and it's just has a nice cast to it. And even though it's B-roll, I think ultimately of all the sequels, it's probably the best one. But is that bar really high? No, not particularly.
No, and like I said, I would like the next person who does a Crow, like I said, is just got to take a completely different circumstance, and that circumstance has to be the face of the movie, because even with all the other Crow movies, somebody else's circumstances is bleeding over into what they're trying to do, or to whatever degree, and I think it's going to shoot them in the foot every single time until they depart from that. But
just take a Dan Trachtenberg type of approach to it. Set it in a completely different time period.
World War II, Holocaust. Set it in the Holocaust.
I was thinking
that's a good idea.
Colonial times, revolutionary times. Yeah,
because that bird has thousands of years of history to him.
Right.
Yeah, you could do something like that instead, and maybe that's what they'll do next time. But Rhea, you saw it, right?
Yeah, I just got back from the theater to watch it, and I sent Dave like a picture of like, look how crowded my theater is.
Yeah. Very empty. It was mine. There's probably like 3 other people in my theater.
There was
they started piling in 30 minutes later.
There was about 6 or 8 people in my theater at 11 in the morning today.
That's a packed house.
For 11, yeah.
Yeah, that time of morning.
But what were your initial thoughts?
Yeah, so I guess like I'm biased, I tend to go into movies like looking for redeeming qualities out the gate. So and I'm a big fan of Bill Skarsgård, so that movie automatically got like 8 points. So I enjoyed it. I loved his scenes, although I wouldn't say that he's like, there wasn't a lot of strong acting, and I wouldn't really like consider Bill like a strong actor per se, and what little outside of Pennywise, for like obviously, but like just like him as like just a regular dude. Like his line delivery, especially in this movie, was very stoic, very just like monotone. In fact, I think a lot of characters really had some monotone line delivery, and it was kind of jarring. A lot of sentences, but not so much speaking to one another, like for the most part, even
talking
when
at someone instead of talking with someone.
Yes, especially even like with the Afterlife guide or whomever, like I'm sorry, are we doing spoilers?
Who was that guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
He had like some weird, like even some ADR was like loud. I don't know, it was weird. But before you continue, I know, William, you got to go because you have another engagement.
Yeah, I got another interview, and then I'll pop back in after I'm done.
Okay. See ya. Anyways, continue.
Yeah, so although I am completely biased, but I will acknowledge, some of the flaws that I picked up on that made the movie a little hard to watch. And to your point, Dave, about the ADR, because we know that this movie went through so many production issues, even though it started in 2022, leading into now when it finally got released, I'm wondering if like that was because of like, additional changes, even after they kind of settled on the cast and somewhat of a plot. So maybe the plot and dialogue went through additional changes down the road. So there's a lot of folks like you can't see them speaking, and then like the ADR comes in, and it's a little distracting as well, because it's like so obvious that, or to me it was so obvious, what was going on, as far as like, oh, I wonder if they had to fix that in post or something.
That's interesting. I didn't pick up on that, and I remember seeing that with Birds of Prey. That was the one that I went, oh my god, here's some ADR where they changed the plot because you don't see their mouths moving. But I didn't pick up on that, Rhea. But
well, it's more like they did a better job of like when the coverage is on somebody else. Like I felt it a lot when it came to that, whoever that dude was in the fucking limbo place.
Yeah, the wizard guide.
Yeah, who we don't even know exactly who the hell that guy is, but it's just like, hey, if you love her, you have powers, go kill people.
It's just but logical, very straightforward. You understand what you need to do.
I mean, obviously there's a little bit more to it, but that was essentially the condensed
the crux. He got the briefing.
Yeah.
But the deal is broken the second that you doubt her, or it wasn't even doubt, it was just sort of like being shook at real life, like finding out the truth about her past actions being possessed by the antagonist in the movie. And I was like, that's not fair. Like, that's a very human reaction to see like your significant other like just being possessed and literally like shivving someone. So I didn't think that was fair. I was like, come on, guide, like they could still you could still fulfill the original contract of allowing Eric to go to live with Shelley if he kills the antagonist. And then I was like, okay, so if he agrees to take her place in hell after killing the antagonist, like that was I just felt like that was unfair. And then the ending, like, I didn't really see him descend into hell either. So it kind of left the door open for a sequel. And I'm like, how is that possible? Why would that be when, he fulfilled his quest, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I was there with you. My biggest criticism was I felt like Danny Houston was utterly underused in this entire movie.
100%.
I mean, you have Danny Houston.
I don't know what he wanted. He wanted to get the cell phone video, and I'm like, is that the only thing that we're going for here? Like, is there anything? What else does he want to accomplish? Being like this kind of
his character was terribly underwritten and could have had so much more. Could have had more screen time to be.
Well, yeah, could have way more screen time, and then God, there was another point I was gonna make, and I totally just forgot it right now. But it was okay. Oh yeah, so yeah, even speaking of like, when Shelley knows what she did and she doesn't want to tell Eric, and she literally goes, if I tell you, you won't love me. I'm like, you're kind of running that risk no matter what. If somebody's telling me I don't want to tell you something because if I tell you it's so bad, you're gonna fall out.
Sure, honey, just it'll be okay. We'll have something hanging over us.
It's like, you might as well say it, because I'm already going, Jesus Christ, red flags all over the place. Like, what are we doing here? I was just like, really? Like, just but at the same time, it's like, it's a video of you getting the little whisper thing from the dude, which is his power to make you do something bad. I think he might understand that. It was just, I don't know. I just started laughing.
It's just not worth the risk. We have to be together.
His character wasn't called Top Dollar this time around, was it?
No.
I don't even know what his character was called. He
Rogue.
just opera.
Mr. Rogue.
Mr. Rogue. Okay.
Yeah. I was.
And then he had a bunch of henchmen that just showed up, and they just showed up, and
henchman things.
Things happened, and they had side characters that they try to, obviously they showed in the montage of them falling in love with each other. There's like a dude who did tattoos. Don't know what his name was, but he was conveniently placed where, Eric shows up. I need a gun. And he had a gun. There you go. You got your gun.
Or Doritos bag, something. It was
something. He had it in a bag. Yeah, it was.
No, Rhea. That's one of those Hollywood tropes where when we buy a gun illegally, we always have it in a paper bag, like it's my lunch to school.
Oh yeah, drinking 40s out of a paper bag outside the liquor store. I'm all about that.
Yeah,
that's so I was going to mention the use of the katana, or it's probably not a katana. I'm blanking on like the short blade.
It's a little short. It's a little short to be a katana. Yeah.
Yeah. What did
yeah. It was kind of cool because all right, it's got a weapon.
It came out of nowhere, but
I kind of like when he finally puts on the makeup stuff and he just grabs it, and you see like a poster of the samurai dude, and then it's like, okay, he's got that. And I'm just kind of going, all right, does he really? I was trying to think. I was like, well, even going back to the 94 version, he never really had anything. And what I liked about the 94 version was the fact that he used some of his powers, and he was a good guy. And he was like, he had Ernie Hudson, the cop who was trying to be good in a really fucked up Detroit, and he was trying to be a good cop. And then you had, of course, the girl who knew who Eric was, who was friends with him, and then of course. Her mom was like a drug addict, and there was like that scene where he's like holding onto her wrist and he's like forcing the drugs out of her veins, just shit like that, which I was like, that's cool. I like that kind of stuff. And even like when he gets that last, he doesn't want to kill innocent people who are just like in the way. Like when he literally shows up to that room where all the bad guys are, he just goes, everybody else can leave. I'm here for this motherfucker. Unlike this version goes, fuck you, slice, fuck you. You guys are just here for a paycheck. I don't care. I'm killing you. And it was just kind of like, oh, okay. So he's just killing fucking henchmen to get to the people he needs to kill. And I'm just like, all right, it's cool to look at. But at the same time, you're just killing a bunch of innocent people, essentially. And I'm like, the Brandon Lee one didn't do that. He was like, I don't care about you guys. I'm not going to kill you. I want to kill this guy. That's just me.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you because at one point I'm like, okay, it's not even about Shelley anymore. Like,
no.
What is his motivation at this point? And even the ending, in my opinion, kind of left off like he said a line. I'm blanking on what the line was. It's like, oh, like knowing Shelley's safe and her love is in my heart, blah blah blah. I'm hella badly paraphrasing.
I have the memory of it. Yeah,
and it's like that's good enough almost.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay, clearly, like there's something there where he's driven by just like emptiness. In fact, I think that there is he hates himself. I think like the female antagonist like pointed that out. Like she mentioned something about seeing it in his eyes, and she mentioned something about
she compares him to Mr. Rogue or whatever.
Yes, and
like, you have the same look on your face as he does, and because he hates himself, he just hides it better. He says it was a good line. That was a good line. I like that.
Yeah. But yeah, all that to say like that, I think, apart from, rescuing Shelley, there's just something there where like he's so like detached and doesn't show like any real like connection to life anymore. And it didn't really feel like he did when he was living either. Like Shelley gave him a reason to live. So now that he can't be with her in life, like it's like, where do you go from here? Are you just sort of like a creature of like vengeance? Are you driven to like avenge other folks? Like, yeah, it was an ambiguous ending, obviously. So I'm kind of wondering where does he go from here if there were a sequel?
There was something that was mentioned in here, and yeah, like I said, we are kind of talking spoilers, but not really. I mean, it's nothing like that's gonna shock you, but at the same time, there was like something that was mentioned when they're in the limbo part from that dude, the wizardy dude, whatever his name was. He talked about how this is like a way to move through, you know, the world. And immediately I went, oh, that's kind of cool. So is this like, you know, it's like the back door. Is Eric going to use this space where he could jump in and out and he could kind of like portal through? And because obviously, like when I think of the Brandon Lee version, there's times where, yeah, he is kind of like a ghost and he moves around and he, you know, he just pops up and then disappears, pops up, disappears. I'm like, oh, is this going to be like how they explain that? Nope. No, he literally drives a car after the opera house to the bad guy's house. Like, he just hops into one of the cars and just drives. And I'm like, oh, all right. I guess that idea got thrown out. I'm like, what? And I was like, I thought, you know, yeah, I was like kind of disappointed because I thought that was like, oh yeah, that's kind of like a cool idea. He moves in and out and he could do it like that. And he could travel because he is, you know, essentially a ghost in a way. But yeah, that whole idea just was like, nope. When he got done fucking people up here, he's like, I'm just get in this car.
Oh you know God. What? Like I was a little like thrown off when his original, I guess, like contract where he was not doubting Shelley. He experienced pain. Like, you know, he was what is the word? Invincible or just like immune to death, I guess. But like he still like, you know, felt all the
he's immortal, but doesn't mean that he's like
infallible.
Well, not infallible. It's just because you can't die doesn't mean it's not gonna hurt like hell.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And the reason I say that is because I felt like that was like more compelling than when he made his second contract where he was just, you know, taking bullets left and right. Yeah. And he like, you know, all of a sudden was like an expert at like, you know, using a sword and guns, like any gun at all. So
did you notice also when he came back after the second contract, Bill Skarsgård was like veiny and ripped?
Yes, like on his face. There was like some scars too, which I thought
I noticed that too.
Yeah. No, him being ripped when he came out of like the water. Yeah, there was just some, you know, little like, oh, how did that happen? You know,
he looked like he was
part of you that just went and thank you.
He did look like he was a little bit more like because like before it was like, yeah, he was he's very lean and ripped, but yeah, when he came out of the bathwater, I'm like, all right, did he just like between scenes just do a bunch of get pumped up?
6,000 calories, Dave. 6,000 calories.
Oh yeah, I was reading like
starve yourself of water.
That part too. I was reading some articles in like the Wikipedia of like the movie and its production and stuff, and Bill was like really committed to the role. He would go do Boy Kills World, and then he would go and film this movie right after, and he had like a really rigorous like high red meat, you know, protein diet as well. So he was really you know, invested in it, and so I can appreciate that. I think looking back on knowing that, and then with the movie, I'm not gonna lie, that does sort of like additionally sort of like make me want to like it a little bit more and kind of forgive more of these things. But I am trying to acknowledge that, you know, it's a very, you know, flawed movie.
No, for sure. But I was just, I mean, what I was looking at was like when you see him just shirtless before, because you see him shirtless quite a bit. It's like he's ripped, but it just seems like in that scene, he just, I mean, they definitely, he pumped up. Like he was lifting some weights before that because, you know, how you get that pump. And, you know, actors do it all the time. Where it's like before the scene. I mean, Hugh Jackman, there's even like a picture of him where he's sitting in the back of that car before he makes his like entrance to like get out of the car for that. He's got a cable and has it hooked up to his foot and he's doing that. And I think that's what they kind of, because he did look noticeably like bigger when he got out of that bathtub water, when, you know, he's like, all right, time to fuck some shit up kind of thing. And that was a cool scene, you know, but it was like cool. It was like, it was just kind of like, oh yeah, he did look noticeably like, okay, now it's time to, you know, this shirtless scene, he's going to look a little bit more pumped. And I thought, good on you guys for kind of representing that, because yeah, he was ripped before that, but he was just kind of like, and you know, he didn't put his shoulders back, I guess you could say. You know, there's a difference when you're just kind of slouched, and which he kind of was most of the time. He was kind of just, you know, kind of. And then all of a sudden, when he finally goes, all right, I know what I got to do, it's like gets out of the water and he's just shoulders back, everything's pumped up. Let's fucking do it. And I'm like, man, it almost seemed like, was there like a time period in between this for like a couple of months where Bill got a little bit more, you know
what? In context of the movie, when Shelley is like resuscitated and Eric is just sort of like laying there lifeless, like his lips are blue, like you could tell like he was like there for a little while. I was wondering the same thing about a time jump. I was just like, wait, how much time has passed where Eric was like murking everyone and just like murdering everyone in the opera house.
See, what I thought happened was that time had reversed itself.
Yeah, I kind of just if we're talking about the ending.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
So
yeah.
But
yeah, what were we gonna say?
Well, I'm when we're ready for a segue.
I think we're pretty much kind of done with the.
Well, I want to invite Chris into this discussion.
Okay.
So let's talk about something you guys didn't get to talk about last week, and let's talk about Alien Romulus.
Oh yeah, because Scott is here, and we didn't talk about it as much as we wanted to because we did more of a continuation of Rebel Moon. Rhea, did you see Alien Romulus, by the way?
I didn't. I saw The Crow instead.
Okay.
Rhea, I'm sorry. In the words of the Grail Knight, you chose poorly.
Well, you know what?
Not according to Rhea. She enjoyed it.
I know, right?
Yeah. I do want to see Romulus for sure. So if not this weekend, then into next week.
Ray, do you have a place where you can see it in IMAX?
Yes, I do.
It is actually shot for IMAX, and when I say that, it's because I know when a film is actually shot for IMAX at my IMAX screen. Because if it's not shot for IMAX, I still get the black bars. For Romulus, it was full format. It took over the entire screen, so it's I've learned to get pissed at movies that say see it in IMAX. Then I go see it on an IMAX screen, and it's like.
Not shot in IMAX.
It's just blown up on the big screen.
I hate that.
It's like I still have bars. If you tell me it's an IMAX, I want it to be like
the full fucking screen.
The full fucking screen. So Romulus is the full fucking screen. So just FYI, if it helps you make a choice about where you're going to see the movie, that's what I would recommend.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, definitely go check it out. But yeah, let's talk about that a little bit too. We won't. I mean, there's not really anything like too spoilery we can get it to. I mean, maybe
there are aliens in it.
They're aliens.
They kill people.
They kill people. Chest bursts, face huggers. But
people make dumb decisions.
Yeah.
There may or may not be an android. There's
what?
There's two. But
can I say this? The androids in the Alien universe all been just like, even though some of them suck. Let's face it, David and Ash, they suck.
Bishop rocks.
Yeah. Bishop's the best. He's my favorite. He's my favorite.
Call is a nice addition.
Call. I even said that on Twitter.
Yeah,
I posted about it.
You know what's funny is like I heard you talk about Resurrection. What was it? Wednesday. It was Monday or Wednesday, and I was like, I haven't watched this in a hot minute. So yesterday I was like, fuck it. I turned on Resurrection last night.
You had a good laugh, didn't you?
Oh, I had a great laugh.
You know what? It's one of those where you go, yep, that was something,
Yep.
But there's some moments in there just like it that you can appreciate. I mean, I forgot who directed that. I know who
that was.
Jean's. It's a French.
Never to be heard from again.
Yes, it was like some kind of French name.
The
right?
moment where I laughed the most was when Sigourney Weaver knocked Ron Perlman in the face with fucking basketball.
Yeah. Yep, that's exactly where my head goes.
It's just so fucking like, what the fuck? And then you look at who wrote it and you're like, oh, that makes sense.
Oh, that makes sense.
Dude, that movie is horny as fuck. And then you go, Joss Whedon wrote it. So it's a very horny movie. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like Sigourney Weaver looks, I mean, she's
Sigourney Weaver. I mean,
she's hot as hell in that, like, but yeah, it's a very horny. But going back to the artificial person that's in there, Winona Ryder as Call, I liked her character.
Romulus. The things that really got me about Romulus, because spoiler alert, I loved it. I loved.
You know what just occurred to me?
What?
Both The Crow and Alien Romulus have the same exact budget, $80 million.
I know, right? 80 million. Yeah. One definitely used better use of it than another.
Really? You don't say.
Don't say, really.
You don't say.
But the thing about Alien Romulus is it was great to watch a movie that's supposed to be a scary movie that was not a torture porn gore shock, but actually used suspense, where at several points of the movie, like I was like doing this going, yeah, my heart rate's up right now. And
let me guess. Can I guess real quick?
There were several spots. So just pick one.
So, how about the scene where they had to run through a dark, cold hallway with a bunch of face huggers in it?
Oh, yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. That was one. That was definitely.
Face huggers were all stars in this one. That's
my God.
Yeah, face huggers. I love seeing the face huggers get some love in this movie. But I appreciate the fact that Fede Alvarez used actual
animatronics.
Well, animatronics, yes, but I'm talking about just from a filmmaking standpoint. He understood the value of tension and suspense.
Yeah,
I mean, I saw a tweet where someone was talking about, I think, like his Evil Dead movie, and they were like, "Why didn't he go like gory and gross out like this?" And I'm like, because that's not what Alien.
You don't have to do that.
You get a chest burster. You get a xenomorph like using his second mouth to fucking fuck somebody's eyeball socket. You get a couple of those scenes, but overall, if you think about it, the Alien movies, I would say Alien Covenant is probably the most goriest.
Yes. And even then, it's not that bad.
It's not Evil Dead. When I watched his remake of Evil Dead, I got squirmish as fuck. I was like, good God, dude.
I haven't
seen. She tore her arm off because it was being crushed by that car, and she went. And I was like,
haven't seen his Evil Dead for those reasons.
You probably would. Yeah, you probably would faint.
You'll be in a corner for about a week at least.
Oh, it is so good.
But my point is that also shows how versatile he is as a director. That he doesn't like. That isn't like the bag of tricks that he always like reaches into, because Alien Romulus, when he said in that interview, that was the first one that was, I was talking to Amanda Reviews, and I brought the interview where he said, there's always the debate about Alien versus Aliens, and I wanted to make a movie that felt like both of them. And Amanda told me succeeds. I watched the movie and I went, you got it. You got it. You got it.
Watching Romulus, you can tell he likes all of them.
He likes all of them. Yes.
Well, all of them.
Well, with that, I was listening to a podcast, Epic Film Guys, and they had the perfect line for it. They said, "This is the perfect Alien fan film." Absolutely.
Yes.
This is someone who is, like you said, he is passionate about representing all the films outside of AVP, and his idea for AVP, is better, way better. But you look at all the different winks and nods. You don't have to see one Alien movie before you see this movie. You don't have to.
No.
But if you do, you're going to get the payoffs upon payoffs upon payoffs.
There was a Prometheus call out in this movie.
Yes.
I was like,
a couple of them. Yes.
Yeah.
No, but that's the thing is, like, this is essentially a spin-off of the Alien timeline, because it doesn't really add. I mean, it maybe adds a little bit to the lure of the Alien mythos.
Fossilization, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like you're showing a perspective in this fitting right here, which is between
20 years after Alien, which makes it about 40 years before
Aliens.
Yeah,
because she was in space for 57 years.
Right.
So it's like right there, but it's like, okay, so how do you, so obviously you have Prometheus, Covenant, and Alien before. So how do you represent kind of like stuff like that? And then, but then at the same time, it's like, how do you, when it comes to Aliens, what do you capture with that? And then when I'm hearing the firing of the guns, I'm like, I know that sound.
I know that sound.
That sounds like the guns from fucking Aliens right there. Thank you, Fede. I love you for that.
And the call out to the Colonial Marines, and you're just like, okay.
And then when he's teaching her how to use the gun, same thing, little callback right there.
Yep.
And the mechanisms for the doors are straight up from Alien Isolation.
Oh yeah, that's
yes.
right. He even said that was one of the reasons why he wanted to make this movie, because he was playing
isolation.
Yep. Yeah, he was playing that game, and he was like, "Why have we not done?"
But it does so much in the sense like the people that have problems with Prometheus.
Yes.
Oh,
I think they do. He does a very good job of filling in some of those holes that people tried to poke in Prometheus, and they try to say like, this is what matters. It all traces back to this, and this is what they were searching for all this time.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I feel like this actually makes Covenant better.
It does.
It makes a lot of the experimentation that David does more palpable, because in Romulus, this movie, like the whole Romulus station is like, oh, we're gonna take what David did and amp it up to a fucking next level. Like we're gonna take this fossilized.
He's the reason. It all traces back. Yeah,
exactly.
And
dude,
the only I because I don't want to spoil anything for Rhea, because I love we're talking about things.
We're talking about minor.
Rhea, are we talking around things enough that you're okay? Like.
So I don't mind spoilers because they're out of context of like the plot when I'm experiencing it in real time. So it's
okay.
We won't say like what happens at the end. That's like the bigger spoiler thing. But we're kind of just talking about things that are kind of attached to all the things.
But what got me also, what I loved about this movie is that because I love science fiction, which is one of the reasons I fucking love Prometheus, because I also feel like a lot of people give Prometheus shit because it came out that it was set in the Alien universe, so everyone watched Prometheus wanting it to be an Alien movie.
Where's the alien? I don't see the alien.
But that's not what that wasn't the movie Ridley Scott was making, and it's just a really
very clear about that too.
I know, but it's a very good science fiction movie.
Hell yeah, it is.
But what I love about Romulus is the same thing about like what I love about the 2000s reboot of Battlestar Galactica is that let's take science fiction, but let's do hard science. Like let's do this the way space actually works. Like I love things like from Alien where you have the score playing while the ship is flying through space. Because you don't fucking hear anything in space. That was the whole tagline of the movie. In space, no one can hear you scream. Right. But I love it because they represent it, because you hear score as the ship flies through space. But once again, there's no air, so there is no sound.
Oh yeah, he captures that here.
He captures that here. The idea of zero gravity, and anytime you actually fuck with zero gravity in a space movie is like, thank you. You know, even when you have like the techno magic wand of like how we have gravity in space. Great. Star Trek, I never blinked an eye at why everyone...
We know there's gravity generators.
There's gravity generators. How that fucking works, I have no idea. Don't give two
Nobody
fucks.
does.
No one cares.
Except for Space Odyssey kind of touched on that a little.
Anyway, no, Space Odyssey really tried to...
they try to be like, here's the science, here it is.
Here's the science. That was Arthur C. Clarke. So you know what? Good on you, man.
Yes.
But Romulus does enough of being hard science fiction where it's like, oh no, this shit makes sense.
Yeah.
So that when other things happen, like some really cool action moments that happen later on in the movie, and they use the science to make it cooler, I'm like, nerdgasm.
Oh, it's funny because, like, to your point, like, Fede definitely, like, I think in an interview he said something to the effect of like, this movie will start off like Alien and then kind of mold into Aliens.
Yes.
The movie literally opens up just like Alien
does.
Yeah. Yes. And then by the end of it, well, not by the end, but by the end of the second act, you're like, oh, this is full blown fucking Aliens, better than James Cameron. Hot take.
Your hatred for that man, I tell you.
Oh, it's not even the man, it's the movie. I don't like that movie all that much.
What?
It's just not. He does nothing with it.
What are you talking about? He does nothing. Oh, you're killing me.
When I say he doesn't do anything, he doesn't do anything new. He just made a bigger queen. It's like, oh, that's nice. It's like, yeah, that's nice. Cool beans. Yay.
Oh my god.
He even said, I'm doing the first movie with more. And I'm like, okay, that's cool.
But you know what? I like it.
That's fine.
I know. And
Yeah, it's my favorite Alien movie. How about them apples?
Okay, it's fine because we've just
Alien close second, of course.
But to your point of like making what David does in Prometheus, they're doing that just on a higher level. These are not like everyone's like, where are these facehuggers coming from? They created them.
It said
everything is created by them.
Read the computer screens. Like this was a beautiful one. I know. Watch the screen of the movie.
Yes,
because that's what I love is that
we don't exposition dialogue.
We don't exposition the hell out of you in this movie. There's just context clues of read the fucking computer monitors. Yep. There's where your exposition is. Even when we get an exposition dump, it doesn't feel like an exposition.
Like you're getting a bucket poured on your fucking
head.
Exactly.
Yeah. It feels like an appropriate level of exposition that I would get in a science fiction movie. Yes. Which, funny enough, in the Alien movies is usually what the synthoid does.
Yes.
Like when the moment happens when you go, okay, let's talk about how Weyland-Yutani is really fucking over everyone right now.
Dude, they go to the remnants of the fucking Nostromo in the beginning of the movie.
Yes.
They know full well. They have to know full well that Ripley has been ejected from that fucking space pod.
They do.
They don't give a fuck.
Because again, they said there's a chance there's something else out there. Let's go out there and see.
Yep.
Well, because remember that the whole reason that in Alien they stop on that planet is because the company knows, and Ash is told, get a sample.
It is crew expendable.
Yes, because that's why he overrides Ripley when he lets Kane back on the ship, because quarantine protocol said, "Fuck him,
dude."
Fuck him.
Doing the rewatch and just watching, like, obviously from Alien to Alien 3, it's just like, damn, like that is the pivotal moment where, poor Ripley, she just wanted to get home. She was, the job was over, and she was like, hey, we can't let him back on. And then, of course, motherfucking Ash, was the guy who was like, hey, overrode that whole thing, and then her fucking journey after that was like just effed up. I'm like, it totally effed up. Obviously, it made for really good sci-fi, and I love it. I'm glad. I'm kind of glad in obviously because we got some good movies after. I'll even have some defense on Alien 3, which I had. I do too. I have some defense on it.
I prefer Alien 3 to Aliens.
Oh my god!
But see, Phil, but Phil, I don't find that as a hot take as much. I've more met people that actually, yes, I know Fincher hates it. We all know that behind the scenes screw job that movie was done
because of he associates the movie with the experience he's been making,
which is fine. Yeah, I get it. I've read the original script. I've seen the comic book version of what the original script was. It is an interesting take of what the third one could be.
Definitely.
But there are.
Is that the one based on the William Gibson screenplay?
Yes.
Okay, I've listened to the audio adventure.
You were telling me about that.
Yeah, the audio recording of that.
Yeah. But there are a number of scenes that are. I think it further builds on Ripley's character and it's a tie-up. I wouldn't say a great tie-up, but it is a tie-up of the trilogy.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah.
I have to listen to that or read
that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Scott was telling me about that after we got done with DC Fandom. I was like, I'm gonna have to check that out.
It would have been interesting because I don't know if that movie would be received as well either. Because even reading the comic, I was like, I like it, but I don't think this.
Well, I mean, it's
a good movie either.
Because, like, obviously Neil Blomkamp had an idea where they could just totally ignore what happened in Alien 3 and Resurrection.
Yeah.
And I was like,
we've seen the concept. We've seen the concept of that,
the concept art looks cool because Hicks and Newt are still alive. And that was one of the things I tweeted out when I put on Alien 3, where I was like, man, Aliens, the core of that. I mean, I always said like the Aliens, I felt was like, man, this is the ultimate like, hey, girl power movie. Come on, because the protagonist female, the supporting female, and then who's the ultimate baddie? The fucking Queen Alien, another female. I mean, it's female. It's like, come on.
But even look at like the legacy of it from what Dark Horse did with it. They're literally right behind me, 4 omnibuses, all of Aliens. There's only 2 Predators omnibuses at that point. And what Marvel has done with it now in comic book form, Aliens, they're hitting on all levels, in my opinion. I've loved every single miniseries they put out for both of them.
Funny but what I was getting at is the fact that it's like when the core of Aliens was all about, it was the Ripley and Newt relationship, because obviously you had Ripley, who, I mean, if you watch the director's cut of Aliens, they talk about her daughter and the fact that she's been gone for 57 years. She doesn't want to go see her because it's like, holy shit,
she'd be like 60 something years old.
Yeah. So there's that whole thing. So she kind of lost.
She's already dead though.
Yeah, was she already dead? Right?
Yeah, she's already dead. Yeah, she because he says passed away. Yeah.
It's on the screen, which is looking at the file stuff. Yeah,
that's right. And then so motherhood lost, and then all of a sudden they find Newt, and then it's like she's
second chance
that back again, and not to mention Newt lost her family to everything that happened. So there was that whole thing, and then of course it kind of for the most part, kind of ends on a happy note when you see that shot of them both in the cryo sleep chamber, and it's like they fall asleep. And then, of course, Alien 3 starts, and it's just Newt's dead, done, she's dead, but at the same time, I could appreciate it because I'm like, yeah, they said fuck all that, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, well, what else are you gonna do? You can't just go. Obviously, that movie came out 6 years later. They wouldn't be able to use the same actors if they try to do something like that first off. But then at the same time, it's like, no, you gotta almost do the polar opposite. So I do appreciate in doing the rewatch, because I hadn't seen Alien 3 in a long time, and I think the last time I watched it was actually a director's cut, which is better. Yeah. But at the same time, I just go, I appreciate this because it's like, what can we do next? Let's make it dark as fuck. And make her crash on a prison planet full of dudes, and she has to shave her head because there's lice. I'm like, fuck yeah. I mean, I just appreciate the premise, because it's like, it's so ridiculous and it's so polar opposite of what their Aliens was doing. And it's just, I don't know. That's why I could appreciate it. And I mean, and then of course her having, the queen put inside her. So I guess that's why it takes a lot longer for it to burst out of her chest. But at the same time, it's a cool ending of her just falling back into that fiery, furnace.
Yep.
And then it bursts out of her chest and she grabs it and she just falls into the fire. I'm like, that's a great ending. To me, I like that ending, especially when the bishop human, the guy whose bishop is based off of, shows up and he's like, oh, I'm actually the real version. And I was like, that's kind of cool too. I don't know, there's just there's cool moments in Alien 3. A lot of, I mean, the CGI looks like shit.
Awful. Even the director's cut doesn't improve that at all. The Alien's terrible.
I mean, it's 1992, so I mean, what are we thinking here? But and there's other moments too where you kind of go, oh, okay, yeah, this is, but I just appreciate what they were trying to go for, at least in that movie.
Yeah, I was just so thrilled when I saw Romulus last weekend. I mean, I went to a 10:45 Saturday night showing because it was when I had
time
the window, and it was time. I was going to go to a 7:45, and I was in a 3-hour nap. I woke up at 8:15, but I did one of those things where I had a ticket for the 7:45 version, and I had a ticket for the 10:45 version. Just in case.
You recovered and you got the refund, I hope. Or no, you already had.
It's A-list.
A-list. That's right, because you already have the membership. Okay.
Already, well, and once the showtime passes, you're fucked.
Yeah,
you have to get to request the. But the best part was I wasn't going to go see anything else that week. So 2 of the 3 for the week are gone. Oh, darn. I mean, y'all, if you haven't picked up on the fact that if you have an AMC, this A-list thing is no joke. It really is the best way to go see a movie.
I would subscribe to it, but I don't like where my AMC is. There's crime there.
That's the point. Once again, that's the difference for me.
There's crime.
Yeah.
There's
and that's the difference
crime
for me.
there.
Every movie theater in Birmingham is AMC.
Yeah.
So,
lucky you. Wow.
So I have a movie theater 5 minutes from me. I have a movie theater 10 minutes from me. I have a movie theater 15 minutes from me. They're all AMCs.
Yes.
There you go.
So it's really just I literally pick a movie theater by going, who's got the showtime I can make?
Literally. Yeah. I was curious, are any of y'all like into collecting the popcorns, the souvenir popcorn buckets? You know,
I have the Ghostbusters Frozen Empire one.
I was so disappointed. I went to my Regal. Regal was supposed to have the alien head. Instead, they had in my opinion, the worst one with the little face hugger around the big jar. And they said, we got one left.
See,
and they brought it out.
I
want
that one.
Well,
yeah.
Sorry.
Send it over to Phil.
Yeah.
No, but
send it to me. I will Venmo you fucking money, dude.
I don't know if it's there. It's been a week.
When it comes to
they only had one left.
The popcorn, but I have Harkins all around me. I have a Harkins over there, and then when I go over the hill that has the more luxurious Harkins, it's just Harkins. Like I mainly go to Harkins, so I don't have. So I have the popcorn bucket for Frozen Empire, which is. It's just a Stay Puft Marshmallow, man. It's not the trap. I wish I can get the trap. Scott got me the Afterlife.
I got you Ecto One.
You got the Ecto One, which I have sitting right next to it. I have them both next to each other. But like I took my mom to go see Frozen Empire, she wanted to see it, and then we saw the popcorn bucket, and it's just a little mini Stay Puft holding a bucket. It's cute as hell. And it's just like, oh, I got to get you that. I was like, well, all right, that's cool. Because she was just like, come on. I'm like, I bought you so many Ghostbusters things. Let me get you that. I'm like, yeah, but it's probably going to be, she's like, who cares? I was like, all right. So that's how awesome my mom is.
And for me, Ray,
she wouldn't take no for an answer. I was like, all right, fine.
I've got the Batman cowl from The Batman.
Yeah.
I've got
I wanted that one.
Yeah, oh yeah. That was the one that I was in line getting when I got my first. Hey, you're Scott, right? From the Vodka stream. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, that's right. You told me about that. Yeah.
It was so weird.
Like, who the fuck?
Dude, I got that
show me your hands. I don't know.
when we bought the popcorn bucket for that, the dude was like, are you film junkie? He actually said that. I was like, what? I was like, he's like, yeah, I saw your Zack Snyder stuff. I was like, oh. And my mom was so proud. So I made her proud.
So Ray, for me, I got the Batman cowl. I got the light up Flash one. I've got after it became such a meme, I had to get the Sandworm for Dune Part 2.
I know. I wanted to get that one.
I mean, that was.
Are you going to get the Beetlejuice worm?
That looks cool.
Yeah,
that
one cool. Looks pretty sweet.
I don't know. I'm hoping, as long as nothing fucks with me, I'm hoping to go see the early access screening of Beetlejuice a week from Wednesday. So it's really funny though, is that Liam watched the trailer for Beetlejuice because it aired in front of I can't remember if it was Despicable Me 4 or it was
probably
something else. That
my kids had to see it when we went to go see Inside Out.
Inside Out 2. That was it. It was Inside Out.
And Aaron's just looking at me and it's like, what is this showing here? I said, just watch them. They don't care.
See, Liam was like, I'm interested in this. I went, okay, we'll watch. I looked at Liam and I went, we'll watch the first one together and we'll see what you think. It's like, I'm willing to do this. But then I had the Top Gun Maverick bucket, but we ended up using that to wrap up a birthday present for my father-in-law because he was a pilot. Mm-hmm. So, and I mean, I've had other popcorn buckets that I've I didn't hold. Oh, I got the John Wick 4 one. Because it also came with the coins.
That's cool.
See, I really wanted that alien head, so I was very disappointed.
So did I. Yeah. I mean, but that's the thing. Like I was saying, I was like, I just have Harkins, and usually they don't have like these buckets. So I'm like, I remember I was like, when we saw Alien Romulus, I saw my dad and my brother and my nephew, and I showed my dad. I was like, look at this. Like these are the buckets right there. And I showed him. He was like, oh fuck. He was like, man, I want to get those too. I'm like, yeah, but they don't have them at Harkins for some reason. The Harkins just don't have these buckets. These are all like Regal and AMC, and they do all that stuff. And now the popcorn bucket after the Dune thing, it's like they're all like trying to be as creative as hell.
Well, Deadpool made a point of you could tell Deadpool was using the marketing because of what happened with Dune Part 2.
Yeah.
So Ray, you brought it. I know, right? Ray, you brought the question. So do you collect them? Do you have some particular favorite ones? I'm curious.
Yeah, my favorite, well, I guess like my only one that I have right now is the Blue Beetle vehicle. Like
that's a cool one.
The bug.
Yeah. That's really cool.
It has the articulate legs. Yeah, it's really cool.
Cool.
You got to have one. That's not a bad one to have.
Yeah.
No, it's cool. I mean, but Ray, I actually wanted to ask you too, with all this alien talk, do you have like a favorite? Do you have like a ranking or anything?
Honestly, I haven't watched most of the movies. I watched the first one in film school. So yeah, that's the only one I can really like speak to like knowledgeably. So yeah.
You know what's funny was like when I was watching the first one, I did a rewatch and I was watching it. I mean, obviously it's a classic, and I'm, it doesn't shock me that it's in, film school, because it is in itself, it is a masterpiece. It is a masterpiece of like sci-fi horror, and it set the bar for so much. But at the same time, I'm like, man, if like this was released today, I'm like, there's like so many assholes that rip this apart. I'm like, I don't know why my brain went to that. I'm like, it's such a different time now. I'm like, nobody, I mean, you never hear about people like ripping that apart, but I'm like, but if you were to release that today in today's standards, like if it was like a modern day version, people would be like, oh, well, look at this, look at that. That's shit. And I'm like, but there's just something about the time period, and then just the way that this is everything that's so built up. I mean, I think when Tom Skerritt's character is like going through and he's trying to like, and they're watching like where it's at, and then there's like, oh, he's right on you and blah blah blah, and then when he like finally looks over and he just goes win like that, that's like one of the ultimate jump scares, when like you just shines a light and the fucking xenomorph just goes and just like reaches out to him. It's like, holy shit. That is like, can you imagine seeing that back in 1970?
Well, you know what my mother-in-law tells me the story of back in 1979? She went and saw the movie and had no idea what it was about.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
So imagine going into Alien.
Oh my God.
As a complete blind watch.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's so much to love about that movie, but I love the whole idea of like, it's a labyrinth. You're stuck. You can't get out. It's not even a question of like anything can happen. You don't even know you don't even know if there's just one or a bunch of them.
Yeah.
You know,
it's just like
he got the atmosphere so right. I love looking through. I've got Geiger's Aliens, the book where it's just all his designs of everything like that. Man, that man's thinking on a whole different level. I don't know what it was, but man, it's fascinating.
Yeah, I saw this right here. This right here made me laugh because these are two classics that somebody drew together, and I thought this picture was so cool. Large alien queen, you small spider head.
That's good.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So obviously referring to the thing. I mean, it's just like it was just like, oh wow, I want this on my fucking wall right here, because these are two like the
well, like look in the background. You even see the alien.
You see the fucking right there, and it's just like referring to like two just ultimate fucking horror sci-fi movies
with flamethrowers.
Flamethrowers, yes. So it's just like I saw that on my feed. I was like, that is so freaking perfect.
God, I love the thing so much.
Oh my God, that thing. We got Andy joining right here.
We got Andy.
Hi, Andy. Refer to me as a thing.
I know. I was like, perfect timing. I was like,
here's the thing. That's Andy.
I just realized I am the thing. I am him. I am Joss Whedon's biggest hater, apparently, because it's 2024 and somehow we're still not allowed to shit on bad writing, apparently. So
I
got a good laugh out of some of your back and forth today.
Need to talk about that guy, huh?
I had no idea who that freak was who showed up in my I was like, who is this? They're like, yeah, didn't you? I started like apparently I got into a fight with a scooper or whatever.
Oh, did you? Which scooper?
Which one?
I don't know.
Viewer Anon.
Was it viewer Anon? Oh God.
That fucking mook. Good job, Andy.
All I did. I'll
just tell you much, Andy.
All you did.
All I did. I didn't even tag anyone. All I said.
You didn't.
Yep. The best thing about Ultron coming back to the MCU in the Vision show, Joss Whedon can't mess him up this time.
I saw that tweet. That's all I saw.
And then
you poked the bear, apparently.
Yeah, and he's like, fuck off. Ultron's one of the best written characters in the MCU in Age of Ultron. And I'm like, and again, I'm confused. I had no idea who this guy is. So I'm like,
and you weren't even rude about it.
I wasn't, but then I got rude because I said, like, I beg your actual fucking pardon. Who are you? And why are you crying for Joss Whedon's horrid writing? And this was his best comeback. I'm someone with taste, Andy. Hashtag random. Hashtag please find my tweet. Hashtag engagement.
Because I did. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Because I put some hashtag in my first tweet. I'm like,
wait, that was viewer anon, or was that the?
Yeah, that was him too.
My shine, whatever.
No, I have never interacted with my time to shine. So.
Wasn't that one?
No, it was. Again, I didn't even know this person existed until he
Don't you love it when people just slip into your comments?
Like somebody's ego. Jesus Christ!
Wow. I just don't. I didn't know people actually.
I mean, he's not a great writer. Like, what else is there to say?
Like, it's I had to defend myself against another person because I said like, well, even before I knew Joss Whedon was douchebag, like I still didn't like Age of Ultron. Like, I like the first Avengers. I like Buffy and Angel, but it's like the man wasn't a perfect writer. He had a lot of flaws. Like again,
he definitely had a lot of flaws. He was somewhat good with dialogue, but I think what really drives Ultron, and we could talk about the return of Ultron that's supposed to be showing up in the Vision series, but the fact I think it's James Spader that really sells the fucking character.
I had an issue with Ultron. I remember Ultron was one of those movies. It was the first time it wasn't the first time I didn't like an MCU movie, but it was the first time I was highly anticipating an MCU movie, and then I felt let down by it.
I can see that. I think I did like that too.
Like Dark World, I wasn't highly anticipating it, but
was anyone?
But once again, that also meant that when I didn't like it, it wasn't like this letdown. But I remember I was in another state. I was at a wedding out of state. And I don't even know we were married. Liam was born at that point. But I remember telling my wife, so the wedding's at night. Ultron's coming out that weekend. Just so you know, I'm finding a movie theater near a hotel, and I'm going to go watch this movie on Saturday morning. Like, that's going to happen. Because I was that excited. And then I remember walking out of it going,
the fuck
when it came to Ultron
and James Spader, my problem was his and it comes from the writing, but it also comes from the performance. It's like, for me, it just wasn't Ultron.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, if you have something called Age of Ultron, you only have one movie. It's like,
it
was kind of funny because it was like Age of Ultron. Yeah, I mean that's the age.
They take a comic book event and do absolutely nothing with the story. Like it's just they just took the title and the event will just throw away.
Well, like I didn't like the event either, so it's
I'm just saying it's just like.
Well, again, Age of Ultron is just it's basically just a repeat of the first Avengers, and then what they did instead of having Loki and Chitauri's, they had Ultron and his army.
Right.
Well, I mean, and then of course when Age of Ultron starts off, I mean, it's got a good hook because it's like, okay, here's the Avengers, and essentially when you watch like the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of that, it's like you have the cool one shot, and then you have the cool hero shot right at the beginning. So it's like you get like the fucking, there's like a one shot of all of them doing their thing in that opening scene. And then all of a sudden you get the fucking hero shot where you get the slow motion and they're all fucking doing their like, doing that thing. And then it's like, oh shit, you just fucking blew the load like right off the bat here, where you just
had like the build up to like Hydra, and then it was like, boom, we're done.
There was so much going on in that film that I'm just like,
there's way too much going on.
And the thing, like, Scott,
he killed Quicksilver too. That was just a fucking cardinal sin. So
that was.
You didn't see that coming.
You didn't say. Yeah, I was about to say
that. Thank you, Chris.
He did not make a name for himself. But Scott, I'm with Scott. I'm with you because I remember. When you laugh at my joke, you all boost my ego to continue doing bad jokes. So, I'm just putting that out there.
Hey, no, I know what that was. That's a fucking Deadpool and Wolverine reference. I knew exactly what you were
talking about. I knew exactly.
Was it really? No, I'm with Scott. I remember like when I was, because one of the last Hall H I ever did at Comic-Con was like, I think actually it was the same year, like when they like brought out, when they surprised everyone with BVS. At the end of the Marvel panel, Joss comes out quickly and says, hey guys, not here to do anything, just want to show you this. And then it's that original teaser. And I remember I was like, okay, I don't know who Ultron is, but this seems cool. And then all I felt when I saw that movie is it's just a repeat of the first one. And my friend who I saw it, he was like, Ultron is just Joss Whedon in a robot form. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, all of his sadness is just Joss Whedon when you look at him in any interviews. And I'm like, oh shit, kind of true. Because James Spader, he's great, he's awesome, but I felt like I didn't
deliver lines. He definitely does.
I didn't take him seriously enough as a villain. So but hey, apparently, God, I did not know people were so strongly attached to Ultron 9 years later.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, that's one of
Twitter,
things,
so they come out of the woodwork,
Yeah, Joss Whedon still has his staunch defenders for some weird reason.
When it comes to all this kind of stuff, and you see the return, I was just like, all right. I mean, I was wondering when he was actually going to show back up. I was like, there was only a matter of time.
Well, his programming, I mean, Vision is based off of
his AI,
his basically Ultron's base programming. So it's like he's floating around in Vision somewhere. I mean, and then of course the fact that we're taking this from the Vision that was the rebuilt the white
Vision.
The Snow Vision, I like that. It's always funny to me.
Our true Snow White.
Yeah, well, Snow Vision is the Vision I grew up with, because when you played Captain America and the Avengers at the arcade, Vision was my go-to on that game, and it was Snow Vision.
Boy,
he was my boy.
Isn't Snow Vision? Isn't that like a no? That's. What is it? I don't know. I know there's a cocaine term for that. I know that. Chris knew what I was talking about. I've heard it.
I had no idea where you were going with this. Where is he going with this?
I think that's where he was going with this.
No, they call it snowblind. It's called snowblind.
Oh, okay.
I forgot where I've heard that from, but there's a term where like you do
maybe that was
you it's called snowblind.
All right.
I heard the movie. I swear to God.
I still think it was funny when they say Wackel interrupted. I'm like, is that actually something they call, coke?
Yes.
But I like James Spader as Ultron. I think he's got a very evil, maniacal. I think he delivers what was given to him, but I like him as that character, and I'm very happy he's coming back, because that whole Metalis behind that show. Yes, I'm excited about it.
What actually is the except for I think at one point wasn't it Television Quest or something like that?
Yeah, that's an older storyline. I think they're leaning more towards the Tom King run of Vision, where where Vision has built a family.
Right, and you love that from the Tom King one. Yeah.
Also,
so I think they're leaning towards that.
He's also imagining that he has kids.
Instead of imagining, he's built his
builds kids. Yeah,
he built
his
own
the thing, because this was the first time today when I saw the report that Marvel is really treating this as like a WandaVision trilogy. Then I'm like, okay, so if obviously Billy is an Agatha, let's stop kidding ourselves. That means that the other one is going to be in this one, right?
Could be, yeah.
Man, poor Paul Bettany.
We know we're going to get some sort of Scarlet Witch is definitely going to be in there at some point, either as a flashback of a vision, as it were.
Stock footage.
Are you proud of that one, Chris?
No, I'm not.
He's not.
No, but that's the thing, because then Deadline came out and said that they're hearing that she might be coming back. Because I'm wondering, did she get revived in Agatha and then she shows on Vision?
That's what was funny too when I saw that headline. There's like, Elizabeth Olsen may return. And I was like, May? So they don't even know. If I'm like,
no,
she's coming back. There's no body.
They can't announce it until.
Yeah, I think she's
whenever the Agatha finale airs. That's what
boy. Yeah, there's that. But Dave's
most anticipated show.
Oh yeah, I'll give it a chance.
But Dave, who asked for a Vision show?
Yeah, that's true. But he's more intriguing.
The end of WandaVision did.
Yeah, but what I was gonna say is like poor Paul Bettany. Like at first, all he had to do was like come in and do voiceover for Jarvis, and then get a bag of money and leave. Now he has to like go in and sit through like 4 hours of makeup.
Hey, Dave, he gets to go home to Jennifer Connelly. I think
that's true. I forget that they're together. Fuck you then. I don't care then. You get to go home to that goddess. Anyways.
And they both happen to voice.
You got something there.
Yeah.
They both happen to voice the.
You got something there.
I got something
looking,
here.
Looking a little green, you little enemy bitch. Calm down.
I was like, what? You can see, yeah. I'm a little. Hey, what can I say? It's Jennifer Connelly. Jesus Christ.
They're both Tony Stark's AI.
That's true. I forgot that she became.
She's Friday.
It is Friday. Yes.
Yep.
She was for. Wasn't she for
Homecoming, Far From Home?
Yes, Homecoming for Peter.
Did you say? Did you say Incoming?
No,
Homecoming.
It's always like Spider-Man Incoming.
No, Spider-Man Homecoming.
Incoming. Yeah.
But I don't know. Like, this Vision show seems interesting. I mean, I felt this is gonna be like probably the last show that we get from the multiverse saga because they haven't announced anything after that.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, no. If I had to guess, there's probably gonna be Wonder Man and Vision Quest in 2026 before, if not around, Avengers Doomsday. That's my guess.
But I mean, the fact of the matter is like when it comes to Vision, he's a good character. He's a great character, and Paul Bettany knocks it out. I mean, I love.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to go back to Age of Ultron, I mean, one of the best scenes I think is when he hands Thor's hammer.
Yes,
that's a great shot when he just whoomp, and he's like, you know, he just hands it to him, and Thor's like, and everybody's like, what the fuck? Because they have
like, he was just born yesterday, so he has no problems.
Yes, and you know, so I mean, I think when it comes to Age of Ultron, Vision was like the all-star in that fucking movie.
Like his scene where he destroys that last Ultron robot and the conversation that the two of them have.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's actually a good scene.
It's a great scene.
Yeah.
Great scene. And then, you know, but yeah, when he'd fucking just hit this, here you go, like, here's your hammer. And then, of course, Thor's just like, all right,
Thanks.
you know, especially when they established in that, you know, when they were all having that party and they were trying to lift it and they were trying to do their best. And I do like the fact that, you know, Cap moved it slightly and Thor was like, what the fuck? You know? I was like, and it was just like, no, he couldn't move it, but it was just like, it moved. You hear that?
Thor started to gaslight them all and being like, no, you didn't see anything there.
Yeah, that was, no, that, I mean, there's some moments in there that are pretty
I will say I had a geek out moment when the Hulkbuster and the Hulk fought. That was a scene that's saying
go to sleep, 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 go to sleep.
Yeah, that one was yes.
It was funny when he was like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was pretty. Yeah, I mean, like Ultron has its, you know,
moments. It has its moments,
but it has its moments of like, oh, that's cool, and that's cool, and that's cool. But
and then it has the moments like,
yeah, and then it's like, what they were trying to do with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver.
Yeah, that was a choice. It also kind of validates the idea of Sam Wilson being able to use the shield because, you know, Black Widow uses the shield on Ultron, kind of proving the fact that, you know, normal powered humans can throw the fucking shield.
Yeah.
So, it's, you know, it has its moments, but, you know, Joss Whedon isn't exactly the best writer.
I think it's just like, I don't know. There's something about it when you watch it. It just kind of gets... It's like you have these moments, and it's just like, and then you have the moments of like, oh, when we have Hawkeye, we meet the family, and then they're on the, you know, I didn't really dig that part. I mean, I get what they were trying to do with Hawkeye,
He's
but
supposed to be with Bobby.
He was what?
He's supposed to be with Bobby.
I know. Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's just, it's just one of those things where it's like it just kind of has its moments, and then it just kind of gets like, all right, what are we doing here?
Also, I can acknowledge there's good moments in the film, but there's too much bad in the film that outweighs the good. That I'm like, yeah, I think Age of Ultron is a really bad film, and I don't really like how they did Ultron in that film. So, you know, but that's why I'm glad that Terry now gets to kind of like reboot him, you know, no pun intended, because, you know, he's technology.
Totally pun intended. What are you talking about?
Take credit for it, Andy.
I also think this is something I don't even really touch on in movies too much, but Ultron was the first time I actually paid attention to the color palette of a film. It has got like the blandest looking color palette.
A lot of the Marvel Studios movies. That's the
true.
thing.
Phase when it became like, you know, cookie cutter, where like,
it was literally because they went from film to that digital camera on Avengers, and then it became every Marvel movie was shot with the same camera. I remember Ray on Fans Without Borders on Squadcast Media would detail about how that was the Avengers was the tipping point where the assembly line process of Marvel Studios really began, because in phase one, all the films were shot on film. Right. They're from different studios because it's like Paramount over here, Universal over here.
That's true.
And it was Avengers on there was like, okay, Disney owns Marvel now. So Marvel Studios is 100% a Walt Disney Studios production.
And Iron Man 3 was the last one, and then everything from then onwards.
And to your point, Scott, this was a movie that they were rushing to get done in the sense of they wanted to capitalize, which I get, but if you let it wait maybe one more year, it might have been a better film. Maybe.
Well, because the whole Ragnarok sequence just gets shoved in there out of nowhere, and then ends up paying off not at all with what they eventually did with Ragnarok. So,
well, the mistake there was hiring Taika Waititi in the first place.
No, the second mistake was
I may be the only one, but I actually enjoy that film.
You can, hey, Chris, you can.
I know, buddy. I know. I love you, but I know.
Well, what's funny is like, remember when they showed that first, like the actual title of Thor Ragnarok, and it was all like, it looked very much like, oh, this is like medieval and just dark, and then all of a sudden they changed it to like a 80s arcade game logo.
But I know, but here's what I'll also say about that one: Taika, yes. But also, Chris Hemsworth was pushing for a change too.
True. I mean, I get
so. I mean, we can all blame Taika, but Chris Hemsworth was also pushing.
Well, and now Chris, after 2 movies, has gone. That was a mistake.
Yes,
Well, this is what I say about that. I'm like, okay, I understand it, and when I watched Thor Ragnarok, and I remember just sitting in the theater going, "Holy fuck, what did they do to Thor?" And then it made $1 billion. And I went, okay, that was smart. All right, I get it. Wasn't for me, was smart. And then when I saw Thor Love and Thunder, I went, oh my God, I have a new appreciation for Ragnarok because that felt like a consistent movie. Thor Love and Thunder, I don't know what the fuck this was. This was like a bad Saturday Night Live episode. And I'm like, okay, so now I actually have more appreciation to Ragnarok because I went back and rewatched it after Thor Love and Thunder. I went, yeah. Even though, like, I'm not like the biggest fan, but I'm like, this is consistent start to finish. Thor Love and Thunder did not feel consistent start to finish. It felt like, I don't know what the hell. There was like just things that just did it. Yeah.
There was cocaine and threesomes.
There's the script for Ragnarok was handled. If I remember correctly,
your memoir, Dave, cocaine and threesomes.
If I remember correctly, I think the script for Ragnarok was like it had a touch up by Eric Pearson. Taika got a hold of it, and that's why we got what we got with that one. And then when it came to Love and Thunder, it was all Taika Waititi, and I was like, well, that's the fucking red flag right there. Yeah.
Ray, are you excited for Vision with the James Spader and everything?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Were you talking to me or?
Yeah, we were asking you. You're talking a while. We're trying to get you in. Go, join us.
I was waiting for my turn to say. Kate Blanchett was the standout for me in Ragnarok. Like she made that movie rewatchable.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that is very fair.
Yeah,
that sequence was awesome.
All I kept thinking was like I was comparing her performance as Galadriel in the Lord of the Rings movies and The Hobbit. I was just like, oh, this is such a nice contrast. It really shows her range. So I was like really stoked on it. So. Anyway, yes, the Vision show. Yes, big fan. I can't wait for it.
Okay, so going back to Ragnarok, that sequence of showing like Valkyrie and all in like showing that backstory, very beautifully shot. That was like the best part of all that. When they were like, "Hey, let's show the backstory," and they did it in that way, the way it was shot, I was like, "Oh, that's really cool." Like when. I don't even know how exactly they shot it, but it's everything's kind of like slow motion, riding the fucking space horses, or whatever the fuck, and just that sequence alone was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. But it's Taika still, and hopefully, from what I read too, is his Star Wars film not happening. All right,
is there any Star Wars movies happening?
Yeah, he was supposed to. Well, I mean, he was supposed to have a Star Wars movie, but I kept hearing like, oh yeah, it's not happening. I saw a tweet today. Who knows?
Is there any Stor Wars film actually happening?
I know.
Yet?
John Favreau.
We do say Mandalorian and Grogu. Mandalorian and Grogu. That's the only one.
Okay, so the whole, the Acolyte not getting a season 2. How are we feeling here?
I'm upset about it.
Really?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the Acolyte.
I'm with Rhea on this. Yeah,
it was flawed, but I enjoyed some of like the lore building and the world building. I guess it was expanding on like this binary that we've been kind of or I've been kind of compelled to believe was there. Like there's only like light and dark. Like and there was like sort of like this gray area where like I guess like that's always sort of existed, and it's sort of like expanding on it for me as like someone who later in life kind of grew to appreciate and like look back on Star Wars and stuff. And like with the Witch Coven, I was like, oh, there's different practices of like it's not just Sith and
that
Jedi.
was cool.
Yeah, like there were some good ideas, and I think that's what made it compelling for me.
See, good ideas, but I thought the execution was not there. That's where I thought it failed. Where it's like, oh, you have some cool ideas. Like I totally dug the whole, oh yeah, we have this whole, covenant right over here that, hey, they have their own version of how they can do like the Force and utilize it with their magic abilities. And I was like, all right, that's cool. Maybe there could be something there. But there was a lot of the execution of the Acolyte that it just felt like I didn't find Osha that much of like an intriguing character, and I just thought like her leading, and then of course with her sister, what was the sister's name? May. Yeah, I was almost said Ray, but I'm like, that's not right. Close though.
That's later, much later.
Yeah, but I was like, okay, let's go. And I do love the fact that it was like, okay, this is. But I mean, there was things. I mean, one of the things that I was most excited for was Carrie-Anne Moss as a Jedi. Sign me up. And then she gets killed like right in first 5 minutes, and then it's like you see her again in a flashback. But I was like, God damn, that was like, I don't know. To me, it was like the execution just wasn't there. The villain was good. I thought, what's his name who played the villain when when he got revealed to be like the villain and he had his fight sequences, that was great. But then there was just, I don't know, there was just things where I was going, man, this is just not working. With certain things, you're spending $200 million on all this stuff, and sometimes it doesn't look like you're spending that much on there. It just looked like the quality was not always there. If they had a season 2, I would be like, all right, well, let's see. Hopefully they improve. But the fact that Disney was just like, nope. I mean, this didn't get the viewership, and it got a discourse, so we're just gonna wipe it out completely.
But of course, the thing that's really just interesting, there are a lot of things, but you got to Obi-Wan. That was never set up for a season 2. You could, but it was a limited series. It was a limited series. We all kind of had the thing. Same thing with Boba Fett. You didn't have to have a season 2. They never said anything, but they leaked to whoever it was that broke the story, canceled.
Yeah.
That rubbed me the wrong way. That with all the discourse and all the man babies that were very upset about a female-led show, things like that.
Racist and sexist people.
Yeah, all racist, sexist, all the things at that point. It is one of those. There was an idea that this show, and they'd gone on record that there was an idea for us at least a season 2.
Mm-hmm.
They have funded and they have done things that shouldn't have gotten a season 2 that did. And this one at least had the potential to, okay, it wasn't the best season 1. They could do better and tone up some of the things and tighten up some things for season 2. I at least wanted to see a season 2 and give it and continue on just to at least see possible conclusion to the story. It deserved a season 2.
I get what you're saying. But you know what the sad fact of the matter is now is like, because now that we've like officially, I mean, when it came to the pandemic and everything, and they were just pouring money into all the streaming services, there's been so much money that has been lost because of that. Now these studios, even Disney, the Ultimate Studio, is now going, oh shit, we got to like pump the brakes on a lot of things. I mean, I think I'm actually surprised there's going to be an Andor season 2. I'm grateful because it's a really
the numbers. But
in fairness, that series was always pitched as a 2-season.
That's the thing. That's
limited series to begin with.
That's why it was always meant like when it was like constructed. It was like we have 2 seasons, and they poured the money into both of those seasons. If they didn't do that, we would not have an Andor season 2. I would
Probably
not think.
not.
Oh, you put Andor now? You put Andor now? Yeah, it doesn't get a season 2.
Doesn't get a season. No. But see, the thing is like now it's like, man, we're in such a spot where now, I mean, Netflix is cutting down their budgets. They're cutting down their green lights. Every studio is cutting down their green lights. So the fact that the Acolyte, it's like they could have, they very well could have done that. But the sad fact of the matter is, with the discourse and with the fact that the viewership wasn't where they wanted it to be, they're just like, nope, let's just cut our losses. And it almost seems like they're just, I mean, a lot of people are thinking maybe they're going to wipe it out because they've wiped out all the merchandise from the Disney.
Oh, they brought it back because they saw they could make money off of it. That's a corporation for it. So they brought it back. Yeah, they brought it back. They brought it back. There's not much. There's like 6 things out there, but the thing is,
so weird.
What worries me, and other people have said this, I'm not saying anything new, and I can't totally disagree. I don't think they're going to go full there, but it does beg the question. It's like, this was something, I wouldn't call it necessarily, it was an original idea based off of things they're doing with the High Republic. Are they just going to start leaning more back towards, Skywalker Saga or post-Skywalker Saga? Like, it does concern me in the sense of, how much original Star Wars content are they going to greenlight with trust?
I think to piggyback off that, for the moment, not necessarily because we know that a Rey Skywalker film is in development, but they're clearly making an avid attempt to, I wouldn't say capitalize, but focus on the thing that did work, i.e. The Mandalorian. That's why The Mandalorian and Grogu is getting a movie. I think
that's the thing.
That's kind of.
Then you got another female-led movie. We already saw what happened with a female-led show.
No, true. I think it would, but the thing is though, what I was just thinking about. Look what's happening with Marvel Studios. They are going like, hey, we try to do different things. Let's go back and let's bring back Robert Downey Jr. Let's bring back Ultron. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, and then people are excited.
What they should have done is trickle in the ideas. They went too hard with too many new ideas, and
that's the thing.
They could do it if they properly space it out and give the time to, here's something you're used to, here's something new, here's something you're used to, here's something new.
And then when it comes down to it, it's like you can't just like go like, okay, we're gonna do this, and then all of a sudden you just put it out there. It's like, no, you gotta really. I mean, sometimes, that's the problem with the Acolytes. Like some of the storytelling was just like, I'm like, I want to like this show, I really do, because I was very excited because my favorite thing about Star Wars is the Jedi, and you're going to give me a Jedi show, strictly the Jedi, that's not going to be tied to Skywalker. Fucking sign me up. And then I just found the writing to be like subpar. That's the sad part about it. And then I get lumped into all the fucking,
I think that's the part that I know Dave, Chris, you and I have talked about, is that what I am frustrated with personally is when people want to defend the Acolyte. And if you enjoyed the Acolyte, great. I mean, you're allowed to enjoy what you're allowed to enjoy.
Absolutely.
You're also allowed to not enjoy what you don't enjoy. So, like, I haven't even finished it. I made it through episode 6. Life happened. And episode 7 and 8 became...
Such a fake fan you are, Scott.
Son of a bitch. Shame on you. I'm just a son of a bitch.
Fake Star Wars fan.
Shame on you.
I know. It's not like I've been watching Star Wars since I'm 9. It's nothing like that. But
9 wasn't like 6 years ago. Sorry.
Okay, so the thing for me is that the show just didn't grab me. Okay,
which is fine.
Right,
completely fine.
That's me and Andor. I hear you.
Right. The problem that I run into, and I know I'm the white guy, I'm the white male, so heaven forbid I should say this, but don't lump me in with. Yes, there are people who have racist, sexist, bigoted, stupid reasons that even I roll my eyes at. Like, I'm not really enjoying the show that much, but even I look at their reasons and go, oh, fuck me, no. Why? But then the problem is the people who want to defend the show so staunchly want to then rope anybody with criticism of the show into that. And it's like,
right. There's a line.
Oh, no.
There's a line.
There's a line. Fuck
Definitely.
those people. Fuck them real hard. But here I am going.
I'd rather not, but I hear you.
I know, right?
I knew it was either Dave or Liz who was going to say that. I was like, I looked at him like one of them about to say it.
I was waiting for it too, Andy. It's okay. But
I just made a.
Both of your lips were like, I'm like, oh, they're about to fight.
No, Phil took the ring on. I
appreciate Phil. I thank you for stepping up. But here I am, right here, going. Listen, I'm a Star Wars fan who's just not really digging this. Not for their stupid ass reasons. I have my own subjective, personal taste reasons for going, and a lot of it is similar to what Dave has said, where the writing. It just didn't grab me. Some of the acting was really flat to me. But then there were things that I loved, like Rhea, you loving the whole witch thing. For me, because I'm a Clone Wars person, going Night Sisters. I'm all about this. I've done all this.
No issue. I really didn't have any issues.
I'm down with all of this, but once again, it was like the way the story fell out. I made it to where I have 2 episodes left, and I'll get to it. Like that, unless they just pull like Dave saying they pull it like Willow, it's like I'll get there, but the show didn't, pull me in to that. And then I was saying this to Dave offline, so off air, but I'll say it out loud now. It was interesting to me that while the show was airing, most of what I saw online was hatred for the show or meh, 50-50. These are things that I like. These are things that I don't. It gets canceled. And then suddenly the cavalry comes running in with the people who apparently loved this show. And I didn't see that while the show was actually airing. Or when I saw it was people who were trying so hard to defend the show that they were doing the thing I was talking about, where anyone with criticism of the show was racist, sexist, or bigoted. And it was like, but I'm not racist, sexist, and bigoted. I just don't dig this show, even though it's exploring an era I want them to explore more. It's dealing with concepts that aren't new for Star Wars.
And it's actually been successful. I know books and comics, it's actually been successful, the High Republic.
Exactly. And then once again, you watch episode 5, some of the best fucking lightsaber choreography I've seen in a hot minute.
Yeah, that was good shit.
That was good. That was fun stuff. But there were other things that I had issue with. I know Travis over at Geekverse, he was like, every time they did like their post-show recap and review, Travis was like, dude, get out of my head. Because we were talking about it in DMs, and it was like, dude, you're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. And so what annoys me is when I see the discourse of, and it's kind of like what we sometimes have to deal with other Snyder fans. It's like, you are allowed to have a negative opinion about something. I know, bless my stars. People like what they like, and people don't like what they don't like.
Lots of Snyder hater. Oh my God. Sorry.
Yes, I am such a Snyder hater. Yeah. I mean,
that's photoshopped. We all know it. That's AI generated.
It's fake.
That's actually me in the photo. How dare you?
You are the Snyder Judas.
I really am. No, Dave. This is the photo that you're in
right there. Yeah,
that's the photo that you're in.
I think I took that. Did I take? I was wondering. No, I don't know.
No, you didn't take
Bill, first-time caller, long-time listener.
My mom.
Your mom took that. That's right.
Yeah, yes,
my mom took that picture.
So when the Acolyte, so for me, when the Acolyte got canceled, my reaction was more of a, I wasn't shocked. I think what also happened to me, because I didn't finish the last 2 episodes, I wasn't sure if it was a show that was cliffhanging into a season 2.
Yes, it was.
It was? Okay. So, because Obi-Wan was a limited series. It ends. It feels like it ended. Book of Boba Fett, besides the fact that it basically became Mandalorian season 2.5, Boba Fett's story of wrapped up at the end of that. It felt like if it doesn't continue from here, okay,
we're good. Yeah.
So when I saw the news that Acolyte season 2 wasn't happening, kind of like what you were saying, Chris, we were like, it was canceled, because you could have spun it, like, depending on how the last episode was written, because once again, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
You could have just spun it as in, no, that was all we were planning on making. Canceled definitely says, oh no, there were plans for more, and we said, no thanks.
Nope. She was very clear many times in interviews that she had a 5-season kind of idea in her head.
Okay, and
so that's what made it even worse when they had
with television these days. Like you go in with a 5-season pitch.
Yeah, I get that. No, I totally get that.
Well, that was old network because it took 5 seasons to get syndicated. On it took 100. It took 100 episodes and 5 seasons to become syndicated on network television. So, but I think. Because if I'm going to flip the narrative of what I've been saying, because like I said, I was meh on the show. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I just watched it because I was a Star Wars fan. Like that was basically, it was more like an obligatory watch than an actual like, ooh, what's going to happen next kind of thing. But I've seen this argument from defenders, and I want to give credit to this defense because I have fallen in this camp before. How many shows have you watched where when you recommend it to somebody, you go, you kind of have to get through the first season, but get to the second
Star
season.
Trek: The Next Generation.
Star Trek, you have to give it 3 seasons before. Yeah. I mean, you have to get the best of both worlds.
Angel season 1.
For
Game of Thrones.
See, Game of Thrones had me hooked from the beginning. I will say that. But for me, the big one was Farscape. I love Farscape, but that first season is rough until you get to the season finale, and the season finale pops in, you get a character introduced, and then the rest of the show is cooking with gas. We're not at a point anymore where shows are kind of allowed to breathe.
6 episodes of Event on Disney Plus. Like, that's all it becomes now. Right, it doesn't feel like TV shows anymore.
Right, you don't have series anymore. You're not allowed to have. Because, either you had even shows that have a first season that knocks out the park, what happens next? The sophomore slump. So it's either you have kind of a mid season 1 that leads into an incredible season 2 and beyond, or you had an amazing season 1, but then everyone rode the high of that season 1, but then they're let down by season 2, but then season 3 comes back up. Like this new streaming model, like Dave was hinting at, does not allow for the ebbs and flows, the hills and valleys that used to be series television. Like we all have series where we go, I love this season, this season, this season. This season kind of sucked. It's kind of like when I talk about, Smallville.
Yep.
3, 5, 9. Those are my seasons. Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, stop. No. Everyone shut up.
Phil's been waiting for
Phil's trying to bring politeness to this. So
yes. I am. Yes. First of all, to kind of piggyback off Scott's point and to add a bit of a different perspective, the way Dave and Scott feel about Acolyte is precisely kind of how I feel about Andor. A lot of fans in the Star Wars community, be in the more toxic vocal side or even casuals, posit Andor as, oh, it's the best fucking thing that Disney Plus has done. I'm kind of in that camp of like, no, not really. I get it, but I don't. It's not for me. Like, it's not the thing that I look at when I look at Disney Star Wars and think, oh, that's exactly what this can be if it's amazing. Like ACS and I used to have like a weekly discussion about Andor every single time there was a new episode, and it was very civil and concrete and very cordial, right? Mm-hmm. And that's honestly what cordial, intelligent, rational Star Wars fans can do week to week. When it comes to this show, they do, yes. I would actually argue that Star Wars fans are a hell of a lot more toxic than these fans. Definitely.
Oh, 100%.
There's no fucking doubt about it. But when it comes to the Acolyte, the thing that really, really chapped my ass about this was all those chud man babies just taking a fucking victory lap and be like, we did it. We got it canceled. Fuck yeah. No more trash. Why? And I was like,
dude, not even an hour later. Like I saw somebody post like a screenshot of like all the that certain group of YouTube, that certain side of YouTube, and I even made a comment about it when I talked about it on my show. I was like, oh, they already had their fucking thumbnails ready. They had their thumbnails ready, and they were just waiting to shoot their reaction to it, and then they put it out there. They already had their thumbnails ready.
Here's what I want to say to them. Come close. You know the Empire? You know the Empire? You know what it was based off of at that point? The Empire itself is. Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
it is against aliens. Anything that is like not them. Why do you think the stormtroopers are all white? Why do you think it? You know, let's just think about that. You're now the Empire. You've now become the thing that you're supposed to hate. And if you've already liked them, well, we have other questions for you. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Good night, everyone.
You know what? My first reaction to the news about Acolyte was I even posted this right before I found out the news that the show was canceled. There was this clip of Daphne King practicing with a lightsaber prop. And I was just like, I hope they bring back her character, or I hope that they bring her back as a different character. And and once the cancellation news came out, I was like, there's no like de facto like, oh, we'll never see these characters again, you know? So there's still potential, I think, in like that to see again. And I would hope that they bring back Daphne King for sure, because her makeup made her so unrecognizable. You couldn't really recognize who she was. Yeah. So I think that there's potential there too.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
that
Daphne King was great.
Whatever episode that was, where like, you know, I think it was episode 5 when that got really intense. I was like, she was a badass, and let's just face it, she's just a badass altogether. Yeah. And Jesus Christ, like, I mean, the fact that she's having a year for sure.
She's having a year.
She's having a year, and then it's just kind of crazy because it's like, oh yeah, Daphne King, she's all grown up. Look at her, she's still a badass, and now she's grown into yeah. And then it's like, well, what's next when it comes to all this and stuff? So, but I'm like, yeah, because I think there's something about her look, her eyes, her everything, where it's just like, it screams badass, where I'm like, okay, I want to just see her in like a standalone like action film, because I'm like, she could pull it off. She's already, I mean, obviously when it came to Logan, she's already studied that. She was already a badass when she was 13, whatever, 12, 13. 12. Now she's 19, 20 years old.
Her first movie.
Yeah. So now that she's already had this training. She's already been a Wolverine and a Jedi. So it's like, all right, let's just put her in a John fucking Woo movie or something. Put her in something where she's just
she is the chops because she was the lead in the 3-season adaptation of His Dark Materials.
Yes. I haven't watched that yet, but I was like, oh yeah, she was in that.
She was Lyra, and she's got that same ferocity, because that's kind of the point of her character in His Dark Materials.
But that's the thing. It's like you look at her and go, oh my God, like she has those eyes of like, I'm going to fuck you up. You know, it's like she just has that look to her. I'm like, that's warrior. A badass. Yeah. That's a badass chick right there, man. Come on, and put her in more things, please.
And even to your point earlier about, you know, Manny Jacinto's Quimir and like his Cortosis helmet, the way he took out all those Jedi in episode 5, like, I'm kind of bummed I won't get to see more of him. And for the record, anyone who calls him a discount Ezra Miller is a fucking ass clown.
I know. I could see it a little bit. That was my first inclination.
I can't. He does look like him, but at the same time, they're not.
Has he been to Hawaii?
So do we think that the Lando series is happening, or
there was a Lando series?
No, apparently
it's gone. No, it's
done. It's done. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's Dunzos, unfortunately. Which sucks, because I think Donald Glover is a phenomenal person to take up that role.
Well, you know what's funny? It's like
a good writer.
When Solo came out, I was like, all right, I don't hate it, I don't love it, and then when I watched it again, I was like, man, this is better than I thought it was. And
it doesn't deserve half the hate it
does.
I enjoyed it.
It's actually a very enjoyable. It's an enjoyable space western. That's what it is. It's an enjoyable space western that has a heist. You got Woody Harrelson in it. Fuck's sake, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's wearing a wig, and I hate it when he does.
And Paul Bettany's the villain.
Paul Bettany's the villain. You got some Easter eggs.
And you got the tease at the end with Sam Witwer coming back as the voice of Maul, and I'm just like, and for someone who watched someone who watched Clone Wars, and it's set there right between Clone Wars and Rebels, and I'm just like,
oh yeah.
But the thing is like when that came out, I went, you know what? And they were talking about a Lando movie. I was like, all right, the Lando movie should be this. Obviously, it should be all about Lando, and Han Solo should be the side character. Like, that's what it should be, and it still should be. And bring back, I
want to see Lando in the computer system. Let's have a show about that. More about him in the computer system, the Falcon.
You could have. I mean, that's the thing. It's like I remember specifically saying this, and I had a conversation in a group chat where somebody brought that up too. I was like, dude, I said that back when they talked about the Lando series. I'm like, yeah, the next movie should be centered around Lando, and Han Solo should be the fucking side character, like how Lando was in the Solo movie.
Yes,
you don't have, it's like have that dynamic, because that's what you're gonna sell is that dynamic. But switch it up. And Donald Glover did such a fantastic goddamn job.
He got Billy D. Williams. He got the spirit of Billy D. Williams,
but somehow made it his own. That's the thing. That's the way that if you're going to portray one, and I think what's his name even kind of had he kind of had a little bit of that too, but it wasn't perfect. I mean, it's hard, and it's Harrison Ford. What are you going to do? Right. But I think like Donald Glover really just like the mannerisms, he got it all fucking down, and he kind of somewhat made it his own as well. And I'm like, yeah, so have a Lando movie and then have Han Solo be like not in it all that much, centered around him, but have Han Solo in it where not a cameo, but enough there where he's in a few scenes.
Supporting character.
Yes. Right, yes, exactly. So I don't know.
Yeah, I actually like Solo more than Rogue One. I don't know if that's
God, another hot take from Phil.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that, but I like it.
I don't agree with it, but I respect you.
I respect you too. Yeah.
I mean, it just kind of goes back to what do you prefer about Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to like and I don't mean to be diminishing or anything, but when it comes to like the rebels, like the real rebels in the Empire, like the people who do Moff Tarkin's paperwork, or the people who are handling Leia's plans or whatever, they just don't really grab me all that much. But when it comes to like the scum and villainy aspect of Star Wars, I love that. I love Mandalorian culture. I love Sith culture. I love things about the Jedi. But when it comes to, again, like the nitty gritty ins and outs of like the Rebel Alliance and the Empire, I'm like, all right. Cool beans.
Well, so like back in like the expanded universe, like you would have loved things like Tales of the Bounty Hunters, Tales of the Empire, Tales of the Jedi, all those short story anthologies that were
more or less. Yes, I read a sequel novel series regarding Thrawn and Triclops, all that shit. Like that stuff was kind of more my bag, and even some of the stuff regarding Jason and Jaina Solo. So yeah, that kind of stuff is really where my heart's at. And honestly, when it came to the Acolyte and they showed off Darth Plagueis, my Sith fandom just went all sorts of fucking haywire. I was like, oh my god, it exists. He's real. He's the thing. He's actually here. I know exactly where this is going. And then Disney was like, no, you don't. So, it is what it is. But yes, I do appreciate and enjoy Solo more than Rogue One for specific reasons. I also think that Ron Howard came in and saved that movie from what it could have been. Because damn, the things that were being said about that movie before he came in was, well, choice. They were very choice.
Hey Phil, I would recommend this then for you, because you specifically said you enjoyed the scum and villainy. There's a short story anthology called Tales from the Mos Eisley Cantina.
I've heard of this.
You need to. Basically, it takes every character that you see at the cantina in A New Hope, and it tells their story and how they what was happening to them where they ended up at that cantina. So basically, how did they get to the cantina that day, or after that day at the cantina, what did they go off and
Interesting.
do?
Yeah.
You know what you reminded me of? Like I actually really liked Benicio del Toro's character DJ in The Last Jedi, and I was like, speaking of scum and villainy, you know, he was kind of like, you know, in a gray area as well, and I thought he would have been, you know, someone that I would have liked to learn more about too. So like where he kind of came from a little bit, you know, I liked him a lot.
Yeah, and I like Benicio because he always goes for like, hey, I'm gonna play it like this, and he was, you know, kooky and weird. And
well, if I'm not mistaken, he was almost Darth Maul. He was almost one of the one character in the prequel series. I don't remember which one, but I know for sure he was like talked to about one of the roles in one of the prequel movies. I don't remember which one, but he has said it might have been him, might have been somewhere else, but yeah, it's been said that Benicio del Toro was circling or talked to about a role in one of the prequel movies. I don't remember.
He's one of those actors that's just he's just so good. I wish he gotten more things because he's just
I don't know about more things. I like it when he pops up in things and you go, oh shit,
you're in this movie. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you go, oh, you just knocked it out. I mean, you're like in Sicario. That's one of the things.
Right.
In Sicario, it's like, oh yeah, Benicio del Toro's in it, and he's so fucking good. I mean, I think that's one of the things that I love about him is the fact that it's like, yeah, he doesn't show up in a bunch of things, but when he shows up, he knocks it out of the
He's memorable.
Park.
Yeah.
You remember him. Yes. You definitely remember him. So I think it's a good thing that he doesn't pop up in like a lot of things. Like, but when he does, you go, "Oh shit, there he is."
It's quality over quantity, but I'm also selfish and greedy, and I want more.
So, what are the over/under odds he shows up in the James Gunn's DCU because of his ties from the Guardians films?
Oh, he's in there somewhere, absolutely.
I would love it. I would love it, and you know, we can now segue into that to the Chocos, Chocos, whatever. Sorry, Chocos, whatever. Tomato. But obviously, we have the whole thing.
Okay, so apparently, obviously, because it's the internet, there was weird pushback about this, and it's like, it's Chocos. We all know what this should mean.
What did they find wrong with this now?
I don't know.
Because it was Zack Snyder.
Because it's James Gunn.
And not Zack Snyder.
1 pound plus.
This is what I love about it. If you're looking
that's an interesting
labeling.
No cholesterol.
I love it because no cholesterol. That's funny, and it's 1 pound.
Special size.
I mean, it's a special size. That means it's more than a pound. And then you got Chocos Biscuit Company, which is cool. And I mean, there's a whole thing here. And some people have to realize too that, you know, there was actually a poster on the Superman set that had Chocos already on it.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah.
James Gunn has been talking about this thing like crazy. But you know, obviously when it came to all this, I mean, this brought us back to the fact that you know, Mr. Scott McClellan right here. He interviewed the previous Martian Manhunter when this all happened. And let's just revisit this clip right here.
Yes,
because I remember this.
This is 2021. This is 3 years ago when they were interviewed, and when it came to a Chocos thing right here.
Scott, you look so dapper.
He's a fascinating figure.
Yeah.
You know. Give the man a cookie. You know, it's just it's really important. You know, keep the energy. Yes. Oh my god. Okay, so I want to get to.
Someone just hit up the dispensary.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it.
That right there was my favorite moment of the entire Justice Con of 2021, because it was just that moment of like, you pulled it out, and then all of a sudden it was like he had it on hand and he did that too, and then your reaction was just
because you got to look at me.
Perfect timing.
Because when he pulls it up, he's great. He pulls it up while I'm not looking at the screen.
Yeah.
I'm putting down my Chocos right here. I think I was also looking at maybe my notepad with my questions for the interview. So I'm not even looking at the screen. So I look back up, and there's his fucking Chocos, the exact same package I have, and that is the most genuine fucking reaction you can imagine.
Because you get the Martian Manhunter holding up Chocos.
Yeah, I know.
In the same room the entire time. Like when he put it down, he just snuck in his hand and just took it. Like they were in the same, you know, the roommates.
I'm going to tell you, Harry was a absolute delight,
dude.
The interview, the Choc. I still love the fact that 3 years later, people still talk about the Chocos moment, and it's just. I've got the GIF bookmarked.
Yeah, I know. That's why I hit you up. That's why I hit you up. I was like, "Do you have that clip?" Because people were talking about that, and then of course people were going like, "What the hell is this?" And who don't.
Oh, sorry. If people are saying, "What the hell is this?" I really want to see their fan card and go like, no, give it back. I mean, Smallville.
Literally this stuff like, I mean, come on, that's his whole.
It goes back to Justice League. It goes back to Justice League International, like that's what. But they even did a Choco, like they used Chocos on Smallville.
They sure did.
To tell you that this character was Martian Manhunter. Because I remember the scene, because Clark is walking around that dock in Metropolis. He steps on something. You hear the crunch. He looks down.
And what was it, Scott? What was it?
It was it was this crumbled package of cookies. And then he looks up, and this shadowy figure flies up into the air, opens his eyes. They glow red. And every DC fan went, "It's fucking Martian Manhunter."
See, the thing that the discourse was this, because there are certain people that don't know. They were like, "Oh wait,
for the love!"
It's like,
this is where people just like, you have way too much time on your hands to just, like, get a life.
Yeah,
get a life.
That is
so that's the thing. That's the thing. That's where I come to the conclusion that some of the more diehard Snyder fans, and again, we're Snyder fans here. We love what he did, but even that would laugh at you. They would laugh at. He would laugh at you because it's like, hey, you guys really aren't the DC fans that you claim to be because you didn't know that there was this right here. It's like, hey, guess what? James Gunn is going, hey, yeah, what are we talking about? He's been hinting at Martian Manhunter for a while, but at the same time, it's like you guys are making a fool of yourself. Even if I get it, you don't like James Gunn, fine, but don't make a fool of yourself when it comes to this.
Yeah.
It's like,
do not know that Chocos are an actual thing in
DC Comics.
I mean, it's even
the answer to that is no.
No,
they don't.
It's even in the Batman Brave and the Bold Scooby-Doo crossover movie.
He's not wrong.
I mean, it's in. I mean, because once again, Martian Manhunter was a great character in Batman the Brave and the Bold because they leaned into that Justice League International. It was just weird. Like, here's the 50s Silver Age, but then here's also like 80s bwahaha era of DC Comics, but yet the tones completely, meshed. But it's like, but it's in the Scooby-Doo, like Scooby-Doo and Martian Manhunter have a moment.
Over this shot right here, literally on a throne of Chocos right here,
with a glass of milk.
And there's Booster Gold and Blue Beetle like
underneath them. Yeah,
it's so good.
It's funny because I think Dave was asked on a show on Monday, like, what do you think a Justice League movie looks like in James Gunn's DCU? And you threw out a couple names, and the obvious one that came to me was it's Justice League International. Look at how many times he's been teasing it upon not only making Superman, but like even before it.
The cat. I'm not even saying just Maxwell Lord. Maxwell Lord. That right there. I was just like, all right, we know where we're going.
We know where you get Maxwell Lord and Guy Gardner.
Yep.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna get a one-punch moment. I swear.
Well, here's the thing. You also factor you've got Guy Gardner, Maxwell Lord, Booster Gold is getting his own fucking TV show, right? Like, come on. This is not fucking rocket science.
There can be multiple Justice League teams.
There can be. Absolutely.
Right. Because we're talking about an era where we had, just before the Justice League International era, because that was post-Crisis. Right. That was when you had Justice League Detroit and Justice League, the Bronze Age, Justice League Europe.
Yeah.
And, and then later on, after,
Great Lakes? No, that's Avengers. Never mind.
Yeah, that's Great Lakes Avengers.
West Coast. Oh, wait, sorry.
I know that song, Kirby Crackle. Very good. We need to. That's a literal song. Great Lakes Avengers by Kirby Crackle. Listen to it. It's fucking hilarious. But then we also had like Justice League Elite, where Manchester Black was leading a team. After what's so funny about Truth, Justice, the American Way? It's like
Justice League Dark.
Justice League Dark. We can go on.
Yeah.
Even during the New 52, there was Justice League and there was Justice League of America because Amanda Waller started her own Justice League.
And then there was also, I think, Justice League United at that same time, too.
Yes, there was. What the
fuck is that?
Well, they're united around an idea.
Yeah,
that's not important right now.
It was the third Justice League book.
Why did you were about to quote Nick Fury? There was an idea. Scott Victor the Young, by the way.
It was the third book, I think, that got canned first. That one got canned, then Justice League of America got canned, and then they just kept it Justice League from New 52 to Rebirth. I think.
Yes, exactly. Yes, you are correct. But that's. I'm sorry. When I see people give like that Oreos versus Chocos one, that was when I just go, "Oh fuck you!"
Yeah, that's when somebody tagged me on that. I was like, "Scott, do you have a clip?" And I was like,
I was wondering why you were asking for the clip to begin with.
At the same time, I was like, "Oh yeah, I want to fucking also put out that because again, that was my favorite moment of Justice Con 2021. I had a similar moment when I interviewed Joe Manganiello because I was like, all right, I'm gonna ask him because I know Joe Manganiello is a Metallica fan like I am, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna ask him what Deathstroke's Metallica song would be, and I'm like, I already know what it's gonna be. It's gonna be Disposable Heroes. And sure enough, when I asked him, he said that, and I had that moment for myself. But, obviously I'm not, it was just like, oh, yeah, that was it. But obviously there was a lot of technical difficulties that happened with that interview, which made it like, whew, my God.
Was that the one where he saw your Spider-Man poster? He was like, oh, my God, you have one of those?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I made it apparent. I made it because I was over on my table right there. Yeah. So I did. That was another thing, too, I wanted to make sure I did, too. And, like, it was funny because when we were backstage before the whole stream started, that was like, I remember he was like going, do you have one of those Spider-Man posters? I was like, yes, I do. And he goes, wow, how'd you get that? And I'm like, I'll tell you when we're on the stream. I was like, it was one of those things where I was like, I knew that was going to be a talking factor. And I'm like, thank you because he has one of those posters too. One of those unique posters that has the teaser posters that has the Twin Towers on the, reflection of the eyes that they removed after 9/11 happened. So it was like one of those things. But then of course, but then I remember watching Scott and Harry because I also interviewed Harry Lennox, and my God, was I intimidated as all hell when I did that. But he's one of the nicest guys in the world. He just plays characters that are so intimidating, but it was so
I remember we were like halfway through our interview and I'm asking about his Shakespeare career, and then it was like 30 minutes in, I was like, I guess we should start talking about Justice League now.
Remember that movie?
Yeah, I think it's kind of,
it was so perfect though. It was so perfect when we all had like the meeting behind the scenes of who we were going to interview. I was like, and
I remember Meg going, Scott, you get Harry Lennox, and I just went, fuck yes.
Yeah, I was like, that's perfect because when I interviewed him, I talked about some of that stuff, but I wasn't too familiar, So I mean, we still had a great conversation, but I was like, that's fucking perfect because I think I even asked Scott before I interviewed Harry Lennox like about things. I'm like, I don't know like too much about it. I just know him from The Matrix and he was in Blacklist and he's been in various different things, but he was like in these roles. I didn't see him, So, but yeah, it was so perfect. And then the fact that he pulled out the bag right there of Chocos, I was like, I remember I literally was like, yes, I yelled it out. I was like, yes. I was like, fuck yeah, he has the same thing. I was like, I was like cheering. I wish
they were from that weird London restaurant, like cook a meal box. I I actually moved it across the room because I was doing some more reshuffling in my man cave today, but I still kept the packaging of that, like, and all the recipe sheets. Which it's on Patreon, which I think, Chris, I'm not sure. Like, since we shut down the Patreon as far as collecting money, are all the clips still there though?
They should be. Yeah, it's just you're not. I don't think. Yeah, you're just not putting anything new up there, so it's not like you haven't officially shut it down. You're just not collecting money.
Yeah, because I remember, I wish I could get that clip and move it over to the YouTube channel, but I remember I cooked that entire Mother Box meal and shot a, like, Julia Child.
I remember that.
Welcome to Cooking with Dockside, and we will be making the various recipes in the Mother Box.
How sauced were you when you did it? Because I know that was always a joke, too.
Actually, I was not sauced at all because, damn, that thing, those recipes were fucking complicated. I'm not gonna lie. And I never, and to this day, I've never opened those Chocos because the flavors that they described on the packaging sounded disgusting. Anyone who did eat them, because when they made them, I don't know how they screwed up and didn't just make them Oreos. It's like it's an Oreo.
Warner Brothers. They mess up all sorts.
Yeah, well, that wasn't Warner Brothers. That was this fancy London restaurant that did this box thing. I mean, it came from London. Like it had customs air and royal airmail on it when it arrived. But yeah, they're still in the packaging because that's how I was able to, like, wave them in the air for that. But that kind of stuff just makes me go, a DC fan gets that and knows what that means and what that the reaction you should be getting from a post like that is,
oh, neat,
yay,
oh yay, Martian Manhunter, because that's exactly what that tells you.
It's funny you mentioned that, because that was my exact reaction. As soon as I saw I was like, oh, Martian Manhunter. And it doesn't shock me at all that these DC fans online had a fit and, did this goofy ass comparison, like, oh yeah, we've got Henry Cavill Superman, it's Oreos, and then David Corn sweatshirt. It's like, congratulations, you fucking played yourself. Here's the L.
It was almost like, wait a minute, you're still here? Go home.
Move on.
I mean, like I said,
it's over.
As I've documented, I am not at hype for James Gunn's Superman. I'm at it is a movie that I will watch what will come out, and I will wait to see what it But this is just
asinine.
Yes, that's the perfect
word. It's a full-on hate train, just like what happened with Zach, and still happens with Zach. I mean,
it's like people can people stop justifying their shitty behavior based on I'm sorry. At some point, you've got to be the person who stops. Because other people's shitty behavior does not justify your shitty behavior, because your shitty behavior is going to cause shitty behavior for somebody else, who causes shitty behavior for somebody else. It's the fucking domino train that's just going to keep on going.
It goes back to what I was just saying about the Acolyte. You become the thing you hated to begin with.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, that's the reason that Harvey Dent line from The Dark Knight gets brought out again and again. Because damn it, if Nolan didn't throw that dart and nail it, there are just certain things where a writer in a movie, the reason we quote these fucking lines over and over again is that somebody crystallized an absolute truth about life. I think of Ben Affleck in Jason Bob Strikes Back. These are fictional characters. You either die the hero or you live long enough to see you become the villain. You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
That's the thing. It's like. I mean, Phil, you've always been like, you're not a James Gunn fan, really at all. But you're not doing shit like this. Where you
want to hear something really funny? Annie knows about this. I'm working on a piece right now. You want to know what the title is?
Huh?
Why
I'm
James
not crazy?
God damn it, Chris.
Wait, what are we talking about? I don't even know what you're writing right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you do. I told you about it.
I didn't know what I had for breakfast yesterday. Like good lord, give me some fucking slack.
Okay, well,
go ahead.
The title of this piece I'm working on is Why James Gunn's DCU Should Be Given a Chance.
Oh, look at that.
And that's coming
not
from
a fan.
you.
Yes. That's what you do. That is called constructive criticism. And I'm sure, that's the thing. It's like, but then you have again, everything gets branched off into stuff like this where you get exposed to being, oh, wow, you don't even know the DC lore when James Gunn posted about Chocos and you didn't even oh, yeah, look at this. He's doing a ripoff of Oreos. I'd rather have Oreos besides this. And it's how dare, and then all of a sudden I see that and I get tagged and I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, these guys realize.
Did you get tagged because someone thought you'd appreciate it? Or did
you
get tagged because they were like, look at this fucking moron?
No, yeah, it was that. It was the
second one. Okay, good. Okay, good.
So that's what I hit you up. I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, oh, yeah. I'm like, yeah, I should. Let's bring back the whole Harry Lennox and Scott thing. It's been a while, and I'm like, that's why I hit you up. I'm like, do you have that clip? And then you told me where it was, and I was like, all right, I'll just take a screenshot and I sent it to that person that tagged me. I'm like, who was in that part of that thread? I'm like, yeah, they're gonna hate that this is. But then I was like, well, I also want to talk about, because it not only did did that come about, but we also got images from George Miller's Justice League Mortal that showed, hey, some Martian Manhunter, who of course played in in Mad Max Fury Road, right? This is
and the original movie,
yes. Who of course they released. I don't know where these images really came from, but they posted on my Instagram, I think. But him, look at that shot right there. Jesus Christ.
Ooh, that's Julian in mask level, okay.
A little bit.
I mean, you're right, Julian. That's a. But you know what though?
Look at that.
But at least it looks alien.
Yeah. It does look very alien. It looks kind of like Dorian
Piccolo
mask.
Dorian, thank you. I don't know why I said
Dorian from the mask. When he put on the mask at the end, and then he way he looked, kind of looks like that a little bit, but still looks. I don't hate it. I mean, obviously, they wanted to make him look a little bit more chunky, like he's been eating a lot of those chocos.
Want to see Armie Hammer's Batman suit.
Dude, I can't wait to see. There's going to be more that gets released. I mean,
I hope so.
There's going to be way more when it comes to all of that. I've been so fascinated about that movie that was so much in pre-production before it got scrapped in 2008. Right? That's
that writer's strike.
Yeah, the writer's strike fucked it up. And I mean, it's George Miller, for God's sakes. I mean, yeah, you could look at the costumes and go, wow, that looks like shit. But then you go, well, it's George Miller, so maybe it wouldn't have been. So I'm more curious. I'm like, so, okay, I want to see. I mean, obviously, we've seen close-up shots of the Superman suit a little bit, but
Wonder Woman,
Aquaman a little bit. But it's been a lot of concept kind of stuff. This is full on behind the scenes, prosthetics put on. I mean,
they're doing makeup tests.
This was like a full on thing where, I mean, kudos to Harry Lennox, where he's probably going, fuck, all I had to do was put on the fucking mocap PJs for my shit. And it's like, yeah, good on you, because this looks like this was probably taking 4 or 5 hours.
Harry didn't even really have to do the PJs as much. He just had to do the dots in a recording studio.
Yeah,
because it was during the pandemic, and it was part of the additional photography once it got green light on HBO Max.
Yeah.
Because the actual body was all CGI. They just they did mocap on his face, and then the only body shot he has to do is when he's Martha Manhunter, and he turns into Martha. He turns from Martha into Swanwick in the outside of Lois's apartment, and that you can kind of tell the apartment is green screen. That's that was one of those things that when I criticized the VFX in Zack Snyder's Justice League, it was one of those things that didn't look great on HBO Max. But then when I watched it on the 4K disc, and I went, Oh, it looks so much. It's amazing what happens when you take away all that terrible streaming compression and you watch it like on the disc, or when we saw it in IMAX, it was like, that helped make things look, a lot better. Clear. Oh yeah, like when Dave was appreciating the dark side in the Batcave shot during Cyborg's Nightmare. Oh, dude, that on the IMAX screen was like,
that tweet got a lot of traction. Of course, it brought out it didn't bring out as much of the hate that I thought it would, but it still has those where it's like, oh yeah, that looks like shit. It was kind of funny. I always love it when I see a tweet response and then they delete it, because I read it in my mentions, and then I click on it and it goes, this tweet's been deleted. I was like, oh yeah, because you're a coward. Literally, somebody said this entire shot is CGI. I'm like, yeah, that was my whole point
of the tweet.
My whole tweet was going, good job to the VFX artist for constructing this entire frame. That was, you had the Robin suit in the bat, and obviously in the Batcave that was in the background. You had Darkseid, and they couldn't get Henry. You had a dead Lois, which was shocking to me. And when I first saw that scene, I remember
I lost my shit
when I was sitting right over here, and I remember just going, oh my god, he actually fucking did it. That was a torched Lois. I'm like, holy shit. There was like a rumor, and I was like, nah, and sure enough, he did it. And then I went, they couldn't get Henry Cavill back to shoot the scene, so they used Man of Steel footage, and I'm like, damn, kudos to the fucking VFX to make it pretty. They made it seamless. And so of course you have and I saw somebody go like, oh, this entire shot is CGI, and I'm like, and then I was like, oh, he deleted it. He knew exactly.
He realized, I fucked up.
Yes, he hit send and went, oh shit.
That didn't go the way you thought it was going to.
Nope.
Tried to fuck around and find out.
Yeah, it was just one of those things. But then of course you get the normal responses, and this is the shot right here, because we have DC film, which DCF United, they always take the GIFs and just kind of make it just look very shiny. And I was like, I saw that, I'm like, this is just a shot that I did not expect to see, where you have Superman holding a dead fried Lois, and Darkseid is walking up, standing over him with his fucking eyes with the flames. This is in the Batcave. You have all the water, and then of course you have the dead Robin suit in the background.
It's one of my. It's a lot of Trump action going on your screen.
So what's that?
A lot of Trump action going on your screen on the right side. It was like a little explore Trump this, explore Trump that. I'm like,
there was two things that say Trump. What are you trying to do? You trying to get me canceled? What's going on here?
I saw free titles. I was like, why is everything there?
It says Trump announces RFK, and then it says Trump releases JFK files, and then it says Mahomes family declares MAGA support. I don't control that.
I didn't say you.
I know, but you're taking away what we were just talking about, man.
You're doing that thing, You're doing that thing where you you drive the car off the road. Let's get back on the road.
You never want to see me drive, trust me.
Well, I know, but come on, man. I'm not.
There was just a lot of things. I didn't say that. It was just a lot of things on the screen. I got distracted.
I'm gonna need the link to that JFK files news.
I know. I kind of want to know what the hell that was about. Trump.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of looking it up right now. Actually,
they brought But and then it says also Tom Cruise and somebody else's the new movie Neurot. I don't know. Anyways, so Darkseid Trump is in that shot right there. Look it over. Yeah, but I was like, oh yeah, it was just kind of a cool shot of all right. I was like, oh damn. I was looking at it and just seeing it on loop, and I was going, god damn, this is one of my favorite shots. And the fact that I know, and I've talked to the VFX guys of, doing this, and the fact that they had such a limited time to, make this shot, and I'm just like, kudos to them. And it's like, yeah, if you look at it 100%. You could pick out some imperfections, sure, but for the most part, it's pretty damn seamless for what they had to accomplish to make that shot.
I mean, fuck, when I got, because this was the first movie I ever got as like a press screener, and you know, so even seeing that on like, you know, because it was like a Warner Brothers screener like site or whatever, and even with that quality, I'm like, the fuck am I looking at? Like in a good way, because I'm like I couldn't tell. First of all, Rebecca had to point out to me like, Andy, do you not know that that's from Man of Steel? I'm like, what is from Man of Steel? That's just Henry Cavill in Man of Steel, but they just, you know, change his suit. I'm like,
and it's an alternate take of him post snapping Zod's neck.
Yeah. So that freaked me out, and then just again, so like that looked really, really good. Even again, I was seeing on a shitty like screener software where I'm like, I could not told like, oh, this is very obvious CGI. I'm like, oh, this looked like fuck. When did Zach have time to build all this?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's just, you know, the fact that they had to take liberties on certain things was like, and then I even had somebody respond and go like, yeah, but you know, the shot where you know, Darkseid puts his hand over Superman's shoulder, it was like kind of floating a little bit. I'm like, okay, I'm not talking about that shot. I'm talking about this shot. What do you even? I was like, congratulations.
You make a movie. Go make a movie.
I know, dude. Right? And that's the thing. I was like, anytime I was like, when I posted that, I remember, I took my time, you know, constructing that tweet, and I was like going, all right, when I say seamless, I'm going to get pushback on that. I'm going to get pushback. I'm like, all right. And when I constructed it, I was like, all right, cool. And then when I went to my screening for, you know, the Crow, and I was sitting before I was like, you know, it was like 10 minutes before, and I was looking at stuff, and I saw somebody actually respond going, I wouldn't say seamless because, you know, when he puts his hand over his shoulder, it's kind of like floaty a little bit. I'm like, congratulations, you're the first one. No. I congratulated him because I was like, you're the first one, and then I was like, I wasn't even talking about that shot. And then he goes,
did they really do it? Actually, are you fucking serious?
I know.
Jesus Christ.
Like, I was expecting it. I was waiting for it. I'm like, hey, you're the first. But it was somebody that was trying to not be an asshole, but kind of an asshole. You know, and I always love those like backhanded kind of compliments where I go, I'm like, all right, who's going to be the first one that's going to say that it's not seamless? And sure enough, this guy did. And it was just like, he wasn't trying to shit on it completely, but it was just kind of funny that he brought up the next shot, which is, of course, you see Superman and you see Darkseid put his hand over his shoulder. I'm like, that's not the shot I'm talking about.
But at that moment, Dave, you should take a play out of Scott's playbook when it comes to those, where he'll post the GIF of Jack Nicholson from Batman '89 and going, I didn't ask.
I post that when I'm, you know, when I'm feeling sassy.
Yes.
You know, that's that is pure so much. When I have reached, when you see me post that, everyone should just like hide your kid, hide your wife, close your doors, and be like, Scott no longer gives two fucks.
You're not going to break this man. You're not going to break this man tonight. You're not going to break this man. So, but yeah, it was just kind of funny seeing all that. But
speaking of breaking man, we don't want to break any man because I think Chris has to go. We don't want to break him.
No, we want
to go, Chris, or do you want to talk a little bit about the Batman Part 2? That's the next.
All right, I'll do Batman Part 2 then.
There you go. Yeah, we got it.
Let's talk about the Batman Part 2.
I mean, I got it. I mean, if I walk away.
I mean,
you are. I appreciate it.
You're wearing a Batman shirt. So.
Yes, I will stick around for Batman, and then I'm out.
Yes, I mean it's nothing like too crazy, but I mean
Chris comes in and like Godfather Part 3, just when I thought it was out, they pull me back in.
Pull me back in.
But you can listen to our commentary on that one, right, Scott?
Oh yes, yes. As we talk about Godfather Part 3,
check that
nice. Out. Is it the
Coda?
Yes,
Coda.
It was Coda. Nice.
It's Coda. Yes.
Yes, but Mattson Tomlin. Who is a co-writer for writing the scripts for both the Batman and the Batman Part 2.
Uncredited for the Batman, though. That
is kind of weird, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's a little strange that he doesn't really get a full on credit for that, but he did.
Wait. Was his name not on the credits when the first?
No, he was not a written by credit for the Batman.
But he will have it on Part 2.
On Part 2. Yes,
that sounds something that the Writers Guild should look into.
Well, I think it has something to probably do like how much he wrote, when he wrote it, kind of deal. But because he also wrote that Imposter book for Black Label,
fucking amazing, by the way. So good.
And he's writing the Terminator anime for Netflix. Is coming out like in next week. And he's working on the Berserker anime with Keanu Reeves for Netflix. Yeah. So the man, thankfully, is getting work.
He's getting the paychecks.
Yes, he is getting the paychecks.
Well, unlike Joss Whedon, he's actually a great writer.
Bring it full circle.
There we go. Yeah, he gave a pretty good. Anytime we've heard from Andy Serkis, who was like, all right, Andy Serkis gave some good info. He's like, oh yeah, I think we're going to be starting, early next year. Cool. Obviously, when Zoe Kravitz, her movie's coming out this weekend, somebody asked obviously about her, and it was just, she talked about, there's more to explore when it comes to Catwoman, sure, but then it was just like, I remember when it was like breaking news, and the quote from her was, "I believe Matt Reeves is writing it right now." I'm like, that's not breaking news, guys. What are we talking about?
That's called a slow news day, actually.
That's a very slow news day, and I couldn't help but make fun of that, and not even make fun of her. I was making fun of all the people that were just like blowing it up. I'm like, yeah, we know that he's been writing it, but then when it came to Mattson, it was just like he just had a nice long paragraph of just like, oh man, we're gearing up, guys. The bar is being lifted. Matt Reeves is just this fucking beautiful and brilliant artist. I can't believe I've been working with him for the last 5 years and all. It was just such a nice relief of a quote when it came to an update for the Batman Part 2.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean, you've got the light right above you, right? Like this movie came out and showed that you can have multiple versions of the same character exist simultaneously on the big screen at the same time. Like the Batman plays in a similar fashion Zack Snyder's Justice League does. It's like a fucking graphic novel brought to life in a certain respect. Like the fact that Mattson Tomlin is helping him script out Part 2 after reading The Imposter.
Oh, dude, The Imposter was so good, man.
Fucking good. So fucking good. Like, let's fucking go, Deadpool kind of good. But yeah, man, like, I can't wait. And when I saw that, I was like, being in San Diego when they were on the panel for the Penguin, Matt Reeves even said, like, yeah, we're fucking probably going to start next year. It's like, right the fuck on, because it completely shuts down this whole stupid narrative of some of these DC fans. Oh, I think the Batman 2 is canceled. Fucking what?
Dave, where did you get that light, by the way?
The what?
The Batman light.
Yeah.
Did
you make it? Is it custom made?
No, I have it too.
He has it too. I got it for Christmas last year.
And I got it as a birthday present from Squadcast Media, because we used to do birthday presents to all the hosts would take a portion of our Patreon payout, and we would contribute to buying birthday presents for each of the hosts on the network. And this, I think, was like my last birthday present before we kind of shut down Patreon. So I've got it right here to my left.
Cool.
Yeah,
it has three settings.
I've only seen on Dave's stream, so I didn't know there was.
No, yeah, like Scott got it first, and then I was like, and then he sent me the link, and this was, I think, before Christmas of like last year or whenever it was. Maybe it might have been the year before, actually. And then I was just like, okay. And my mom was like, "What do you want for Christmas?" And I went, "Well," I just sent it to her. I'm like, "Want to give me this?"
That's a good mother.
Oh yeah, my mom is great.
So Janice is lovely. But yeah, the cool thing is that it has an off position, it has a on position, and then right now it's got the pulsating position.
Yeah, I always like it when it like just kind of like that. Mm-hmm. So.
Did anyone try the calzone?
Oh, repeatedly.
It
Yes.
looks good.
Yeah.
it was so good.
When you say repeatedly, it's just like, really?
My last video that I did as casual Batman, it was me trying to eat that and do a review of the Batman as casual Batman. One of the hardest videos I've ever done. There's a reason why that was like the last time I did casual Batman, because it was a very difficult video. I was also kind of sick at the time, so wearing that mask and trying to scarf down that
it was
pizza,
so greasy and it was so good, but it was
it's very good. I had it before that too, but I was like, you know what, it would be a good video if I did it as casual Batman, reviewing the Batman as him and trying to eat the so you can go back and see like on my channel of me trying to do that. And it was one of the most difficult videos I ever did. And that's why I retired casual Batman for the time being. I still want to bring him back one of these days, but I had such a difficult time where I literally, after I got done with that, I took the mask off, got into the shower, and I literally crouched down. And I was like, because I was like so stuffy, and I was just like, and I was
you
like,
had your own Skyfall moment. I mean,
pretty much.
Casino Royale.
How dare you, sir?
I put in the shower very hot, and I was trying to get all the like congestion I had in my nose, and then I felt like shit for eating all that pizza, and I was like, it was like a moment, guys.
This doesn't sound like it ended well.
But this is the sacrifice I had for my.
So where can you get the light? Where can you get the Batman light?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay. You said Amazon. It was Amazon. Well, we got it.
Probably find on Amazon. It's really, yeah. But I got that for Christmas.
Andy, if you just want someone to just hand you a link, I mean, let me see what I can do. You know.
You make me sound like I'm a diva or something.
Oh, I found it.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a very difficult. That was a very difficult video. It took me about 2 hours to record that video. It was very grueling, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna retire casual Batman right now. And I know a lot of people have talked about like, hey, you got to bring that back. I'm like, yeah, I know. I just went so hard on that at one point, and I was like, I'm gonna retire him for now. But I know a lot of people want to bring him back, and I will. I think it's almost time. You know, especially with 2 Batmans coming in the cinematic universe. So we'll see what happens.
Well, the Penguin show comes out next month.
I know, right?
True. That could be a good time.
I wanted to bring this up. Ray and I have been talking with our triumphant return of DC TV Squadcast. We have been talking about going back to a weekly format where we'll discuss every episode of the Penguin week by week.
Okay, so we got to get Ray back on the Vodka stream. I'm gonna hit him up. We got to get him back on. We got to definitely get him back on because I miss talking to him. Definitely miss talking to him. But yeah, I know. Okay, so that's the topic of the Batman Part 2. So,
Chris, you're
and Chris, if you wanna, you're free to go now.
It's just I'm tired.
I get it. You had a week. I've had a week too. We're probably not going to go too much longer after this, but you know, we'll talk a little bit more after you leave. We'll talk about how much we hate you, Chris.
That's fine. I'll live. I'll listen to and watch the end of it at that point and say, "Yep, that's fine." I
we love you. We love you, Chris.
Love you all. Lots of love. But as always, thank you, Dave. And short little plug. Scott's appearance on World's Finest True Believers is coming this Sunday. So subscribe to the Geek
time.
Yes, it's morphin time. Yes, subscribe to the Geek Ultimate Alliance Network, and you will see our thoughts on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers: The Return.
There we go. All right, thanks, Chris. Always great talking to you, man. Have a good rest.
Y'all have a good weekend,
man.
You too.
Right.
Later.
Bye.
Yeah.
Take it easy, but yeah, man. I mean, I think when it came to that Batman, I mean, when I read that quote, I was just going, all right. Sweet, we got like actually something that was just a little bit more. That's
like a lot more we've had in a very long time.
If they're gearing up to film early next year, that means casting is going to start happening towards the end of the year into early next year.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll start figuring out what new characters are in the movie.
The heavy rumor is Clayface.
I know.
That's the heavy rumor.
Thing.
Hey, but you know what? And we've said this before, though. You watch Cape Crusader, you see what you can do with a Golden Age Clayface, and it's it's almost
a character named
that was
Carlo
a great episode.
Penguin. So
yeah,
Yeah,
what you said, Ray, it's like that's the thing. It's like, and Matt Reeves is a part of this series, and it's like, hey, he knows. And what I love about Matt Reeves is he loves the character because he's willing to be like, all right, here's my version, but I'm also willing to be like, hey, let me give my input on different versions.
He's fluid.
Yes, very fluid.
But also, like, there's a character literally in Penguin that is like, I don't know what her first name is, but her last name is
Oswalda.
No, I'm not talking about Cape Crusader. I'm talking about the Penguin show where there's literally a character who could be linked to Basil Carlo because of their last name.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Hey, by the way, do we know? I'm sure we do. I've been careful to not pay too close attention to any promo material for the Penguin because I'm ready to go into that show just like
as blind as possible.
As blind as possible. But
blind as a bat.
Is Michael Kelly an actual Falcone or just works for the Falcone organization?
So he is Johnny John Vitti from the Long Halloween book.
The Long Halloween. Okay.
Yeah. He's that character, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I forget. There was a cast list too of who's playing who. Like, but I'm pretty sure he's Johnny ZDVD, whichever fucking character it is, the one that ends in Edie.
Okay, hold
that's
on.
who Michael Kelly is.
Okay, I have the list up. Michael Kelly is playing Johnny Vitti. Yeah,
Vitti. Okay.
Yeah, the underboss of the Falcone crime family.
Yeah, we go. Yeah, underboss. Yeah. It's so funny is that my dad has been asking. Like, I've been telling my dad because I share my Max account with him. He is my father. I'm like, okay, Dad, when the Penguin comes out, you need to be watching that. And then he keeps on like trying to I was showing off my Battinson hot toy to him today. And he was like, okay, now which one was this one? I said, Dad, the Batman. Did I see this? Yes, Dad. You saw an IMAX with me like 3 days before it came out. Like, and I'm like, Dad, go on one of my several movie accounts that I have that you have access to. You need to go watch the Batman, and then you need to start watching the Penguin when it comes out. Because I am so ready for. I love crime mob stuff. It's why The Godfather is one of my favorite movies of all time.
So by the way, Carmen Ejogo, she is playing a character named Eve Carlos. So I don't know. Maybe Matt is cooking. Maybe he's setting something up.
You know what? I'm ready for it because it's like I love the idea. See, this is when I enjoy these kind of TV, these kind of TV spin-offs of movies is let's go explore a side story that's never going to get explored in like the movie. Yeah. But I also bet you that if you go and watch the Batman Part 2, I think Matt Reeves is going to make Batman Part 2 where if you didn't watch the Penguin, you're going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, they said they're going to bridge the Batman, the Penguin, and the Batman Part 2 because Penguin will be back in the film. So obviously there will be some connectivity.
But I think my point though is that if you just watched the Batman and then jump to the Batman Part 2,
yeah, you can do that too. But you'll
be able to see, like at the end of the Batman that Oz is ready to take over, the Gotham underworld.
Right.
If the show is about him taking over the Gotham underworld, and by Batman Part 2, he's the crime boss that we all,
I kind of hope he's the mayor, like in the comics.
Yeah, or the 66 TV show. It would be he ran for mayor.
I know. I'm sorry. I've seen like 10 episodes of that show. Again, you know what? If you know what, I will give you my parents' phone number. You guys can talk all about Batman because they watched that too.
But once again, it's like if he ends Part 1 saying I want to become the boss, and by Part 2 he is the boss, a moviegoer can just like roll with that, and like they didn't need to see the ins and outs of how we got there. The TV show exists for those of us who are like, no, we want to see how that went down.
Yeah, supplemental material is what it is.
Yes.
Well, and I mean, like the biggest selling point is the fact that it's Colin Farrell, and you go, "What the fuck?" That's Colin. I mean, I don't know how many times I've showed people like you ever heard when it came to the Batman, I'm like, oh yeah, there's the Penguin. and I remember when the first image of him came out, and it was awesome just to just show people in real life, like, guess what actor that is, and they're like, who? And I'm like, you know who Colin Farrell is? Yeah, that's Colin Farrell. And they go, what the? No, that's not Colin Farrell. What are you talking about? I mean, I think like, even though like I've seen people online like freak out like, oh, they could have just cast somebody. It's like, I always hate that, because like, no, you don't just do. I mean, some of the draw is the fact that you have an actor like Colin Farrell, who is a stud, who is a good looking dude, fit and stuff like that, that goes, you know what? Yeah. I mean, he even said that in Comic-Con. He goes, why would you want me to do this, Matt Reeves? You should. He even said like, oh yeah, he made the joke, you should do this or something like that when it came to that panel. But it's just like the fact that you can have somebody like Colin Farrell, who's like wants to challenge himself and really transform himself into this character. And the fact that it's like, okay, he was the shining stone. Like, he was like, when it came to the Batman, everybody just goes, oh my God, Colin Farrell. I mean, the movie is great. Obviously, all together, for most people thought like that. But the fact that they're going to be like, hey, let's do a Penguin series that has Colin Farrell. And there's still people going, what the fuck? I cannot believe this is still Colin Farrell, when you watch these trailers and people are still blown away by it. You know, a few years later.
That makeup artist should have won the Oscar.
Oh my God, that was one of those. It's like, grrr.
Yeah. I loved hearing him on the panel too. It was super.
Oh yeah, you were there, huh?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Talk, Rhea. This is your invitation to expound.
I was totally.
I just kept staring at Colin's gorgeous eyebrows the entire time on that huge screen.
Dude has great eyebrows. He does.
He does.
I'm a big fan of eyebrows.
Okay.
No, so you like Michael Keaton's eyebrows too, then, right?
He doesn't have any.
No, he has interesting eyebrows. If you think, I know what you're talking about when it comes to eyebrows. Colin Farrell has very thick Irish eyebrows, and when he does
yes, we do. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
thank you.
When he does like a certain look, the eyebrows are very predominant. When it comes to Michael Keaton, if you look at his eyebrows, I know what you're saying, Rhea, is like the fact that maybe he doesn't have like the thick eyebrows, but it's what the eyebrows do. They very much go in like an arc.
You're saying the size doesn't matter, Dave? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly
it's how you use
it. Pretty much. I'm trying to sell Michael Keaton's eyebrows to Rhea right now.
I mean, I love Michael Keaton. I'm shocked that like I never really picked up on. It's just very faint, to your point. But yes, he's great.
I know what you're saying.
Face is on point. Face card on point.
It's the
always
shape.
Valid.
I need to clip this. I probably should clip this for a clip, because I'm so making a fucking.
Y'all, it's not that deep. Calm down.
I know it's not. I know.
I started it about the eyebrows.
No. This is a great conversation, because I commented about this earlier on Film Junkie Live. I was like, the dude's got there's something about his eyebrows. It's the shape and what he does like underneath. It just kind of arcs when he does like certain looks. That's the thing about him. Colin Farrell just has like good predominant eyebrows. They're just there, and then he does, a certain little look where it's like, woo, and but Michael Keaton is on a different I can't believe
I didn't know Michael Keaton had eyebrows.
Well, to be fair, the man is reaching his mid-70s, so
Brad is 66. He has more visible eyebrows than that.
I'm about to
by the way, speaking of Michael,
eyebrows. It's just so cringe. I'm sorry.
Okay, speaking of Michael Keaton and something else, I just want to take this opportunity for anybody who subscribes to Max, because it didn't have a big theatrical run. His directorial film, Knox Goes Away, is on Max right now. And also, I want to take the opportunity to tell everyone that if you did not catch Kevin Costner's Horizon Chapter 1, it is on Max as of today. So please go stream the hell out of that movie.
Oh yeah,
I want to fucking see Chapter 2.
Oh, and Borderlands will be streaming next week.
Oh God!
Speaking of Cate Blanchett,
I know.
I love her, but I
could not help myself.
Sucks that she, was in that.
Yeah. Anyway, Back to Colin Farrell. You know, it's funny, like going back to that panel, like believe it was either Lauren LaFranc or even like Dylan Clark.
It's the shape of the eyebrows. The fact that you see what I'm talking about, Rhea? It's the shape of the eyebrows. It's the shape.
They even look like that. They even look like the bat arc for his wings.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have like a good arc. That's the thing.
That's great. I love it.
Yeah.
Anyways, so much. When they were talking about the scar on Colin Farrell's face for the Penguin, I forget who said it, but they basically said, like, you know, how can we? It might have even been Matt Reeves. Like they said visually, like that scar is like representative of a penguin's beak. And when I looked at it, like I got a closer look at it, I was like, oh my fucking God, they're right. Holy shit. Because I always found that scar in his face from the first movie very intricate. I was like, did he get that in like a knife fight? Did he get it in like some kind of brawl? And now when it was pointed out, like he's got this like, you know, penguin beak kind of scar.
You get a Colin Farrell, you know.
Look at his eyebrows. Yeah, very.
I know. See, the thing is, Colin Farrell acts big time with his eyebrows. Look at those eyebrows. How do you do that? I don't even know how you do that with your eyebrows.
I wish this like it might be a reaction meme, but like I'm shocked it's not more prominent. Yeah.
Is that from Banshees of Inisherin?
That's from Banshees of Inisherin.
Totally fantastic movie.
Oh, fantastic movie.
That movie was so good. My God.
Yes, it was.
But yeah, Colin Farrell. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, the guy
he's having a gear because he had Sugar on Apple TV.
I gotta watch that still. I want to watch that.
That was great. He's got Penguin. You know, he's on the cover of People right now, and I see him every day at work. And because he's starting a new foundation for adults with intellectual disabilities, and that's because what his oldest has Angelman syndrome.
Yeah, wow. I saw that piece about it, and I'm like, damn, that sucks. But at the same time, I love the fact that he's trying to put it out there. Like, hey,
supporting his son, and that's the because the pull quote you see on the cover is, "I want the world to be kind to my son," because his what he was talking about was, heaven forbid something happens to him or his son's mother, what happens to his son if they aren't there to, you know, provide support for him? You know, would he be able to, you know, independently live in the world, which is I think that's a beautiful thing to be working towards. So I want to take an opportunity, because when you see these actors or these celebrities and they're doing something good for the world that they have a personal connection with that no one talks about, like no one talks about the fact that he has a son who has an intellectual disability, and I love that hasn't been like trotted out. You know, it's like these are real people with real lives. You know, like remember that, people.
Well, I mean, like when Colin Farrell first, you know, showed up on, you know, I think the first thing I saw him in was Minority Report back in 2004. This is 20 years ago. And then all of a sudden he was like the it guy, and he became the heartthrob, and he was like the bad boy and all that stuff. And, you know, he went through the shit that happens. He fell into it. He was like, you know, heavily in boozing and drugging, and now he's sober, and he's just like, now he's in like his late 40s, and he's just like, hey, you know, now like look at my life now. I want to like show this. I want to show you that I'm taking this shit seriously. I'm not that guy anymore. You know, even though it's like he doesn't look like he's 46, 47. I don't know how old he is now, but at the same time, it's like, it's kind of crazy when you see. I remember when I saw Minority Report, I'm like, who's this guy? This guy seems like he might be going places. He was a good antagonist in fucking Minority
Report. 48.
48. There you go. And it was just like, I was like, this guy just came out of nowhere. And then I remember watching him in The Recruit with fucking Al Pacino.
Oh God, I remember that movie.
I thought that was a pretty good movie. Did you not?
He
like
was almost Batman Once Upon a Time too.
He was almost Batman Once Upon a Time. I need to rewatch. I watched it one time, and I need to go back and watch The Recruit. I just remember Al Pacino really chews the scenery in that movie.
Oh, he totally does. He totally does. Hand in the cookie jar. You got me. What do you do? Yeah. There's a whole fucking monologue that he has.
Star on a wall. They give you a cup of lemonade and send you out the door.
Yeah. So like that. Yeah. It's just like one of those. it's not like a super memorable thing, but I'm like, it's cool. And then of course there was that SWAT movie that came out with Sam Jackson that was based on the TV series.
I'm sorry. Every time you say that, Heather watches the SWAT TV show on CBS, and they use the old TV show theme remixed for that TV show. And every time, because it's da 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 da. Every time Heather watched it on Netflix, Declan, usually in his underwear, because he just took a shower, would come in and start doing a dance going, SWAT, 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 SWAT. So now
in Miami Vice too, no? I haven't seen it, but yeah.
Oh my God. Rhea, you need to watch that movie.
I heard it was really good.
It's really good. That is such an underrated Michael Mann movie. When people like talk about Michael Mann, obviously they talk about Heat, they talk about Collateral,
The Insider.
The Insider, which is, there's certain Michael Mann movies that are always talking about, and Miami Vice gets kind of left out, but there's also like a cult following with it. I love, because they could have easily went, all right, we could do Miami Vice and make it like how Starsky and Hutch was when Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson was. They could make it a comedy and just make fun of the fact that it's 80s and they have all this stuff. Michael Mann was like, no, let's do an actual like modern day Miami Vice movie. Colin Farrell, Jamie Foxx. I have watched that movie so many times, and I've told so many people, you have to watch this movie. This, to me, it's up there with like the Michael Mann greats. Am I saying it's better than Heat and Collateral? No, but I think it's up there. Like when I think Michael Mann movies in my top 3, it's like I think Collateral is number 1 more than Heat. It might be controversial, just barely. I don't know. Tom Cruise was on a whole other level in that movie, and then Heat, and then Miami Vice. It is just so fucking good, and it doesn't get near as much love as those two movies. So yeah, watch that movie and report back to me.
Yes, on it.
Yes. No, I'm telling you, it's a great movie, and yeah, both Jamie Foxx and Colin Farrell are just fantastic in that movie, and like the way that it plays out, oh man, it's
and Ray, Michael Mann's another one of those movies who tends to have director's cuts of his films. Yeah. So as usual, look for anytime you try to watch a Michael Mann movie, look and see if there's a director's cut, because that's the way Heat is. Miami Vice is the same way. He's one that doesn't have as many director's cuts compared to his standard theatrical cuts, but when he does have a director's cut, you want to check that one out.
What I love about Michael Mann is like he does that handheld kind of like camera work where you go, okay, yeah, you can. Some people might go, wow, this doesn't feel very cinematic, but I'm like going, no, this feels very real.
It feels documentary.
It feels documentary, and like when you see like his color palette and his just the lighting of everything, you just kind of go like, what the fuck? Like this feels like I'm really in LA or I'm really in Miami. You just kind of go like, holy shit. Like there's nothing like, yeah, maybe it doesn't feel like there's like this epic shot if they're on the rooftop and talking to their sources, their connections or whatever the fuck.
CI.
And, yeah. But he could have like this cinematic shot of like them just doing this and have like, no, it's all like almost like feels like a handheld camera where it has this lighting where it doesn't feel quite cinematic, but for some reason it just like feels very real, like you're actually there. That's what I like about Michael Mann and it was very much, I mean, Heat was one thing. Heat's a whole other beast. But when I've watched Collateral and Miami Vice, it's just there's a lot of that's going on, and I'm going, God damn, this guy was on a whole other level when it came to like handheld shots, or I guess you could say, or whatever the hell you want to call those kind of shots. It's really cool. More Michael Mann. He's got a Heat 2 coming out, right?
I got the novel that I need to read, and I still need to see Ferrari. I never watched Ferrari.
I didn't either.
With Adam Driver as Ferrari.
Yeah, I didn't either. Yeah.
It landed during Christmas season, and it It was just
it didn't get the buzz as Ford versus Ferrari, I guess.
No, it did not get the buzz, and I think it just sort of landed at a really awkward time at the box office. And I mean, even I didn't make it to the.
Yeah, I didn't either. I haven't even seen it, and I heard that he was trying to make that movie for a long time too.
Now that we bring this up, let me see, where is it? Where can you catch it? Let me see. Ferrari
distributed that. That was
you can watch it on Hulu.
Okay, well there you go.
It was a neon film.
Oh,
it's good segue. Good segue because who's the star on Ferrari? Adam Driver.
Correct.
What movie is he coming up in? That is very.
I saw a trailer. I saw a trailer from the trailer from Megalopolis with the pull quotes.
Yes,
was before The Crow.
Yes, so did I.
Oh my god! Okay.
I thought they said that they pulled the fucking trailers. They pulled it offline.
Apparently, but
not from the theater. Wow,
not from the theater.
No, I saw it before my screening too, and I'm like, wait a minute. I thought I started laughing. I was like, I remember I was like going, oh my god, they're playing this Megalopolis trailer that supposedly has fake critic, quotes. And
but not only are they fake,
but these quotes are like. But I remember these quotes are like, if these are fake, then like they are like actual things that were said about these movies. Though.
Oh no, not only are they fake, they're AI generated.
That's what was released today.
Oh
yeah,
yeah, Scott.
Yeah,
that was the information that released today. Was they fired the head marketing guy for Lionsgate? I think.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
It was Lionsgate.
Yes. Yeah.
For putting out that trailer and doing AI generated quotes. But it's so funny because like how you're saying, Scott, it's like they could have actually probably pulled actual quotes from those movies,
yes.
like Godfather and Apocalypse Now, because those were controversial back then. But apparently they put it into like
they were that lazy. They did like you couldn't do a fucking Google search for period, reviews.
Yes. He's always been controversial.
Yeah. The funny thing is like I as much as I was kind of clowning Lionsgate earlier, I will give them credit. They came out and were like, yeah, we fucked up. We're sorry.
And they did it the same day. Like it was quick.
Oh,
like I saw the retraction about within minutes of, I know it wasn't minutes, but like in a normal person's day who doesn't live online, like you see there's a new Megalopolis trailer. Mm-hmm. And then by the next time I checked my phone,
good trailer.
It was a good trailer. Yeah.
It was a good trailer. But the next time I looked at my phone, there was the retraction about the fake quotes. And I'm just like, and basically the quote saying, yeah, that was a mistake. And I'm just oh wow,
epic piece of trash.
There should be one from
the Godfather doesn't know what he wants to be. What's he want? What he want?
What it wants to be.
What he wants to be. Sorry. A lot of wine. So it's just stuff like that. It's like, and it was funny because I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool trailer because it's like, hey, you've doubted Francis Ford Coppola before. Don't doubt him right now.
Well, they also criticized Dracula. Yeah.
There's a Dracula quote too, where it's like
Apocalypse
something about
Now.
a mess.
Yeah, Godfather, Apocalypse Now, and Dracula are the three that they use for this
all
trailer.
Three of those movies are like iconic, you know. So they're basic. I mean, I understand like the fact that it's like, and I am seeing this movie because
I'm seeing this movie too.
Same.
I am so intrigued by what is going on with this. Ray, have you seen like the trailers for this movie and everything?
I think I saw one. That's about it. Like months ago. Yeah, because there's been like I was confused. I'm like, oh, did the movie already come out? Because I was seeing like. Yeah,
it's in September. It comes out in September.
September 27th.
It's been shown. It was shown at which film festival? I can't.
Cannes.
It was Cannes.
It was Cannes. Yeah.
And it was funny because I saw. I don't even. I think I saw a middle of the road review. I saw either
Extreme Level
Masterpiece or what the fuck is Francis Ford Coppola on kind of thing. So I'm just going. You know what? I'm looking at the cast. I'm seeing the trailer and I'm going, and you have fucking Lawrence Fishburne
narrating the trailer.
Yep.
And I'm just going, this is like Matrix vibes here going on. I'm all about this. And then of course you have, this poster of Adam Driver, speaking of, that I'm like, he's like adjusting things and doing, I don't know. It's just so, I'm just going.
Well, the cool thing is that's a tool that an architect would use. And clearly he's a character who's building a new world while also able to manipulate time. So, I mean, the imagery is just making me go, shut up. I've got my money. I'm going to see this. I hope I get it in IMAX. I mean, it's being released in IMAX, and I hope I get it in IMAX because I'll be there.
Oh, yeah. I'm totally seeing
Anyone wondering what kind of popcorn bucket's going to come with this?
It's just going to be Francis Ford Coppola's mouth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Just
no. All I need to do is I just need to get the sippy cup where they pour me like the Coppola wine. Like have
there you go. Yeah.
Have the wine.
That'd be pretty sweet.
And I've had Coppola's wine. It's good wine.
So have I. It's pretty good. It's good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this movie a lot. It feels like Inception in a certain respect.
A little bit, doesn't it? Right?
Yeah.
Hey, Williams.
What's up?
There he is.
With a little Gladiator mixed in.
A little bit, a little bit of Gladiator, a little bit of oh man, I had it at the tip of my tongue and I just lost it. But yeah, like Gladiator. Wow, I just lost what I said initially. Inception. Yeah. Inception. Maybe a little bit of Tenet too.
Yeah, we're
just a smidge.
Going backwards. There is a shot of like Adam Driver that does something where it does reverse.
Yep.
So we're talking about Megalopolis right now, William.
He doesn't even know what it is.
That's kind of sad that what's up?
No, we're just kind of talking about
you're delayed.
The controversial like trailer that came out. Like when Scott and I, when he saw The Crow and I saw The Crow, we saw this controversial trailer that had fake AI generated critic quotes. They pulled it offline like crazy, but we saw it before our screenings, and I made the joke that I was like, it was right before I saw a movie that I thought was written by AI. Anyways, that was another little stab at Crow. Anyways.
Francis Ford Coppola, the great Francis Ford Coppola, this kind of stuff is attached to a movie he's been trying to make for all this time. It's like the fact that he's one of the greatest directors of all time is not even being. It's just this whole process to get this movie made has been some Saturday Night Live stuff. It just kind of sucks, but he'll be all right, I guess.
But at the same time, I'm like, is this kind of helping it? That's one of the things I was kind of thinking about with like all this stuff. I mean, like I get like people are upset and everything, but then it's just, I mean, with some of the group
conversation going,
it keeps the conversation going. And then even some of the group chats I'm in, we're just kind of going like, Jesus Christ, this fucking movie. But then we're all going, we're all going to go see it, like everybody is like and then even like people here, like, everybody here, we're just kind of going, we all kind of want to see it, even with all this controversy that's surrounding it. I'm like, I just keep getting more and more intrigued. I didn't even know that Dustin Hoffman was in this.
Dustin Hoffman's in this movie, yeah.
John Boyd, Shia LaBeouf,
John Boyd, Shia LaBeouf. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, they like this new trailer showed more of the cast.
Jason Schwartzman and
Natalia Manuel.
Yes.
I don't skip Francis Ford Coppola movies, so it doesn't matter with the trailers. Yeah, if it could have came out with the Muppets doing the trailers over being dubbed over, it's Francis Ford Coppola. He doesn't. I don't know how much longer he's going to be making movies at any level, and he doesn't really. If you look at it compared to
this
other
might
directors,
be his opus. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. He doesn't have to have a very large catalog compared to certain other directors. So there's not a lot out there recently. So really, there's really nothing that's going to stop me. Now, if I see it and it sucks, I still saw Francis Ford Coppola, because what's the last big movie he's done? I can't even.
I was just about to look that up.
Well, while you looked that up, I gotta go. I gotta go. But thanks for having me on.
Okay.
Y'all have a wonderful, beautiful night.
Thank you, Andy, for showing up.
Boys, behave. You're accompanied by a queen right now, so behave. And if I'm an Anabite with all my partners,
just kidding.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about. I'm only talking about Raya. So if I'm in Anabite at Screen Rant, Multiverse of Color, Show and Whisper, and I will see y'all when I see you. Have a good weekend.
All right, thanks, Andy.
All right, take care.
Right. Hey, William, to answer your question, his last 3 movies I never even heard of. So the last movie he did that I even knew the name of was he did the John Grisham adaptation of The Rainmaker with Matt Damon for Paramount in '97.
My dad saw. I think because my dad sees all his movies, John Grisham adapted movies.
Yeah, so I didn't see The Rainmaker was actually, the book was good, but I never made to the movie. Before then, it was the year before he did Jack with Robin Williams.
Yep.
And then before that was Dracula.
He did Jack?
He did Jack. And Dracula was in 1992. So we're talking, that's a huge gap. So I'm going to go see
Jennifer Lopez. Was Jennifer Lopez in Jack?
I think so.
Yeah. She was like the teacher.
Yeah.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. That's not a lot of output. That's not a lot of output in the last 40 years.
Fuck? I did not know that it was a Francis Ford Coppola.
I didn't know either. Yeah. That
wow.
Movie didn't really
I remember that
well.
movie because the concept was, interesting about a kid who just ages rapidly. Rapidly. And I remember the last scene was very sad. When he graduates high school, he's very old.
Yep.
Wow. That was a Coppola? Wow.
Coppola. Yeah.
Same with Outsiders.
Christ.
Oh, I know. I love The Outsiders.
Outsiders is fantastic.
I don't know if y'all have seen the Captain EO short film from Disneyland.
He directed that.
Yes.
and
Captain EO. And Lucas wrote the story for it. I love watching that. It's my guilty pleasure. I'm not even guilty about it. No, fuck it.
Don't be guilty about that. No, I remember going to and seeing that shit and putting on the 3D glasses and watching that
at Epcot Center.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I did. I saw it at Disneyland here. God damn. He also, that's crazy. It's crazy how Michael Jackson had that. Francis Ford Coppola direct that, and he had Martin Scorsese direct Bad.
The John Landis. John Landis.
Jonathan Landis did Thriller.
Yeah,
it's just that's why his music videos were so iconic. It was
they were movies.
They were fucking movies.
Remember Michael Bad premiered on Fox, live on Fox. It was its actual own premiere. On Sunday night, they did that. They made a whole premiere. They advertised it for the whole week. Same thing with Thriller. Thriller was an MTV event. I remember kids getting let out of school to go home to go see that video because they were going to air it. They sold all week, and it was a movie. It was an event. That Michael.
And then when they did, I remember when they released that terrible kids Halloween movie with Jack Black, the house with a clock in its walls or whatever.
Oh God, yeah,
it was terrible. But if you saw an IMAX, they gave you 3D glasses and they showed the full Thriller video in IMAX 3D.
Oh wow!
Before the house with the clock in its walls, and I swore up and down that me buying that ticket was. The movie was trash, but it was worth it to see Thriller in IMAX 3D.
That's pretty awesome.
They
still
kept
remember.
playing it.
I still remember, it was in the late '90s. Remember, speaking of Michael Jackson videos, they had Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson. They made that Scream video. Remember?
Love it.
Yes. You know what's funny? It was that was shot at Universal Studios. And I remember I was in line for, I forgot which attraction I was in line for. And I remember looking over and there was a warehouse that had something going on. I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I remember when it was 1997, I guess, or 98. I don't know what it was. It was late 90s. And that was also an event where they were going to premiere the new Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson Scream video. And they shot it on the Universal lot and they showed that image. I'm like, holy shit. I was waiting in line for, I forgot what retraction. I was like, I saw that. I looked over. I was like, oh, I remember. I was like, Mom, remember? I was like, we were waiting in line. It was hot as hell, and it was like crazy. But yeah, it used to be a thing where when it came to like, you know, especially Michael Jackson videos, where it was like, it was an event. I remember the black and white video too. That was like an event where it was like, oh yeah, it's gonna premiere like at certain time
before the Simpsons. Right before the Simpsons, remember that?
It was like on. It was such a. Anytime that Michael Jackson did something, it was literally a fucking movie kind of thing. It was like an event before there was internet. It was such a. It was that's how like iconic all that shit was, and like, and his videos never disappointed. Anytime it was like, oh yeah, this is amazing. Like Thriller, I thought he was a werewolf for a long time. I thought I was like, oh my God, don't touch Michael Jackson. He's a werewolf. I was scared of that shit, dude. That Thriller scared the shit out of me.
Same, yeah.
Vincent Price at the end.
Oh,
I remember because
Still to this day.
They redid the song because remember, if you listen to the original song, the Vincent Price thing is at the end, but they put it in the middle and they separated the thing. And the choreographic, the movie, they would show right after the video, they showed all the people who worked on the choreography and John and that documentary is in its own is something that should have won something because that
dude, it's so good.
Hey man, I mean,
dude, that's why I can't. I'm so curious about this Michael Jackson biopic. I'm like, how do you cram so much of his life into like a film? I'm like, this thing's gonna be 3 hours long. I'm like, there's so much there. Like if you're trying to capture his real life, and then of course, you know, we've seen the set photos of like, oh, they're gonna show them making like some of these iconic music videos that he did. I mean, when it came to music videos, I mean, I remember there was one time where I was spending the night at my cousin's house and they were playing a marathon of like music videos, and Michael Jackson was like the predominant one. And it was just hours and hours of just like, I was like, God damn, how many music videos did he have for like everything? And they were showing Captain EO stuff. They were showing just all kinds of stuff. They were showing everything that he did.
Oh, love it. Big fan.
Yeah, even with all, like I said, that biopic is going to be weird because I wonder how it's going to be accepted because obviously, are you going to be showing everything because, you know, it's there's another part of his life that, you know, the people, if you cut it out, people are going, well, that's not accurate, but people who just want to celebrate him are going to be like, well, we don't, you know, that's not what we paid to see type of thing, you know, so it's going to be weird to see how the general public accepts that because it really doesn't matter, even with all the weirdness. If Michael Jackson were alive today, he walked into Tokyo and said, you know what? I'm throwing a concert at the Tokyo Dome in 48 hours. Every seat at the Tokyo Dome would be full within 24 hours.
If he showed up in Vegas for the Sphere.
No, they would put him in Allegiant. You couldn't put him in the Sphere. You'd have to put Michael Jackson in Allegiant. To the day he died.
No. But, I mean, the Sphere is more expensive and more crazy. He would be both. He'd be like, all right, I'm going to do like, you know, a month in the Sphere and then a month at Allegiant. Yeah. It would sell out like crazy. It would just like, no matter what, people would be flocking to that shit.
Oh, y'all just reminded me. I think I definitely tagged William in this. I don't know if it's news or if it just bubbled up again, but WB, I guess, is like spending $8 billion to, I guess, like repurpose the University of LV and make it into kind of like a studio lot, but like that's under the condition that they get a tax write-off or tax break for it.
Massive tax break.
I'm like, where's this $8 billion that you're gonna pull out of thin air?
And I saw that, and I'm like, why is nobody actually? I saw that, and I was like, nobody talked about it. Is that real? Is it real?
It's real, but here's the thing about Vegas. It's they needed to hide it a little bit better because once the general public figures it out, they're gonna try to blow it up. Basically, what it is they're going to give them a massive tax break. I don't have any problem with it. It's another business here, but the general public here in Vegas sometimes gets a little bit, you know, they're spending public money, which is not going to be the case, but that's how it'll get spun. Then initiatives got to get passed. So I'm waiting until the fine print and the paperwork is out of the public's hand and into the, you know, the politicians who actually want it to happen, because that's how Allegiant Stadium got built. They bitched and moaned the entire time they were building Raider Stadium. Nobody wanted the bill. We didn't need this. We didn't need that. Now we've had a Super Bowl here. We're going to have a WrestleMania here. We've had a bunch of sold out concerts here. All that brings in sales tax and traffic to a place that has no income tax. So it's a good thing, but people are going to look at it. I got to see how the public accepts it.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, Vegas, like it's so funny that you're gonna get a baseball team in a couple of years.
The
now.
A's,
the A's are going over there. It's like, you just welcome it. That's the thing. It's like
that's what I think. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You welcome it.
All this shit.
We're going to build this down in the strip, and it's going to be this. We don't need this. And I'm like, it's not for you guys. It's for the tourists. And guess what? If somebody can't rent out Allegiant Stadium, they can now rent out a stadium, and that's more traffic. We almost lost a rodeo because they were fighting getting Allegiant Stadium, all these things built, and the rodeo was almost going to go to AT&T in Texas. And I'm like, why are you guys going to let that walk?
One of the things, and I've always said, one of the spots that I would actually want to move to is Vegas, but at the same time, it's like, there are the neighborhoods that are outside of that. It's like, and when my dad did live there, the last few times we went there, we didn't even go to the strip. I'm like, we get it. That's a touristy spot. And then of course you have like all this other stuff here. It's growing, but at the same time, it's like, it's a growing economy. And it's like, you realize you are Vegas. So the fact that it's like, there's probably going to be a basketball team in the next few years too, that's going to end up showing up eventually. I'm surprised that wasn't the first thing. All right, the Raiders moved there. All right, that's big, and that stadium looks beautiful. I haven't been inside it physically. I've seen it on TV. It looks great. I've seen on the outside, looks great. And then now you got a baseball team showing up, and then I'm like, all right, it's only a matter of you already have a hockey team there.
You have a hockey team, and that makes it easier for the NBA team because you just play on alternating sites. You don't have to build an arena.
You really don't have to. You could really just use that arena already. So I'm like, it's only a matter of time before you get a basketball team. It's like, And so if anybody's complaining there, it's like, no, it's a growing economy. It's like, but you don't have to go to it because there's so much other things to do in the neighborhoods and in the towns that are not on the strip, which there is a lot there.
And go to Summerlin. Go to Summerlin.
Yeah.
It's low key. But yeah, like I guess like for me, I can kind of not, I don't even think it's like devil's advocate, but I can see like how locals like you, William, like you can see like, okay, things are going to get more expensive. Like transplants like me, come through and like, drop cash and then like, are, kind of transient and don't really quote unquote, like appreciate, the folks who are actually living there, and we just make things worse. So I can kind of see how folks can spin it that way. Cause like, I haven't been there very long, but yeah, you can speak to that more, I guess, like how transplants like me kind of like make things a little harder for y'all.
Well, they hate guys like me that are from California and are probably going to go back and forth. But here's the thing I expect. Here's the thing that I explain to those guys. You ever heard of a thing called math? Because you are next to the 5th largest economy in the world. In a 36-month period, $7.1 billion in real estate was purchased by Californians, mostly Southern Californians. Your economy, if you like I would say, if you take New York and California out of the nation's economy, a lot of the reasons why everything in the middle exists ceases. Because that's where a lot of your consumption comes. That's like being in like, Newark, New Jersey and saying, you know what, fuck off New York. I'm sorry. Math is going to win that battle. So I love the money coming back and forth. I wish the bullet train was already here. I see California. That's money.
Jesus Christ. When's that going to be happening?
Literally.
It is kind of crazy too, because, I remember seeing, and I see this statistic every now and again. It's like, it's funny how most of the percentage of our country, if you were to draw a line in the middle of our country, most people live on the east side. Have you guys seen that statistic where it's like most of the population is on the east side of our country if you were to draw a line in the middle of it? And it's crazy. You wouldn't think like, wow, like you have California and stuff like that. But most people live on the east side. Most of them, like a big percentage. You wouldn't think that, but at the same time, it's like, It's crazy that that's the case.
That's where the jobs are. That's where the jobs are. If you look
well,
at
like
the East side.
West has like a lot of like the farm stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If you if you were divided in the middle, yeah, you have a lot of land that is, of course, dedicated to all the farming stuff and all that stuff like that. And then, of course, you have California and all the West Coast stuff. But it's just when I keep seeing that statistic, I'm like, it's crazy how much is crammed over on the east side of our country. I'm like, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but it's like, it's a crazy number. I'm like, wow, when I live in California, I'm going, Jesus Christ, it seems like so many people fucking live here.
Well, it matches the percentage of consumption. It's 37%.
That's what it is.
37% of all consumption comes from 2 states. Everything else, like I said, it's okay. So you take California and New York out of that, all your plants and factories down in Carolina and Atlanta, all your consumption, that number crosses the board. So a lot of that stuff is before the consumption of those 2 states. A lot of your grain, your soy products, all of that stuff, all that stuff is consumed in large part to those states, and those states have the jobs because that's where, there's no such thing as really a localized job in some of those states. You can get any type of job in there. Whereas once you get away from those places, you're starting with agricultural and things like that, things that require a little bit more than just, getting the interview. So that's why that's where your media markets. That's why when COVID was coming back, or when we were coming back from COVID, they wouldn't start releasing movies in theaters until you could get them in New York and LA. They were like, we're not going to do it because that was your media market. So, not saying you should live anywhere else, but at the same time, if you're living in Vegas and it's a 2-3 hour drive away and you're bringing a lot of money, I wouldn't really make fun of those guys.
Yeah, I could just kind of empathize with cost of living, going up.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing I want to acknowledge for sure too.
That's true, because it has gone up over 30 years. But I've always said, there's no such thing as a desirable place that's going to end up staying cheap forever. It's going to go. I don't think it'll go up to Northern California or certain spots in California, like San Bernardino. They're selling houses like $300,000-$400,000 in San Bernardino. I grew up in San Bernardino. I didn't think the entire town was worth $400,000, but apparently I'm wrong because I'm trying to get property, use my VA loan, and I'm like, you want what? I grew up down the street from I grew up on Norton Air Force Base.
Shit.
Compared to the rest of California, that's a deal. That's a bargain.
That's insane.
Totally
I grew up on Norton Air Force Base, right? And the property values were pretty much connected to being next to the base. So they've knocked all that down. Yet there are houses near Norton Air Force Base. The crater that used to be Norton Air Force Base, 285. Dude, you don't even have any street lights down your crib. You can 285.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, San Bernardino is a bit of a shithole.
And they're yes, and they're getting it though. That's the terrifying thing. It's like, oh wow, nobody's gonna pay that. Oh shit, it sold to who?
Oh yeah,
what the?
There's some houses I'm like going, what the fuck? Yeah, I've worked doing cable, and other things when it comes to telecom stuff, and I've driven. Drive throughout. I mean, it is a shithole.
Fontana,
it's big. Fontana's a shithole too. Well, part of it is. Part of it's nice. Part of it's a shithole. Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's going to happen to Fresno and Bakersfield, because that's kind of been pretty consistent as far as people don't really buy stuff out there.
That's its own thing. That's a different kind of beast. Yeah. When it comes to San Bernardino, it's big because they literally have a San Bernardino County. Yeah, it's a county.
Big. It's the largest county.
So it's big, and it's got a lot of just shitty areas, a lot of ghettos. There is some spots you do not want to be at.
Foothill
at night.
Stay off of Foothill. Dude. Stay off of Water Street or Waterman Street. Any street with a number, a low number, you need to.
Oh, you got to get the fuck out of before the fucking street lights come on. Oh yeah, there was one time when I was working cable, I had to do work on a Sunday. I was on call. This was a long time ago, but when I was working cable and I was on call, and I had to pull a route in San Bernardino, and I had to do an installation. It was my last job of the day, and it was starting to get, the sun was starting to set, and we had to go to a spot that was not in a good neighborhood at all. So a coworker of mine who I was cool with. I was like, hey man, let's knock this out. We got to get out of here before the fucking street lights come on because it's gonna get bad. And yeah, and there was one time too where I was working in San Bernardino as a cable guy. I was doing an installation at this apartment, and it was outside their back like sliding door. They're like, you never want to go there. They said you never want to go to that area right there. They told me this. You never want to go to that area because one time, and this was recent, they go, yeah, there was like a gang thing that happened where somebody on the second story showed up, and the guy, they were screaming at somebody, and the guy that was on his balcony just started screaming back, and he pulled out a gun and blew somebody away. Just like they just saw it from their apartment. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, yeah, you don't want to go there. And I had a friend of mine who worked cable in San Bernardino mainly. And they're like, oh yeah, there's he would name the streets. You don't want to go here. You don't want to go there. It's like,
you probably know all those streets too.
Oh yeah, you probably do. You probably do.
Rialto
was like, too.
Yeah, it was basically, it's its own city, but it really isn't. It's just a street away because all your streets go into all the same cities. So it got bad. But like I said, when I left there, because it was, my dad wanted to be near a base. So he was retiring. He wanted to be near a base. He didn't want to, go back, west. So he came out here, and everybody's like, this town's never going to recover from the bases being closed. We lost our mall. We had Inland Empire Mall, and we had Central Street Mall, and they were right down the street from each other. You could literally walk to one or the other. Those are both closed down now. And it was like that city. I go back there and I'm looking at this. I see all the places that used to be my childhood. They're not only are they closed, they're gone. You could go stand on the flat land, like where my house was. My house, I could stand on 26 Galaxy Circle, which is where I live. You could, if you Google map it, it's gone. But that house down the street from that crater, $285.
That's crazy.
Sold. So yeah, there you go. But
California, I don't know why you want to move back, William.
Hey, but it's home. Listen,
I get it, but
Vegas is nice.
Property is just going to, continue to appreciate. It's a good investment. So
yeah, Uncle Sam's taking care of that part of it. I'm using my vehicle. So, but no, I really like it. And every time I go back to California for something, I'm like, why am I getting back on this plane and coming to this inferno?
Meanwhile, I'm like, dude, I want to fucking get out of this goddamn place.
You want to come to Vegas, and I mean,
yes.
It all depends on who you are, but like I said, I
should have pulled the trigger about 5 years ago. God,
I was laughing at Dave on Wednesday because we were talking about our power bills.
Oh my God, dude!
And Dave and I realized that my 2,400 square foot house in Alabama and his apartment in California, and our power bills are almost exactly the same.
Yep. It was bad. Like, it's that bad, but because I work from home, so I'm here all the time, and I live on the second story. So it's like, I try to be like, all right, set the AC at this, but at the same time, I'm like, God damn, it's hot in here. And so running the AC, stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that, and I couldn't believe it. Like my last month power bill was the most I've ever paid for a power bill. I'm like, good God.
Dude, come out to here, to here. Sure. And then they send you these, oh, by the way, we're going to raise your rate hikes. I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, they let you know in May, and it's coming. The months that are coming. You're like, thanks.
I mean, I will say, like, during the winter season, it's like, oh yeah, I'm paying barely, like not even that much. But and then there was even like one time this year where I get a rebate of something where it's like, oh yeah, you only, we gave you a rebate in this. I'm like, cool. But then, man, when I looked at that power bill, when I went to the site and paid my power bill last month, and I can't even imagine. I'm like, what's gonna be like this month? But it's like, it's pretty freaking crazy. Yeah. Scott and I were talking about that. I'm like, man, you were in a household with a family, and I'm paying a little bit less, but it's ridiculous. The fact that, it's like,
so you live in the most populous state in the union, man.
That's what happens. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going, I just tell myself, all right, I work from home. I don't have to pay gas.
Yeah.
So there's at least that I can subtract from that. And I try to just incorporate that into my whole thing where I'm like, well, yeah, I get gas once a month, if that, so because I get gas once a month.
Same. I get gas every 3 weeks or once a month. It actually depends on how much I work my second job, because my second job is slightly. I mean, let's be honest, slightly farther away than my full-time job. But yeah, I mean, I work 10 minutes from home.
Yeah, so you barely drive.
I barely drive. I mean, my dad likes to say, your car never makes it out.
Yeah.
You're getting terrible gas mileage because you're never making it far, but you drive so little that you get terrible gas mileage, but you're still not doing that many miles.
Dude, yeah, I know.
That's just.
And I have like I have a 2020 Corolla, who I almost said Camry, Corolla. So it's like, it's very gas efficient. So it's like every 6 weeks I'm getting I'm getting some gas. But the sad fact of the matter is sometimes I'm driving out to LA for some screenings or whatever the fuck. So then that is going to swallow up that. But that's why I hate that's another reason why I hate driving out to LA, because I'm like, this is gonna swallow up the gas.
The funny thing about it is San Bernardino, when we were living there, when my dad did retire before he came out to Vegas, almost everybody around us was working in LA and driving from San Bernardino to LA.
Dude, before my dad retired, before he moved back to California, which he regrets, but he was because he was a helicopter pilot for search and rescue kind of stuff, basically what Dwayne Johnson does in San Andreas, which of course he always makes fun of, no, you can't do that with a helicopter. And I'm like, it's a movie. And he's like, yeah, I know. But anyways, so he would be a week on, week off. So he would drive to 29 Palms out in the desert. You know where that is. He would drive out to 29 Palms and be, working for a week, and then he'd be a week off, week on, week off. So it was just, that was his whole thing. And it was a no-brainer of hey, living in Vegas, but then driving out. And of course it'd be like a 3-hour drive to work. But then it's it's kind of worth it, because you're on for a week and then you drive home, and then and he was obviously making great money. So, but yeah, there's a lot of things that happens.
So here's the other question: what's the cheapest gas you've seen
here?
Yeah,
in my entire life.
No, currently, when you if you drive around and try to find that gas station that's got the best gas.
I saw it recently and I couldn't believe it. I saw $3.93.
Oh, I got you beat.
I'm sure you do. But I saw $3.93 2 weeks ago somewhere.
Oh, I got you all beat.
What?
$2.89.
Fuck off. Fuck all the way off.
I saw $3.93 not too long ago, but then when I got gas yesterday because I was running on empty before I went to go see The Crow. And I got gas, and it was probably $4.12 or something like that. So yeah,
I may not live in one of the most populous states in the union, but my bills are wonderful.
That's so
I want my pollution back. I don't want to see the sky. I want to see buildings. I
love living over here where I get I can get a cool breeze. I can see the stars.
That's the thing. It's
I can see the star. Listen, I got NASA has a website and it gives you live.
God,
I don't need to see any of that. Anything Mother Nature has to offer me, I don't need.
Rhea, I need you to reach across the screen. I need you to take your hand.
I don't need to be near.
How hard can you slap him? I mean, I'm curious.
I don't need lakes. I don't need the river. I'm not fishing. I'm not doing any of that stuff.
No.
I want the city. I want that layer of yellow above my skyline to know I'm back.
No, you gotta understand.
I do too. I'm kind of indoctrinated.
That's right. It's in your
I grew up. When I was growing up, the house that my parents still live in, we moved in when I was 5. My parents live on a 16.5-acre plot, and that is being developed by like subdivisions all around them, but the development has to stop because they run into my parents' property line. And from that point on, it's 16.5 acres of hills, trees, and pasture.
Okay, stop.
And it is gorgeous because you know what? You drive up a 1/4 mile hill to my parents' house, and when you're in spring and summer, you can't see anybody. No one can see you because all the trees have leaves, and you don't see a soul. And
that sounds horrifying.
I would drive you crazy. I would
get cabin fever on day one.
No, you need a balance. You need a balance. I want a balance. I like the noise. I like the noise of a city. I like it. I'm totally with that. But every now and again, you need to fucking drown out that noise. And I don't want to run around naked in a fucking forest.
Yeah, here's the thing: the army took all that wilderness shit out of me. I don't want to see a tree, animals, nothing. I want to see every amenity that the city has to offer. My relationship with food begins when it's on my plate. I'm not hunting for anything. I'm not looking for nothing.
I'm not hunting for anything. I'm not hunting for anything either. But the closest to civilization that I want to live is I live in the suburbs, and I love the suburbs. The city gives me anxiety. I'm sorry. I hate driving in a city because I spent my entire life driving 12 minutes on the interstate to get to my high school. I was the kid that when it came time to get my driver's license, fuck driving on streets, but put me on a interstate for 2 hours and I am like gold. We're all going 70 miles per hour.
Where are you originally from?
I'm from here. I was born in Birmingham. I have lived in Birmingham. I've of course visited other places. I've gone and done summer jobs. I remember driving the 8.5 hours to Daytona Beach in the summer.
You don't have an accent.
Daytona rules. Yeah,
it ruled until I had it ruled until I had Hurricane Charlie. I got to experience my first hurricane the summer of 2004. And by the way, William, please stop it with the cliche you don't have an accent.
The times I've been in Alabama, I was surrounded by people who had accents. So
I agree.
This is my accent. Now
that's what I'm saying. This is surprising. I thought
not everyone from the South has a Southern twang to their accent. For crying out loud!
This is how the rest of America sounds.
No, like the last time, it was kind of funny because I was talking about this recently. I think this was for my mom's birthday. We kind of brought this up. Me and my mom and my brother when we lived in Alabama. I mean, the first time I was born in Alabama, which is everybody goes, "What the fuck?" Anytime I say that, they go, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm an army brat." So I was born in Fort Rucker, Alabama. So, like I when I clarify that, they go, "Oh, okay." And then I was like, I was born in Alabama. We moved to Washington. We were there for about 5-6 years. Then we moved back to Alabama, and we were back for 3 years. And it was kind of funny because I don't know, we talked about this with my dad when we saw, I think, Deadpool and Wolverine, and we had that long day of Dodger game and Deadpool and Wolverine. And we kind of like talked about it where it was like when we went back to Alabama, and I remember we even like if you were to watch old videos, my mom and my brother, for some reason, adapted the Southern twang. My dad and me, we didn't. Like we did not, we didn't get that. And then my brother brought up a good point. He's like, well, you went to school on the base. I went to school off base. So I had teachers that had the twang. You didn't because you were on the base, and everybody on the base was such a mix mash of everything that nobody had an accent. And my dad also worked on the base, so he didn't have that either. My mom worked off base. She, conversed with people that had the twang, so she adapted. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
See, but my parents don't have.
See, that's what's interesting.
My parents don't have an accent. Now, my mom's parents. Oh hell yes! My mom's family has it, but my mom doesn't. My dad doesn't. Now, to be fair, there's also mitigating factors that, I mean, because when you listen to my voice, it's especially interesting now that I'm not on camera because I had to charge my laptop, and all you're hearing is my voice. I mean, just so everyone wants to go, you don't sound like you're from the South. I was born and raised in Birmingham, always since 1982. But here's my question. Where do I sound like I'm from? I mean, that's the question I always have when someone says you don't have an accent. So where am I from?
I was going to say the coast. I wouldn't have been surprised if you just said California, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so, you don't sound super Southern honky, so yeah.
No, I don't.
I wasn't going to say that, but then my question becomes, then what do I sound like? Like, where am I supposed to be from with the way that I talk? You sound like you grew up in the same area. You could have been from San Bernardino. With
like you sound very collegiate. I don't know. You sound educated. Yes.
Oh wow. Well, there's just no jaw.
My case in point.
You just don't have the jaw, which is, I mean, like I said, I'm not. It's just
because we don't all have. Because here's the thing, and this is where I get very specific. There's also not one Southern accent. Because here's the thing. As a Southerner, I can tell you, oh, you're from Georgia. You're from Tennessee. Oh, dear God, you're from Mississippi. It's like, well, because my wife does that. I could always tell my wife would start talking to me and I'd go, why don't you talk to your grandmother?
Because she started having the twang a little bit?
Not twang.
Okay.
She had Georgia. Oh. So think of designing women.
Wow. Oh, okay.
You'd have the darling. Think about Dixie Carter, and that's
and because from Golden Girls.
Well, that's Florida, but but yeah.
Oh no, she's from the South. Anyway,
Florida.
It's an impression anyway, but yeah.
Right, but the thing is that that's a Georgia accent that we talk about. Usually that's what you think about. That's more of the, Georgia. But we all have different accents. And so funny is that Southerners, we can go, oh, you're from that state. Because
that's what's interesting about that.
Because we know that there's not one Southern accent. Like the Southern accent even changes based on which state you're from, and then also, of course, your socioeconomic status affects it as well. But there were mitigating factors to my accent, you would say, because when I was in the second grade, I had to go to speech therapy because I talked through my nose. So I even had to go to Children's Hospital for a few lessons to get me to drop my voice down into, not talking up here and get into my normal register. And of course, then puberty hit, and then this is the voice I got. And then as another mitigating factor, remember I was a theater major.
Yes.
So I was a singer.
That voice. Yeah.
I'm a singer, and I remember the first thing I learned in freshman year was 10-10 men. The correct way to pronounce your vowels. Because it's not 10-10 men, it's 10-10 men. And so I was trained, because what theater teaches you to do is what they call the news broadcaster accent.
Yes.
You go for that Midwest neutral, the voice that doesn't sound like it's like the voice that you either sound like you're from nowhere or you sound like you're from everywhere. Like that's what theater does. And the funny thing is that when I've tried to do a Southern accent, or more specifically a mountain man accent, I did a play called Salvation on Sand Mountain. I had to watch Coal Miner's Daughter with Sissy Spacek and Tommy Lee Jones because I couldn't do the Southern accent. I'm born and raised in Alabama.
Couldn't do a Southern accent.
I couldn't do a Southern accent, like a really put on Southern accent. Now, I can do your British accent all day long. I can talk like I'm from Ireland, and I can talk like I'm from Scotland, absolutely. But I can't do a Southern accent, and I don't know where that came from. But like I said, my parents don't really have what you would call a Southern accent. My sister and I don't have it. Now it comes out, get me drunk or get me pissed off, and you'll hear it. There are certain words I say, Is
it like Hank Hill pissed off? I'm gonna kick your ass.
God damn it, Bobby.
It's kind of like what are y'all doing?
Yeah.
It's not even the accent that kicks in. It's our vernacular. Like the words I didn't realize everyone else doesn't have.
Mm-hmm.
There's y'all.
You're an English teacher too, right?
Oh, I love using y'all.
I was.
Yeah, I know. I was about to say, like, Rhea, you
another
love
thing.
using y'all.
Yeah. But y'all is true. But we also have fixin' too. Do you know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, about to.
Yep.
Yeah. We're preparing to. I'm fixing to. I had to actually teach someone from somewhere else in the U.S. I was like, "What? You don't know? Fuck it. I'm fixing to. What does that mean? What do you mean? What does that mean?" It's like they're
open a can of whoop ass on you. That's
what. Do you mean,
exactly. But that's when my accent. It's not even the accent. It's just my terminology. It's the words that we have that are, more Southern or just considered like have a Southern origin that people don't. The way that we call, every soft drink is Coke. I'll have a Coke, please. We don't serve Pepsi. Yeah. That's
or pop.
Yes,
pop is Midwest, isn't it? Pop is like
pop is Midwest
pop over here.
Yeah, so we don't say pop, we don't say soda. Everything is Coke. Like that's just what we call it.
Coke.
Everything is Coke. Everything is Kleenex. I don't care what brand of tissue.
Band-Aid. Everything is yeah.
Band-Aid or
Band-Aid. Yeah.
Let me Xerox that for you.
Let me Xerox that. Let me Google that.
I just had the worst flashbacks. I had a high school history teacher. I shit you not. Her name was Miss Tissue.
Oh no.
And anytime someone sneezed or someone was about to sneeze, they'd be like, "Hey, do you need a and before anyone could even finish the saying tissue, she'd immediately scream, "Kleenex!" Yeah, that was.
Yeah, she probably heard that her entire life. She's just over it.
100%. Yeah.
Well, that was interesting because, like I said, I've only been to Huntsville, Alabama, so it's not like I've been all over. So
and even Huntsville is not even a great because since it's the Space and Rocket Center. I mean, that's we call it, Hunts Vegas. That is literally what we nickname Huntsville because it's such a melting pot because you have all the scientists and mathematicians and academics who are there because of defense contracts and rocket work and everything else. So Huntsville is in itself is a completely different personality and animal in the state. So.
I actually liked it there for the amount of time I was there, but 2 months of that type of, foresty, fieldy stuff, that's enough. That's my limit.
Let's see. And like I said, I can't stand not seeing green. Like when I was in Ireland, I was so happy because oh wow, this looks like home. Like, all the hills and rolling things. And the people in Ireland also felt Southern.
If I could afford to live in Tokyo, I would. If I could afford to live right in the heart of Tokyo, if I could afford it, I would be right there.
I remember I brought up, well, they're going to have to build you a custom apartment, William, because everything is just so small and compact out there.
Yeah, because I can't fit in anything, but that's where I want to be. I want to open my window and see the other building. That's what I want. I don't want to see any of this.
Well, you don't know this. Dave's seen pictures of it, but my vacation spot, my in-laws built a cabin in the Smoky Mountains in North Carolina. That is my happy place. Just to sit on a deck looking at the Smoky Mountains. There's a hot tub. I drink a cup of hot coffee. I am just pleased as punch. I go to the beach. I don't like sand, but I love sitting on a balcony.
Okay, Anakin. Sorry.
with the the sand, it gets everywhere. And I love listening to the ocean like it's my sound machine as I read on the balcony. I don't actually like getting into salt water or on the beach. But me going to the mountains, that is that is like my happy place. You get a nice 70 degrees outside, you get the wind blow, you get that mountain breeze blowing. Not a soul. That is heaven to me, because I found this quote
about that. Yeah.
I found this quote on the internet that I thought was so great, because I don't think a lot of people would believe, based on the way that I go on, that I'm kind of an introvert. But I found a quote that I love that said, "I thought I was an introvert until I realized I just like my peace. And I'm very extroverted around people who give me my peace."
Yes. That's a good quote. That is interesting, because there is something about that. And the fact that you said that, it's like, there's definitely something. I feel like I'm an introvert at heart, but when there's people around, I'm just like blah, 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 as I do here constantly. It's like, yeah.
No.
But going back to the whole mountains thing, like, I remember, where'd we go? What's that? All right, Ray, William, you got to help me out with this. What's I can't remember. What's the
Grand
mountain?
Canyon? Oh, wait,
no, the mountainy place in Nevada. The mountain's the lake. Tahoe. Sorry, Tahoe.
Oh, yeah. It snows up there. I don't go up there.
Yes, it
does.
I
know. But I remember I went there. I
love snow skiing too, William. I will never have to worry about living anywhere near you.
Yeah, because anything that requires bad weather for me to do, I just don't do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I remember we went there for my brother's 40th birthday. This was 4 years ago or something. And I remember just going, you know what? I poured a cup of coffee, and I'm like, and where we were staying, obviously it was snowing. I went outside and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to chill outside and just take it in. And it was like that silence where all you hear is the earth, where it's just, it's like one of those things. Yeah. There's something
anxiety.
About
that would give me the anxiety.
That's the thing, is like, I took it in for about a good 10 minutes where I was just like, this is kind of awesome. But then, after 10 minutes, I'm going, all right, I need noise. Yeah. But it's kind of an interesting thing.
You
where
people are sick.
I know. We're sick. That's the thing. It's like, we're so used to noise, and I'm so used to noise here, where I can't just open a window and just be like, the freeway is literally just not even that far away from me, where if I open a window, I'm just hearing the freeway. And there's something comforting about that. But at the same time, I could take those moments where it's like, I remember that moment was like a cool little, wow, this is like, it was probably like, I don't know, 8 o'clock in the morning, and I was just outside, and I propped myself up on just sitting down, and I was just listening, and there was like really no noise at all, and it was just the noise of nature. Of
Dave, I just DM'd you a picture. I need you to throw this up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is a cool.
This is my view at 8:17 in the morning.
Okay, I'm never up that early. But yeah. Oh wow.
Oh
yeah. Oh,
beautiful.
No. Fancy. I would be shooting up my flare. Come get me.
What's that phone signal like out there, Scott?
It's great. It's great.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and then satellite, the satellite internet. So it's fine. It's great. But yeah, that's my morning view at 8:17 in the morning as I'm drinking a nice hot cup of coffee, in my pajamas, bare feet, sitting on a big gold chair. And then just imagine that at 5 o'clock in the night, where I've got a glass of whiskey or wine, and I'm enjoying the wind down of the evening.
See, but then there's also that beach kind of like nature, where it's like you're sitting and you're hearing the waves of the beach, and you're seeing. That's the thing. Is like, I think I almost prefer that more, because there is noise involved with that. I've been at beach houses and are sitting on a beach, late at night, and all you're hearing is the waves crashing, and there's a moonlight, and it's just, I don't know. To me, when it comes to nature like that, yeah, that's beautiful and that's cool. But if I was going to choose something that is, I guess you could say technically nature as well, I'd actually prefer sitting on a beach and hearing the waves crash, because it's like, I need a little bit of noise.
It's nature's sound machine, and I can completely respect that. Yeah. But I'm also someone who, if there is, because I'm a there's a personality kind of thing called the Enneagram, and I'm a 9. I'm a peacemaker. So I'm someone that when I get high on my level of anxiety, my healing is to close in on myself. That's the introverted part. It's like, I need to go to the couch. I need to go into a room by myself. I need a CD. I need a book. I need a movie. It's kind of like when I talk about I go to the movies and my wife wants to ask questions. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to watch the movie. We've had this conversation. I remember when we went to see La La Land and she tried to ask me questions 3 times and someone shushed her all 3 times. And she tried to turn to me like, how dare they? And I'm like, kind of agree with them. So
yeah, I'm like,
can we just watch the movie?
Happy I didn't.
Well, I got a bolt, Dave, because I got to jump over to the
you got your show
addictive screening. But yeah, the concrete jungle, that is the only nature I need.
Asphalt jungle, man. Asphalt jungle. John Huston, come on, let's make a classic film reference.
There's nothing like the smell of asphalt and smog. I'm telling you, man. It may not be the most pleasant. I get it. But it lets you know
buses, passing by your house.
Buses, planes, fucking hate the smell of fresh asphalt. It's disgusting.
It's progress. It's a smell of progress.
No.
My neighborhood smells like.
No.
All right, guys.
All right, in the summer.
Bill, I'm curious. I'm curious. Where do you land personality-wise? I'm kind of curious, man.
Well, it's funny. I had like kind of a Clark Kent-ish kind of upbringing. I grew up on a 5-acre plot farm area, kind of. My grandfather owned a 2-story house in the back, and he had like a horse stable and a barn too. So we had horses growing up, and I spent a lot of my time outside. Before the age of 7 is when I was put in front of a TV with Batman the Animated Series, a Super Nintendo, and a PlayStation. I had two grandmothers specifically. We alternated between both houses growing up because my parents worked various jobs. Like my mom worked for my grandfather at home for the wrecking business my grandfather used to own, her dad, and then my dad worked 2 jobs, his day job, doing a bunch of other shit, and then at night he'd work at Arc Arena out here where the Sacramento Kings used to play and the Monster Jam used to be held. And so I was privileged and fortunate enough to like be able to see like those monster trucks up close as a young lad, and also see like the Sacramento Kings at their height of when they were like the golden team going up against the Lakers and for the NBA championship. So really it's kind of like a mix mash of like, having that Clark Kent upbringing from a younger age, and then being that almost Peter Parker-esque of having technology and science and math and all that shit in front of my face at a bit of a later age. So it's kind of a mixed bag, but I definitely am not a fan of the whole like cowboy up bullshit that is in the area in which I grew up, because I grew up in this little like cow town called Rio Linda, and it's not my speed. Like there are a lot of cowboy hats and fucking cowboy boots, but the weird thing is like some of these same people wearing cowboy hats will be blaring like rap and Eminem and stuff like that, and it's like these two things don't quite add up. It's kind of strange, but I kind of lean more towards my dad in terms of sensibilities and music. Like I listen to a lot of metal, like Metallica and Slayer, and some of the more modern stuff like Slipknot and Black Dahlia Murder, Cannibal Corpse, and my mom and my brother, they kind of lean more towards the laid back outside hard work, riding horses, putting fences up, fixing house stuff, just a lot of stuff that I really don't kind of lean towards. Like me and my brother were kind of gearheads in certain respects, because our grandfather was pretty handy in a lot of ways. So we grew up like around cars and engines and, you know, machinery and a lot of different things. But I ultimately just kind of lean towards being kind of a tech nerd. So anytime there's anything wrong with the internet, or anytime there needs something to be like printed or just anything like that, that's kind of my area of expertise at this point. But I am kind of like a happy mix of certain weird plethora of different personalities. I don't know. I'm very introverted personally. I really don't get out as much as I used to. I used to be quite the heavy partier in my early college days. I used to be a pretty heavy cannabis smoker, but I've dialed that back. I used to smoke cigarettes too. Like it was really bad. Like I was alternating between cigarettes and cannabis, and I used to get fucking drunk on so much different shit. And I've since dialed all of that back. I mostly drink wine, but you know, as you guys know, at Full Circle, I'll occasionally have, you know, some Jameson, some Jack Daniels.
Oh yeah, we had
a good time that weekend.
We did, yeah. It was fun.
Saturday night, holy shit! I don't even.
Oh my god, yeah. I remember BJ's being fucking terrible and throwing up that burger I had.
Oh no, it was actually Yard House.
Yard House, there we go. Yeah.
You had a terrible burger, and that. I remember Steven had a Yard beer, and he
had a full fucking.
Yeah, he had the whole boot or the whole Yard House, and we took a picture of it. But he was all, "Don't post that because people are going to replace that with something else." But I remember I had to tell Scott, I was like, "Dude, your sandwich is here. You're talking too much." You remember, Scott?
well, I know, but the problem is that every it wasn't that I was. It's like everyone wanted to talk.
Yes,
and that's the Southerner in me.
Yeah,
it's like.
You wanted to talk to everybody, and I was like, dude, your sandwich is here. Eat it. It's getting cold.
But that's my mom. Yes. My mom is the one that's like would make dinner and then would serve it down, and then she, do you need something else? Do you need something else? And yes, Mom, I need you to sit down and eat. That's what I need you to do. But she still does it. It's like when my family go over to their house, and she'll be doing her mom thing. And I'll be like, either A, my kids can get their own ass up and get something, or guess what? I'm their dad. You sit down. I'll get whatever stupid thing they need. Mom, I love you. I love you so much. But sit down. But she's also that personality where it's like the acts of service is like her love language. Like, I can't do much for you, but I can do that. I remember when there was a period of time when I was working full-time at Barnes & Noble, 40 hours a week. I was going to grad school full-time, getting my master's in education, and I was dating Heather and spending a lot of time at her apartment because her apartment was 5 minutes from my Barnes & Noble store, unlike my house, which was like 20 minutes away. So I'd spend the night at her apartment because, you know, hey. Wake up, get dressed. 5 minutes up the road, and I'm already at work. You know, instead of 20 minutes from my house. But I got to the point that my house was an absolute wreck. The laundry wasn't done. It just, you know, I was never at home. I was just, and I remember my mom saying, "I got this," and my mom spent an entire freaking day and like cleaned up my house. Dropped some groceries off in the fridge, did some laundry, just so that I could come home and not have the mental anxiety of walking into, you know,
a disaster.
A disaster. Because I'm someone who, when I get stressed, things can fall by the wayside, but then it falling by the wayside causes more stress, and it just becomes this, you know, vicious cycle. And then whatever free time I have has got to be devoted to cleaning, because I know that if I don't clean it, it's just going to cause me to get even more spun up. Mm-hmm. So, you know, she was the one who would do that. Well, my dad is more like hey, let me come build a deck for you. Let me, you know, you need me to show you how to bring your car over. We'll put it on the lift in the basement and we'll change your brake pads. You know, it's like my dad is one of those dads who does all the dad things. He's a carpenter. He's an electrician. He's a mechanic. You know, he can do all the dad things. My mom does all the mom things. She cooks, she cleans, she does laundry, she sews. It's like all the things. So it's kind of cool because it's like I can change the oil in my car and I can get a stain out of my shirt. Because I had both my parents there. Like even Heather, every time she spills something inevitably on her, because we always like to say her clothes are hungry, she will literally hand me her shirt and goes, "You get the stain out, please." Because I know she called me I am not shitting y'all. Last year, I had to take a 15-minute break from one of my jobs because she called me to ask me, "How do you work the washing machine?" She needed to do laundry and didn't know how to operate the washing machine. And I took 15 minutes to go, okay, you see the drawer, pull it out, pour the vinegar into where it says the fabric softener, only put about this much of laundry detergent, close it, turn the dial, press that button, hold it for 3 seconds, it'll start running, leave it alone. And everyone was like, "You had to explain how to use the washing machine?" I said, "Yeah, because I do the laundry in this house." It's so funny, but that's my personality. So like when you talk about being outside and gearhead stuff, Phil, like I hate the fact that I'm not allowed because of a warranty. I don't get to change the oil in my own car because I would do that. I would park my car out in my driveway, put it up on ramps and change my own oil. It was like 30 minutes of like being outside and enjoying myself.
Yeah. It's just at the point now where like, it either I go to a Jiffy Lube and pay $80, $90 to $100 to get my oil changed, or I go and buy the filter and a jug of oil for less than $40 and do it myself for an hour's worth of work. It's
exactly
it is what it is. And on top of that, I own a slightly used car. It's a 2015 Chevy Malibu, so I don't have the luxury of taking it to a dealership. But at the same time, it's like, do I really want to abide by that? It's pros and cons, dude. It is what it is.
There is pros and cons. Yeah. I mean, when I bought my car from a dealership, I got like the whole like, hey, if you tack this on, hey, you can get this where for this many years we can do this, that, and this. And I'm like, all right, might as well do that. So, every time I have to like take it in, they just go like this, and I barely pay whatever, for little things. I'm like, but yeah, I mean, but when I had older cars, I was always, I took auto shop and advanced auto shop. So I'm like, when I got my first couple of cars, I'm like, I did all the stuff. I'm like, change the oil. Change the oil. Fuck it. I'm going to do that. So I used to do that. And
I remember
anything that was like reasonable,
Well, I remember at 2000, after seeing X-Men for the first time, came out. I had a flat tire. Get the jack, get the tire iron. I'm sitting there in the parking lot changing my own tire. Everyone's driving by. Do you need help?
Nope.
What do you mean? No, I fucking got this. It's changing a tire. I can do this. I got the spare in the back. You pop the spare on and.
I've done that myself, man.
And you go to Walmart and it's
what everybody should learn how to do. For sure.
I know.
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, obviously there's services and everything, but if you have your own, I mean, I think a couple of cars ago, I had like my own, jack. I had my own spare, and I remember one time I had to do it, and it was just like, all right, well, I know what to do right here. Put it right here. Put it right there. Crank it right up. Do this, do that, and everybody should learn how to change at least a tire.
Definitely,
it's not oil, But I mean, when it comes to now cars, let's face it.
Now they have intentionally
made it where it's hard.
Yeah. I mean, the only reason I don't do my own oil now is because when I bought my last car, I got a lifetime powertrain warranty. But the only that matters. If my transmission ever goes out, I want them to replace it. But to do that means that all work must be done by a certified mechanic. It's actually in the wording of the warranty, and that includes oil changes. And I'm just like, fuck me, I don't need to pay $50, $60 for something that I can literally do in my driveway. But okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, being an adult, right, guys?
Rhea, don't be an adult. Never grow up.
Now, what are you talking about? She travels. She's an adult.
I made a big adult decision like this year. So I imposed that on myself. So yeah, I got
no, don't do that. don't do these things, Rhea.
Oh no.
Oh, it's for the greater good. At least I convinced myself of that. So.
Hey, we got to make those. Got to make those decisions. That's what happened. But let's go ahead and wrap up the stream. This has been a lot of fun, of course.
Ray, I'm so glad you made it and you stayed for this long. It's wonderful.
Always great. Always
great. Love it. I'm glad I could stay this long as well.
Yeah, always fun.
I never realized that your headphones glow. That's awesome.
Yeah. There's different pulsations that I can set it at. Yeah, so it's cool.
Adds to the aesthetic. That's what you gotta do. So thank you everybody who is here. Of course, Phil, Scott, and Rhea. Thank you to William. Thank you to Chris, who was on earlier. Am I missing anybody? I always think
Andy.
There it is. I always feel like obviously, I've been drinking for the past 5 hours. So, sometimes, forget who was on earlier. But thank you to obviously to everybody who showed up, and we'll go around the horn right here. Anybody who has anything to plug away. Phil, you go first.
Well, thank you again, my friend, for always inviting me. It's such a blast getting to talk to you and all of our other friends. I've started doing a show called Friday Phil, which takes place about 2-3 hours before this show. It's just on my YouTube channel, unfiltered. So wherever you see my account, if you see me in the chat, that would be the account to go to. I do have a Y2K trailer reaction up there as well. I tried getting a Megalopolis trailer reaction out too, but I got hit with a copyright. So I was like, fuck it, scrap the whole thing.
Phil Day.
Yeah,
Friday,
definitely.
Phil Day. Yeah.
Friday Phil, yeah. Other than that, not really a whole lot going on. Like I did mention earlier, though, I am writing a piece for Multiverse of Color of why James Gunn's DCU should be given a chance at the very least. And other than that, nothing else really in the works. Just a lot of personal stuff going on behind the scenes as well. But yeah, thank you again for the invite. It's always a blast getting to chat with everybody.
Always great. All right. And Rhea.
Yeah, so I need to get back into content. I don't know. After Comic-Con, I was just like serially blogging, and then I'm just like, I'm trying to get back up and running. But anyway, if you want to see
up, you gotta keep up that drive.
I know. I'm
gonna start bugging you more. If you
life is just constant. Anyway,
you have a busy life. You do.
My existing content, I'm super jazzed about edited content, so you can check that out. I also have my past live streams. If you go to my X account, Twitter, Linktree has all the links there. So also I do want to plug our friend Travis's film that got into, I think, a film festival recently.
It did.
Yes. So I'm really jazzed about it. I wish I could congratulate him in person, but clap it up for him and Geekverse. So,
Geekverse, yeah, they got their film in. It's called that's the
Adrenochrome
film, which we talked about, and I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed what they did, what those three did with such a limited budget and such a and I'm curious to see what they do more too, because they're gonna have like a whole basically a Geekverse cinematic universe that's gonna be kind of happening when it comes to their film. So, but congratulations to them. But thank you, Rhea. Anything else?
That's it. I'll throw it over to Scott.
All right. Well, I'm gonna bug you for keep that content going.
Okay.
I'll harass you. Anyways, Scott, send us off as you do.
As of course, you can find me on Twitter X at ScottDC27. You can find me on Instagram at McMerlin, and you can find me on Vero at Scott McClellan. You can listen to my latest appearance on the World's Finest True Believers this Sunday. So make sure you're subscribed to the Geek Ultimate Alliance, where Chris and I will be discussing Mighty Morphin Power Rangers: The Return by original Pink Ranger Amy Jo Johnson. Of course, also make sure that you're subscribed to the DC TV Squadcast over at Squadcast Media, where Ray and I will be discussing the first 2 seasons of My Adventures with Superman as Ray Fine does his catch-up. And stay tuned for our weekly discussions on every episode of The Penguin on HBO. Of course, you can find us wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, and YouTube with the entire network of shows at squawkestmedia.com. And of course, join us every Wednesday night, including this coming Wednesday. Announcement, my work schedule changed, so we're not skipping a week. So come join us Wednesday nights at 10 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Pacific. This Wednesday night for the DC Fanimated stream here on the Film Junkie YouTube channel, we will be discussing the Season 3 premiere of Superman the Animated Series, Where There's Smoke.
Yes, it's happening, guys. We're jumping back. We're going back to Metropolis. It's going to be awesome. Anyways, guys, hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't already. And we love you all. And thank you, of course, Phil, Scott, and Rhea. Thank you to Andy. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to William. And it's been fun. And we will talk to you later.